Chapter 1. The fourth Raikage and Killer Bee had attempted to escape several times but failed miserably. Uzumaki Chitō had meticulously sealed their chakra pathways, rendering them completely powerless. Without chakra, even their immense physical strength couldn't break the ropes reinforced with sealing techniques. Konaha, somewhat isolated from the rest of the world, rarely received news promptly. However, when Kakashi and Might Guy returned with the prisoners of war, the entire village gathered to witness the event. For the villagers, many of whom were war refugees, this marked a historic moment. Seeing their village strong enough to take captives stirred a sense of pride they hadn't felt in years. The sight of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, two legendary figures, bound and powerless, gave the villagers hope. Konaha was no longer weak or vulnerable. It was finally capable of standing tall and defending itself. "Brother," Killer Bee whispered to the Raikage, "we seem to be pretty popular here." Despite their grim situation, Killer Bee couldn't help but enjoy the attention. In Kumagakure, the spotlight had always been on the fourth Raikage. But here, the two were equals, just prisoners of war. For once, Killer Bee felt like he stood out. "Killer Bee, are you an idiot?" the fourth Raikage growled. "We're prisoners, captives. There's nothing to celebrate here." The Raikage was fuming, not just at their predicament but at Killer Bee's carefree attitude. If he knew what Killer Bee was thinking, he would have lost his temper entirely. Kakashi and Might Guy stepped into the village, feeling a mix of nostalgia and amazement. Konaha had transformed significantly since their last visit. The Ninja Academy was more than halfway complete, and the commercial district was thriving, with many food stalls and shops already open. Naruto had even turned part of the area into a food court centered around Ichiraku ramen, ensuring the villagers could enjoy a warm meal while contributing to the local economy. "This place has changed so much," Might Guy remarked, walking alongside Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. "Let's first hand over the prisoners to Lord Chitō, then we can take a proper look around." Despite the simplicity of the ropes binding the Raikage and Killer Bee, they were utterly ineffective against the powerful sealing techniques Chitō had applied. This display of skill reminded everyone why the Uzumaki clan had been feared and respected across all nations. The pair arrived at a modest wooden house where Uzumaki Chitō resided, temporarily built using the first Hokage's wood release techniques. "Lord Chitō, we've returned," Kakashi announced respectfully from outside the house. The Raikage and Killer Bee exchanged uneasy glances. If Chitō's clone had been so fearsome, what would his real presence feel like? The Raikage shuddered, recalling the memory of heavenly thunder striking with merciless precision. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was in far over his head. "Lord Chitō," the Raikage began, bowing his head, "the Land of Lightning is willing to pay a ransom for our release." His voice was steady, but the humiliation was evident. For a proud leader like him, making such a concession was unbearable, but necessary. Chitō didn't even glance at him. Instead, she turned to Kakashi and Might Guy. "We need a proper prison to hold captives and criminals," he said simply. "And these two?" Kakashi asked, gesturing at the Raikage and Killer Bee. "The construction team is short on labor," Chitō replied after a moment of thought. "Let them move bricks." Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged a look, both trying to suppress their surprise. The Raikage and Killer Bee, on the other hand, were stunned into silence. "Lord Chitō, you can't be serious," the Raikage bellowed. "I am the fourth Raikage, the leader of Kumagakure, the overseer of the Land of Lightning. Forcing me to move bricks is an insult." Killer Bee, ever pragmatic, sighed. "Brother, at least ask if there's food included. No point starving while you're stuck moving bricks." "Food, yes. Pay, no," Chitō said flatly, giving Killer Bee a knowing look. Unlike his brother, Killer Bee understood the situation. Resisting would only bring more suffering. The Raikage, however, refused to let go of his pride. "Brother, look up," Killer Bee said, pointing above the Raikage's head. The Raikage followed his gaze and saw a small dark cloud hovering directly above him. The cloud rumbled ominously, flashes of lightning flickering within it. He immediately froze, his body instinctively remembering the pain of being struck by Chitō's thunder. "I'll move bricks," the Raikage growled through gritted teeth, finally relenting. Kakashi and Might Guy watched the scene unfold, their respect for Chitō's methods deepening. "We really should avoid the Raikage in the future," Kakashi muttered. "Being near him when he's struck by lightning is just too risky." The money seized from the Land of Lightning, totaling 50 million ryo, was promptly invested into Konaha's infrastructure. More than 10 million was set aside for additional construction projects, further solidifying the village's foundation. The Raikage and Killer Bee, now part of the labor team, couldn't help but marvel at the progress Konaha had made. The village was flourishing, its people vibrant and full of hope. Even Killer Bee, despite his circumstances, found himself impressed. "If this continues," the Raikage muttered under his breath, "Konaha will surpass every other ninja village." But his pride wouldn't let him accept this. The thought of Konaha rising above Kumagakure was infuriating. He clenched his fists, vowing to one day bring Konaha to its knees. "Brother, watch out!" Killer Bee suddenly called. "What?" the Raikage asked, confused. Before he could react, a bolt of lightning struck him squarely on the head. The dark cloud above him had finally unleashed its fury. Zap! Electricity surged through his body, leaving him trembling on the ground. Smoke rose from his singed clothing as he groaned, "I'm fine." equals 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 equals. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other chapter. Equals 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 equals. Check on the new fanfic. Chat group for the dead, start from One Piece. I can't create more project on this account, so I edit my old one and change it into this, so maybe this will be harder for reader to find. Thank you. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 2. So sorry, looks like I forget about this one. The fourth Raikage sat on the ground, his face dark with fury. Uzumaki Chitō, I swear the two of us cannot coexist under the same sky. He cursed his name with every breath, blaming him for his current plight. It was all because of him, his humiliation, his captivity, and the thundercloud that loomed over his head. Bang! Another bolt of lightning struck him, accompanied by the familiar sound of crackling electricity. Sparks danced around his body, making the villagers chuckle quietly. For free labor, this was certainly entertaining. Meanwhile, Naruto and Tsunade returned to Konoha by sea. Niji, however, did not join them. He had chosen to continue his journey through the land of the moon and the land of hot water, eventually arriving in the land of sound, Orochimaru's territory. Orochimaru had turned the land of sound into his personal dominion, establishing the village hidden in sound. But none of that concerned Niji. His goal was singular, to grow stronger. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Niji sought compatibility tests for enhancing his Byakugan. His drive for power left even Orochimaru surprised. Sasuke Uchiha, who was still refining his mastery of the curse mark, had been in the lab when Niji arrived. Though unaware of Naruto's return, Sasuke felt a surge of irritation upon learning later. For Sasuke, Naruto would always be his rival, an unchanging constant in his life. Back in Konoha, the village buzzed with activity. Tsunade and Naruto resumed their duties, their presence reassuring the villagers. Everyone seemed invested in grooming Naruto to become a capable leader. Tsunade reviewed the updated financial report, her expression lighting up as she saw the 50 million ryo increase. We're rich again! Tsunade exclaimed, licking her lips in delight. However, Shizune quickly brought her back to reality. Tsunade-sama, that money is only enough to finish the ninja academy. Half of the commercial street hasn't even started, and we haven't begun constructing the Hokage building. Tsunade's joy faded as Shizune explained the village's expenses. Her face darkened as the weight of responsibility set in. Half of the commercial street will do for now. As for the Hokage building, let Lord Chitō build one with wood release, Tsunade grumbled, reluctant to part with the money. Shizune sighed. Tsunade-sama, we need to prioritize the village's development. Konoha was bustling with preparations. Kakashi and Might Guy took charge of security, handling everything from neighborly disputes to patrolling the village's perimeter. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. Iruka and Anko returned to establish a base for training young ninjas and supporting orphans from the war. Thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence, they managed to provide resources and shelter to countless children. Tenten, now a resident of Konoha, continued to assist with blasting stubborn rocks using explosive tags. Already known for her business acumen, she was quickly becoming one of Konoha's most valuable contributors. The villagers, inspired by Naruto's promises, volunteered at the construction site for the Ninja Academy. Naruto himself joined the effort, often working alongside the villagers and even the captives, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. When the Raikage first saw Naruto, his pride flared up. So, you're Naruto Uzumaki, he said gruffly, studying the young shinobi. The junior Uzumaki Chitō values so much. Naruto, unfazed by the Raikage's towering presence, smiled. And you're the fourth Raikage? You look pretty good like this. Naruto's genuine admiration for the Raikage's aura, complete with the ominous dark cloud above his head, caught the older man off guard. Are you mocking me, brat? The Raikage bellowed, his temper flaring. Unable to hold back, the Raikage lunged at Naruto, ready to teach him a lesson. But before he could even touch Naruto, a bolt of lightning struck him squarely from the dark cloud overhead. Bang! Electricity coursed through his body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. The villagers watching from a distance didn't even flinch. They had grown used to the Raikage being struck several times a day. Naruto offered his hand. Are you all right? The Raikage glared at him, smoke rising from his singed clothes. Naruto Uzumaki, I swear we can't live under the same sky. Bang! Another bolt of lightning struck, cutting off his tirade. As the village continued its rapid development, Tsunade finally faced reality. Reviewing the village's finances, she sighed. Even with the Ninja Academy nearing completion, we're still short by 40 to 50 million ryo. The Hokage building, the business district, and a proper prison were all critical projects. But Tsunade knew that wasn't the only issue. We also need a leader, she said during a meeting, her tone serious. Kakashi frowned. If we declare a leader now, it might provoke the 5 great nations. They won't take kindly to Konoha elevating itself to that level. Tsunade shook her head. We're not declaring a 6th Kage, we're simply appointing a leader. The village needs a voice. Naruto spoke up. I think Tsunade-sama is the right choice. Everyone else seemed to agree, but Tsunade shook her head. I'm not interested in these responsibilities. I hate this kind of thing. The conversation was interrupted by Uzumaki Chito's voice, calm and firm. Tsunade, I think you should take the role. The village needs you. Tsunade sighed, feeling cornered. She had no choice but to accept. The meeting shifted focus to another pressing issue, the captives. What do we do with the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee? Tsunade asked. Standard protocol would be to hold them as prisoners of war and wait for the Land of Lightning to pay a ransom, Kakashi suggested. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 3. Tsunade rubbed her temples as she addressed the most pressing matter of the meeting. The Land of Lightning has officially requested the release of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. Here's their offer. She passed copies of the letters from the Land of Lightning to everyone in attendance. The letters outlined an apology and reparations thinly veiled as a ransom, 50 million ryo to secure the return of their leader and Jinchuriki. The price is steep, Kakashi muttered, furrowing his brow. It's unlike the Land of Lightning to agree to something like this so quickly. They must be desperate or planning something. Tsunade nodded. Their daimyo is dead, and the country is in chaos. They need a leader to stabilize the situation, and they're willing to pay for it. Considering this ransom covers both the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the amount isn't unreasonable. She paused, gauging the room's reaction. The offer was tempting. 50 million ryo could significantly bolster Shin Konoha's finances. But everyone sensed there was more to the story. Kakashi leaned back in his chair, studying Tsunade. You wouldn't bring this to us unless there was something else to consider. Exactly, Tsunade replied, motioning for Shizune to distribute another document. Take a look at this. As the group reviewed the new information, the room fell into an uncomfortable silence. The offers from other nations were both revealing and unsettling. The Land of Wind offered 10 million ryo to Shin Konoha to refuse the return of the fourth Raikage and an additional 20 million to hand over the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The Land of Earth bid 5 million ryo to keep the Raikage captive and 10 million for the Eight Tails. The Land of Water offered 8 million ryo to refuse the Raikage's return and 15 million to purchase the Eight Tails. Smaller nations also made bids, though their offers were negligible. Among the 5 great nations, only the Land of Fire refrained from bidding, likely due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence. He had urged other nations not to play into Shin Konoha's hands. But, unsurprisingly, no one listened to him. His appeals fell on deaf ears, with most nations dismissing his authority entirely. Naruto finally broke the silence, his voice filled with disbelief. This is so underhanded. Is this really how ninja villages and nations operate? Tsunade sighed, shaking her head. Welcome to the reality of the ninja world, Naruto. When one side is weak, the others exploit it. Alliances are fragile, and trust is a rare commodity. She looked around the table. So the question is, what should we do with these offers? Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged glances but said nothing. Naruto, still processing the situation, looked unsure. It was a difficult decision. Accepting the ransom from the Land of Lightning would bring financial stability to Shin Konoha but risk empowering an enemy. Refusing it and selling the captives to another nation would deepen hostilities. Finally, Tsunade turned to the main seat, which had been left vacant for Uzumaki Chitō. What's your opinion, Lord Chitō? Moments later, Chito's figure materialized in the room. Why do you always push these decisions onto me? He asked with a faint smile. Everyone stood respectfully, greeting his in unison. Lord Chitō. Chitō waved them back to their seats. Relax. Let's get to the point. Tsunade leaned forward. Shin Konoha exists because of you. We can't ignore your advice in this. Chitō sighed. Fine, I'll offer a suggestion. But the final decision is yours. He thought for a moment before speaking. Since everyone seems interested in the Raikage and Killer Bee, why not hold an auction? The room buzzed with murmurs of surprise. Tsunade's eyes lit up. An auction. But before she could ask more, Chito's figure disappeared. His voice echoed in the room. That's my suggestion. The rest is up to you. Tsunade mulled over the idea, her mind already racing. An auction. It could work, she said aloud. Let them fight it out. We'll take the highest bid. Kakashi hesitated. It's a bold move, but wouldn't it seem excessive? We're only auctioning 2 captives. That's true, Tsunade admitted, but it's all we have right now. In the future, we'll host more auctions. The others exchanged uneasy glances. The idea of repeatedly capturing and auctioning off high-profile prisoners felt excessive, even for the ninja world. Let's focus on this one for now, Tsunade said. We'll need an auction house. Redirect part of the construction crew from the Ninja Academy and get started immediately. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You're usually so stingy. Why the sudden generosity? Tsunade smirked, sliding a blueprint onto the table. The design showed an elaborate auction venue with a casino on the first floor. Simple. We'll use the casino to fund the auction house. The room fell silent as everyone processed her blatant self-interest. If there was one thing Tsunade couldn't resist, it was gambling. Using power for personal gain, hey. Kakashi muttered under his breath. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other chapter. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 4. Tsunade-sama, do you really need to spend so much money? Naruto asked, staring at the budget allocation of 20 million ryo with a pained expression. Of course. Tsunade replied without missing a beat. The auction is a perfect opportunity to showcase Konaha's strength. It has to be grand and leave an impression. She scribbled in her notebook, listing items to spruce up the casino she was determined to attach to the auction venue. Casinos can generate a lot of revenue for the village, she added, flashing a mischievous smile. Take someone like me, I can lose 800,000 ryo in just one afternoon. Naruto sighed, resisting the urge to point out the obvious flaw in her example. Only Tsunade could lose that much money every single time. Under Tsunade's determined oversight, construction of the auction venue was in full swing. To expedite the process, the labor force included the reformed 4th Raikage and Killer Bee. As they worked, the Raikage cast a wary eye at the structure taking shape. What exactly is being built here? The Raikage asked one of the villagers. An auction venue, the villager replied cheerfully. An auction? The Raikage frowned. What could Konaha possibly have to auction? His question was met with a shrug. The Raikage scoffed. Konaha was practically building itself from scratch. What could they offer for auction? An auction required valuable items, after all. I heard they're auctioning the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, the villager added with a sheepish smile. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? The Raikage froze, his expression twisting in disbelief. Blood rushed to his head, and his vision blurred. With a sharp exhale, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Konaha, he muttered weakly, you've gone too far. Above him, the ominous dark cloud that followed him everywhere rumbled. Moments later, a bolt of lightning struck, jolting him back to consciousness. The villagers continued their work, unfazed by the spectacle. Killer Bee knelt beside his brother, patting his back. He had grown somewhat accustomed to life in Konaha. The food was decent, and their treatment hadn't been particularly harsh. But he wisely kept these thoughts to himself, knowing they would only enrage his brother further. While construction progressed, invitations to the auction were sent to major nations and ninja villages, including Konoha. The invite promised an event unlike any other, with the Raikage and Killer Bee as the star attractions. Responses from across the ninja world were swift and varied. Auctioning the Raikage and Killer Bee? Konaha really knows how to stir the pot. The 4th Raikage must not return to the land of lightning. We can't let them regain their strength. Why would they sell a Jinchuriki? Is Konaha that confident in their power? In Konoha, Jeriah received his invitation. His lips curved into a wry smile as he read it. Tsunade, you've really outdone yourself this time. The invitation was less about the auction itself and more an opportunity for Jeriah to witness Konaha's development firsthand. Danzo, who had also received an invitation, was similarly intrigued. This is bold, even for Konaha, he mused. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the room, Danzo quickly hid the invitation. He knew that anything related to Konaha was guaranteed to send Sarutobi into a rage. Is there something you are hiding from me? Sarutobi asked suspiciously. Danzo feigned innocence. Nothing of the sort. Just some mundane matters. Sarutobi picked up the latest intelligence report, his expression darkening as he read about the auction. They're digging their own grave, he muttered. This will completely sever any chance of reconciliation with the land of lightning. Danzo smirked. And what if it does? With Uzumaki Chitō standing guard, do you think the land of lightning will dare to retaliate? Their Raikage and Jinchuriki have already been captured. Sarutobi fell silent, knowing Danzo's words held some truth. But the thought of Konaha thriving while Konoha struggled filled him with resentment. We can't let this continue, Sarutobi said firmly. If Konaha rises too far, it will overshadow Konoha. We have to act. Danzo raised an eyebrow. And how do you plan to sabotage the auction with Uzumaki Chitō there? He won't allow any disruptions. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed as an idea began to form. We need someone who can fight on our behalf. Perhaps, we can use the Edo Tensei. Danzo's lips curled into a sly grin. Or, he added casually, you could escalate the conflict. Kill the Raikage and Killer Bee during the auction and let the 8 Tails rampage through Konaha. Sarutobi's eyes gleamed with interest. That might just work. It would drive a wedge between the land of lightning and Konaha. A brilliant plan, Danzo. Danzo immediately backtracked. I said no such thing. This is entirely your idea. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other chapter. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 5. Hiruzen Sarutobi finalized the plan, cutting Danzo out of the detailed execution. Jeriah observed Sarutobi and Danzo with a mix of confusion and disapproval. These two old foxes, insidious to the core, could turn even an innocent conversation into a web of schemes. Jeriah sighed. He had thought Danzo might have changed, but the man's cunning was deeply ingrained. Every word out of his mouth seemed like a prelude to a deadly conspiracy. Don't look at me, Danzo said, raising his hands defensively under Jeriah's scrutinizing gaze. I don't know anything. Jeriah shook his head, unconvinced, as he and Danzo quietly exited the Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi to his thoughts. At the Hyuga clan compound, Hinata Hayashi held two identical invitations in his hand. Both came from Shin Konoha, one addressed to the Hyuga clan and the other forwarded by the Inyuzuka family. He regarded them with a pensive expression. It seems Shin Konoha still has its eyes on Konoha, Hayashi remarked. Across from him, Inyuzuka nodded solemnly. Ever since the Inyuzuka family had allied itself with the Hyuga clan, their fates had been intertwined. Hayashi smirked, his tone sharp. Your clan's Inyuzuka Kaiba defeated at Naruto's hands. Do you not seek revenge? Ja shook his head. We won't jeopardize the entire family for the humiliation of one person. Hayashi chuckled, tossing the invitations onto the table. Wise. Then let's go. I'm curious to see what Shin Konoha looks like now. Jo raised an eyebrow. I thought you saw it last time. Hayashi coughed awkwardly, avoiding his gaze. There were complications. He couldn't admit he'd been stopped at the gates last time, unable to even glimpse the village. It was a bitter memory. Elsewhere in Konoha, the trio of Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi also received invitations. After much deliberation, they brought them to Jeriah. Konoha's decisions have become increasingly erratic under Sarutobi, Shikaku noted. The group had begun distancing themselves from Sarutobi's leadership, finding his actions less reliable by the day. Jeriah, meanwhile, sat with Danzo at a barbecue restaurant. Seeing the two together startled many passers-by, as their partnership was a rarity. The three clans want your opinion on the invitation, Danzo remarked, sensing their hesitation. But let me guess they want someone else to take the lead. Shikaku, ever diplomatic, responded, Hokage-sama, do you believe we should go? Jeriah sighed. Go if you want. Shin Konoha isn't the enemy, not yet. Shin Konoha. The auction venue had been completed on an expedited schedule, and it was nothing short of impressive. The grand casino on the first floor, in particular, stood out, funded almost entirely by Tsunade's determination to merge personal interests with village development. Preparations for the auction were thorough. Tsunade had Uzumaki Chitō inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique onto each invitation, enabling guests to teleport directly to Shin Konoha's guest houses. Each invitation allowed entry for up to 5 individuals. Chitō chuckled as he saw through Tsunade's plan. You're setting the land of lightning up to take a public fall. Exactly, Tsunade replied with a smirk. If we're going to sell the Raikage, we'll make sure it's at the highest price possible. Meanwhile, the Raikage and Killer Bee received excellent treatment as prisoners. Every day, they were served lavish meals to maintain their health. Tsunade justified the expense, claiming, if we want to sell them for a fortune, they have to look the part. Chitō even removed the ominous dark cloud above the Raikage's head, noting that it had served its purpose and would be recorded in the Shin Konoha Ninjutsu Encyclopedia as a new technique. The day of the auction. Guests began arriving via the Flying Thunder God technique. Among them were minor village leaders, small country daimyo, and family heads, invited more to fill seats than for their influence. As evening approached, the real players made their entrances. The first notable arrival was the new daimyo of the Land of Lightning, the son of the late daimyo. His gaze burned with resentment as he addressed the crowd. I will avenge my father. Do you have a son? Naruto interrupted with a smirk. The daimyo blinked, startled. No. Naruto pressed on, any close cousins or uncles who could take over if something happened to you? Yes. Why are you asking? Naruto's grin widened, laced with a faint threat. Good. Then killing you won't be a problem. Someone else can just take your place. The daimyo paled, his confidence evaporating. He remembered how his father had died and how he had inherited his position only because of Shin Konoha. For now, he chose silence. After the daimyo departed, the delegation from Kumigakura arrived, led by Yujito Nii, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. She was accompanied by Darui and 2 other jonin, clearly showcasing their remaining strength. Representatives from the other great nations soon followed, including Konoha. Jeriah brought only Danzo, along with a few minor family heads. Their small numbers reflected Konoha's waning influence. When Jeriah and Danzo entered the venue, they were met with cold stares. Tsunade greeted them with a single icy sentence, take a seat. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other chapter. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 6. The auction hall was vast, with special private rooms reserved for the 5 major ninja villages. Despite Shin Konoha's disdain for these villages, appearances still had to be maintained. In the Cloud Village private room, Yujito and II sat beside Darui, while 3 other jonin stood guard nearby. Darui, likely to become the 5th Raikage in the future, looked tense. However, his strength was still lacking, hovering just below the level of an elite jonin. In Cloud Village, ninjas were known for their robust physiques, honed through rigorous training and lightning release techniques. Their formidable appearances spoke volumes about their strength. What do you think, Darui? Yujito asked gently. Despite being the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito was known for her calm demeanor and kindness, a rarity among those who bore such a burden. We have to rescue the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee, Darui replied, his voice laced with frustration. They're integral to the village's strength. No matter the cost, we must win this auction. The word auction left a bitter taste in his mouth. It was a humiliating situation for Cloud Village and, more importantly, for the Raikage. Darui clenched his fists, anger simmering beneath the surface. How much money do we have? He asked, attempting to focus on the task at hand. We've brought 70 million ryo, Yujito replied. Of that, 20 million came from the daimyo, who's harboring a deep grudge against Shin Konoha. After all, they destroyed the daimyo's mansion and captured our leaders. Shin Konoha has made itself the land of lightning's enemy. Darui's palm slammed onto the table, shattering it. His anger was palpable. They've pushed too far. This isn't just about Cloud Village, it's about the pride of the entire land of lightning. Yujito nodded, her expression grave. I'm more worried about the others here. Look at those private rooms and the crowd below. Most of them are here to undermine us. Darui followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing. Shinobi and dignitaries from various nations filled the hall, their intentions clear. The land of lightning's rise to power had made many enemies, and now they were all eager to see Cloud Village falter. They wouldn't dare challenge us outright, Darui muttered. Even without the Raikage and Killer Bee, they'd face the full wrath of Cloud Village. Yujito sighed. Let's see what happens. The auction is about to start. On the main stage, Tsunade stepped onto the platform to preside over the auction. Her presence immediately drew attention, particularly from Konoha's representatives. Seeing Tsunade on Shin Konoha's side stung deeply, turning Konoha into an even greater laughingstock. For once, Cloud Village and Konoha shared a rare moment of unspoken solidarity. Both were humiliated by the unfolding events. Wasting no time, Tsunade introduced the first auction item. The curtain parted, revealing the bound and visibly furious 4th Raikage. The hall erupted with murmurs and gasps. Am I not the final item? The Raikage growled, his face flushing with rage. Are you looking down on me, Shin Konoha? The Raikage's shame deepened as he scanned the room, spotting familiar faces from across the ninja world. He wanted nothing more than to vanish. Or perhaps just end it all now. He thought bitterly. Shin Konoha is roasting both my dignity and Cloud Village's reputation over an open fire for the world to see. Uzumaki Chitō, you're a cunning, despicable man. From his unseen vantage point, Uzumaki Chitō smirked. He could sense the Raikage's seething hatred but paid it no mind. In the Cloud private room, Darui and Yujito shot to their feet as the Raikage was paraded before the crowd. Shin Konoha has gone too far, Darui spat. The image of his once unshakable leader bound and humiliated filled him with rage. Calm down, Yujito urged. This is exactly what they want to provoke us. If you act out now, they'll have every excuse to capture you. Do you want to be the next auction item? Her words cut through his anger, chilling him to the core. The thought of being bound and displayed like the Raikage silenced him. He slumped back into his chair, his helplessness overwhelming. Among the crowd, the spectacle of the 4th Raikage bound on stage ignited a wave of comments and whispers. That's the 4th Raikage? He doesn't look so scary now. Look at those muscles. Must be from Cloud's lightning release training. They're really auctioning off a Raikage? This is unprecedented. In Konoha's private room, Danzo observed the scene with an amused smirk. Impressive. The 4th Raikage's ability to endure this humiliation shows remarkable restraint. If he returns to Cloud, Shin Konoha will face a reckoning. Jeriah sighed, his expression grim. Do you think they'll come back for vengeance? Danzo chuckled. Undoubtedly. Not everyone has the tolerance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 7. Jeriah cast a long, contemplative look at Danzo. Despite the questionable methods he had employed in the past, there was no denying that Danzo had always prioritized Konoha's survival above all else. In that moment, Jeriah couldn't help but wonder if Danzo as Hokage might not be the worst idea after all. He, Danzo chuckled, his eyes scanning the auction hall below. Let's see who dares to provoke Cloud Village today. I imagine there will be a few surprises. Tsunade's confident voice rang out across the auction hall. The first item, the fourth Raikage, a starting bid, 1 million ryo. Minimum increments of 100,000 ryo. Let the bidding begin. 1,100,000 ryo, came the first bid, quickly followed by another. 1,200,000 ryo. The bids rose steadily, but in modest increments. Watching from the stage, the fourth Raikage's face darkened with humiliation. Why is no one fighting for me? Where's Yujito? Where's Darui? Have they abandoned me? The Raikage's heart felt heavy. He had endured physical battles, but this emotional wound being auctioned like a commodity cut deeper than anything he had ever experienced. The price crawled to 4.5 million ryo. Most bidders had fallen silent, and those remaining were clearly not from the major villages. Uzumaki Chitō, observing from afar, sneered. He knew exactly what was happening. The other ninja villages were colluding to suppress both Konoha and Cloud Village. By allowing the price to remain low, they hoped to humiliate Cloud while denying Konoha the financial benefits of the auction. Tsunade, standing on stage, noticed the same thing. Thankfully, Uzumaki Chitō had anticipated this scenario. In the private room. Kakashi, why isn't anyone bidding higher? Is the Raikage really that unpopular? Naruto asked, frowning. Kakashi adjusted his mask thoughtfully. It's not about popularity. They're trying to keep the price low so Cloud Village looks weak and Konoha doesn't gain much money. Naruto's brow furrowed. So what do we do? More than 4 million isn't enough to help the village. The door to their private room creaked open, revealing a figure in a black robe adorned with red clouds. Nagato sat in a wheelchair, with Konan gently pushing him forward. Uncle Nagato. Naruto's face lit up. Despite their complicated history, Naruto felt a kinship with Nagato, another member of the Uzumaki clan. Lord Chitō invited us, Konan explained with a faint smile. It seems we've arrived at the perfect time. Down in the auction hall, a figure in the same red cloud robe stood and raised his voice. 15 million ryo, shouted Haiden, his tone both reverent and enthusiastic. The room erupted into whispers as the Akatsuki member boldly entered the fray. Kakuzu, seated beside Haiden, sighed. You're bidding too high. Do you even understand how auctions work? Haiden scoffed. It's for Lord Chitō. Money doesn't matter. Kakuzu rolled his eyes but couldn't argue. Ever since Haiden's newfound devotion to Uzumaki Chitō, he had grown both more zealous and, strangely, more powerful. In the Cloud Village private room. Darui leapt to his feet, glaring at the Akatsuki member below. What's going on? Who are these people? Yujito placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression grim. That's Akatsuki. They operate out of the land of rain. Their members are rumored to be as strong as entire villages. Darui's fists clenched. What could they possibly want with the Raikage? Yujito's gaze hardened. I don't know, but we can't let them take him. The Raikage is more than a leader, he's a symbol of Cloud's strength. Without him, our village's reputation will crumble. 15 million ryo. Going once, going twice. Tsunade's voice dragged out the tension. 20 million ryo. Darui's voice cut through the hall. His heart sank at the amount, but there was no choice. Cloud Village couldn't afford to lose. Tsunade smiled slyly. Cloud Village bids 20 million ryo. Are there any other offers? The room buzzed with renewed energy. Other villages, unwilling to let the Raikage return to Cloud unscathed, began bidding. 21 million ryo. 24 million ryo. The bids climbed rapidly, reaching 34 million ryo. At that point, hesitation began to set in. For most participants, the cost of humiliating Cloud no longer seemed worth it. 34 million ryo, Tsunade called out. Going once, going twice, sold. Aftermath. Darui and Yujito sighed in relief as the gavel fell. The Raikage was finally theirs again, though at an astronomical cost. The two shared a look of quiet determination. Cloud Village would never forget this humiliation or the price they paid. On stage, the Raikage collapsed onto his knees, overwhelmed by a mixture of relief and shame. 34 million ryo was a staggering amount, enough to strain Cloud's resources for years. Meanwhile, Konoha would reap the benefits of the ransom. As the hall began to empty, he resolve solidified. One day, he muttered, we'll make Konoha pay for this. The Raikage, though physically free, bore the weight of his village's debt and disgrace. For now, Cloud had no choice but to retreat, regroup, and prepare for what lay ahead. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 8. Auctioning off me, enabling my sworn enemy to grow stronger, and then waiting for them to defeat me in the future. The mood of the fourth Raikage was utterly abysmal. If there were words to describe his frustration, they'd surely form an unending tirade of curses. Having finalized the deal, the defeated fourth Raikage was escorted away, but the shinobi from Kumagakure quickly tried to retrieve him. Their efforts were halted by Might Guy. What's the meaning of this, Konoha? Darui's voice bristled with indignation as he prepared to confront Might Guy. Once the auction concludes, the fourth Raikage will be returned to you, Might Guy stated calmly, showing no signs of intimidation. You just need to prepare the sum of 34 million ryo. Unfazed, Might Guy securely locked the Raikage in a specialized room crafted by Uzumaki Chitō. The room had been designed to suppress the immense power of the Raikage, ensuring he couldn't escape. Darui, listen to him. Come back when the deal is settled and take me home, the Raikage instructed with an air of resignation. The Raikage knew all too well that even the mightiest of dragons could not dominate a serpent in its lair, and Konaha was no ordinary dragon, it was a leviathan. Yes, Lord Raikage. We'll return shortly to retrieve you, Darui replied with deference. Casting a venomous glare at Might Guy, Darui turned and left the backstage, refraining from further outbursts. Might Guy observed the scene with mild amusement. He had anticipated a confrontation with Darui, but the Raikage's commanding presence alone had quelled any rebellious inclinations. It was a testament to the Raikage's leadership a man of such stature could silence even the most defiant allies. In the auction hall, the main event finally unfolded. Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, was led to the stage. The room collectively tensed. Representatives of clans, great and small, as well as the shinobi from both major and minor villages, seemed to hold their breath in anticipation. Compared to the volatile fourth Raikage, Killer Bee was an entirely different allure. The crowd regarded him as a strategic asset, raw, untapped power. The Eight Tails was among the strongest of the tailed beasts, and Killer Bee was a living weapon. To those gathered, he was nothing short of a priceless treasure. All eyes were locked on him, brimming with desire. Holding Killer Bee meant controlling immense combat strength, and even if Killer Bee didn't cooperate, he could be replaced with another Jinchuriki. To them, the tailed beast was what mattered, not the man who wielded it. The final item of today's auction is from Kyumigaku or the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. With a dramatic flourish, Tsunade unveiled Killer Bee, whose treatment thus far had been far more dignified than the Raikage's. Konaha's private room. Upon hearing Killer Bee's name, Nagato and Konan turned their attention to the stage. It really is Killer Bee, Nagato remarked. He's the prey we've been seeking. Nagato's thoughts briefly wandered to his original plan to capture the tailed beasts. However, after finding solace in the bonds he had formed in Konaha and the strength of Uzumaki Chitō, the plan had been abandoned. The Akatsuki had since evolved from a mercenary group into something far greater, a unified force. Konan, for her part, had solidified her position as the ruler of Omegakure, succeeding the late hands of the salamander. Naruto, sitting nearby, looked puzzled. He had sparred with Killer Bee before and found him to be eccentric but harmless. Moreover, Bee's contributions to Konaha's reform programs had been exemplary, certainly better than the Raikage, who often shirked his responsibilities. Why do you want to capture Killer Bee? Naruto asked, curious. Nagato hesitated, his initial reaction tinged with vigilance. Then, shaking his head at his own paranoia, he replied, I suppose there's no harm in sharing. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Nagato explained, my original goal was to collect the tailed beasts and summon the 10 tails. Through the Eye of the Moon plan, I intended to use the moon to control everyone, forcing peace upon the world. But I've abandoned that plan. I've come to believe that true peace can be achieved through Konaha's ideals. Nagato's voice carried a quiet hope as he added, Naruto, don't let me down. You can count on me, Naruto assured him. Konaha will become a beacon of peace, bringing harmony to the entire ninja world. Nagato's face softened, but his gaze drifted back to the auction hall, where the fervor over Killer Bee continued to escalate. If any of these villages gain control of the Eight Tails' power, it'll only lead to more bloodshed, Nagato said grimly. Naruto grinned mischievously. They can try, but they won't succeed. The Eight Tails is already with me. Reaching into his pocket, Naruto pulled out a peculiar, octopus-like creature. The small figure, resembling a bull with tentacle-like tails, blinked groggily. Oi, Naruto. Don't take me out when I'm sleeping. I was having a great nap, Jiki grumbled, his voice laced with irritation. Nagato's jaw dropped. Is that, the Eight Tails? Jiki tilted his head, eyeing Nagato with mild curiosity. 8 tails? I'd prefer 18 tails. Twice as many as that fox, Kurama. But nope, Dad only gave me 8. Nagato looked between Jiki and Killer Bee, utterly baffled. But, isn't Killer Bee the 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Naruto smirked. Not anymore. Grandpa Chitō helped extract Jiki. Killer Bee is just Killer Bee now. The revelation left Nagato speechless. Konaha had outwitted everyone without lifting a finger. Meanwhile, the bidding war raged below, with the price soaring past 30 million ryo. 35 million, came a shout from Kirigakuer. The crowd was frenzied, each village determined to claim the prize. Kirigakuer, bolstered by its wealth, had no qualms about spending lavishly. Meanwhile, the combined forces of Tsunagakuer and Uegakuer, though less financially endowed, scraped together every resource they could muster. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. Zero comment. Vote. Chapter 9. 36 million ryo. Following Kirigakuru's bid, Kumigakure immediately shouted out their offer, pushing their limit. They had already spent 34 million ryo to reclaim the fourth Raikage, leaving them with little to spare for Killer B. For the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, they were now stretched thin and desperate. Should we just give up? Jeriah slammed his fist onto the chair in frustration. Bang! The chair shattered under his strength. There's no other option, Yujito Nii said somberly. We don't have enough to bid for Killer B. Her voice carried a note of despair. As a fellow Jinchuriki, she felt a deep kinship with Killer B. His current plight could very well mirror her own in the future. 37 million ryo. Kirigakure raised the bid again without hesitation. From the beginning, Kirigakure had calculated that Kumigakure wouldn't be able to afford both the Raikage and Killer B. Their true target had always been Killer B, and they were now fully committed. Now Kumigakure is in trouble, Yagura chuckled, glancing toward the private room where Kumigakure's delegation sat. He seemed to relish imagining their helplessness. Lord Yagura, is this truly worth it? Terumi May asked with concern. Purchasing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki isn't financially viable for Kirigakure, and our village's treasury is already strained. Yagura, who had been implementing increasingly bizarre policies, was already driving Kirigakure into decline. Talented shinobi were leaving the village in droves, and now this reckless bidding only exacerbated their financial woes. Since when do I need your opinion? Yagura snapped coldly, his gaze icy. Whether Kirigakure thrived or faltered seemed to mean little to him. Unbeknownst to those present, Uzumaki Chitō observed Yagura from a higher perspective and noticed something unusual, a faint thread of chakra linking Yagura to another figure in the auction house. That figure was none other than Uchiha Obito. Of course, Uzumaki Chitō murmured to himself, recalling how Obito had used genjutsu to control Yagura. It was clear he intended to win Killer B at the auction, likely to further his own schemes. This fool, Uzumaki Chitō muttered. He doesn't even realize he's creating problems for himself. He quickly took action, contacting Obito directly. Obito, have Yagura withdraw from the bidding immediately. Kirigakure has no need to get involved. Obito, taken aback by her tone, hesitated. But, Lord Chitō, I only wanted to. Do it now, she commanded sternly. Frightened, Obito didn't dare delay. Using his genjutsu, he ordered Yagura to cease bidding. 37 million ryo going once. Tsunade called out from the stage. 37 million ryo going twice. Wait. Yagura's voice rang out, halting the proceedings. My apologies, Tsunade-sama, but I just realized we don't have enough funds to cover our bid. May I retract it? The hall fell into stunned silence. Tsunade's expression darkened. If she had known, she wouldn't have entertained their bid in the first place. A tense silence hung in the air until Uzumaki Chito's voice resonated from all directions, cold and commanding. Do you think Konaha is a place where you can act as you please? Do you think you can make a bid and then retract it at will? This is the first and only warning. Kirigakure will be punished for this insult. His words carried an oppressive weight that bore down on everyone in the hall, suffocating them with dread. In Kirigakure's private room, the crushing pressure of Uzumaki Chito's power brought everyone to their knees. Even the three tails within Yagura recoiled in terror, unwilling to stir under his gaze. Why did we have to encounter someone like him? The three tails thought bitterly. It vividly remembered the fear of being subdued by Uzumaki Chitō in the past. Outside the auction hall, Obito writhed on the ground, overwhelmed by the pain of his punishment. Mom, why is that strange man rolling around on the street? Don't stare, dear. It's probably some kind of performance art. Let's keep our distance, his madness might be contagious. Obito groaned, questioning his life choices. Back in the auction hall, the bidding continued without Kirigakure. 36 million ryo going once. 36 million ryo going twice. 36 million ryo going 3 times sold. Congratulations to Kumigakure on winning Killer B. Tsunade announced, her voice filled with satisfaction. The auction concluded, yet the tension in the hall lingered. Those who had participated in the bidding now pondered the potential consequences. Kumigakure had reclaimed both the fourth Raikage and Killer B, leaving their strength intact. Anyone who had challenged them during the auction now risked retribution from the volatile village. As the crowd dispersed in twos and threes, someone finally raised a practical concern. How are we supposed to leave? Smiling slyly, Tsunade addressed the departing guests. The invitations were for the auction only, not the return journey. You'll have to figure out your own way back. Her grin widened. After collecting a total of 70 million ryo, she was in an excellent mood. With that kind of money, she could indulge in several rounds of gambling without worrying about losses. Of course, she added, if you'd like to stay and explore Konaha's shopping district, you're more than welcome. Jeriah turned to the Raikage. Lord Raikage, what should we do now? The fourth Raikage, though still recovering, was unbothered. We'll leave once I'm fully healed. For now, let's visit the shopping district. There's no sense in leaving empty-handed. Having spent time in Konaha, he was well aware of the treasures hidden in its commercial streets. Though Konaha wouldn't make it easy for the Raikage to return safely, they wouldn't allow other villages to harm him either. Uzumaki Chito's strategy was clear: sit back and watch the chaos unfold. The Raikage understood this but was powerless to change it. Shin Konoha's power was absolute, and Uzumaki Chito's authority was unparalleled. As the patriarchs of various clans toured Shin Konoha, they found themselves awestruck by the enormous ninja academy. With a facility this large, how many shinobi is Shin Konoha planning to train? Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 10. Many small clans and minor ninja villages lingered in Shin Konoha for a while, observing its wonders, before finally leaving. What? That's how much your ships charge? 3 times the usual rate. This is daylight robbery. Despite their protests, the ferry staff, led by Azuki working a part-time shift, responded with a calm smile. So, are you boarding or not? Azuki asked, her demeanor unflinching. Of course, we are, the travelers grumbled through forced smiles, hiding their frustration. Internally, they cursed Shin Konoha's extortionate prices, but outwardly, they dared not challenge the village's authority. Such was the reality under Shin Konoha's overwhelming strength. In the conference room, the atmosphere was serious as the leaders of Shin Konoha gathered. What about the others? Have they left yet? Tsunade asked, addressing the group. Nagato, a member of the Uzumaki clan, had been granted the privilege of attending the meeting. The 5 great ninja villages haven't left yet, Shizune reported, her tone composed. And the Hokage family remains here as well. Tsunade leaned back, frowning. Interesting. They must have some plans for dealing with Kumagakure. Konoha, of course, has its own agenda, but the Hokage family, could they be here for reconnaissance? It's unclear, Shizune replied, furrowing her brow. Hayashi has been wandering around Shin Konoha with Hanabi, seemingly inspecting the village. Inspecting. Tsunade's eyes narrowed before a sudden realization struck her. Could the Hokage family be considering joining Shin Konoha? Her expression darkened for a moment before she regained her composure. No word of this leaves this room, she instructed firmly. The implications of a bloodline limit clan like the Hokage family joining Shin Konoha would be massive. Such a move would only further solidify the new village's strength and reputation. A knock at the door interrupted the meeting. What is it? Tsunade asked. Cloud Village's ship has departed, came the quiet reply. The leaders exchanged glances before another knock followed shortly after. Uegakure and Tsunagakure have also left. And then another. Kirigakure has departed as well. The room erupted in smiles. Everything was proceeding as expected. It seems the real game is about to begin, someone remarked. Do you think Kumagakure can escape unscathed? And why is Konoha still here? What are they waiting for? Leave them be, Tsunade said, dismissing the matter. Konoha likely wants to observe their future opponents. They won't interfere directly. With the meeting adjourned, Tsunade began delegating responsibilities. Kakashi, Shin Konoha is under your charge. Guy, ensure the academy opens soon. Naruto, you need to start preparing yourself for the responsibilities of Hokage. She turned her gaze to Naruto. Write a detailed analysis of the Raikage auction specific to the purpose and effectiveness of each strategy. Being Hokage isn't just about strength, Naruto. You need to learn how to navigate political intrigue and leadership. Naruto nodded reluctantly, realizing the weight of his future role. Elsewhere in Shin Konoha, Jeriah and Danzo wandered the streets, observing the layout and architecture. It feels just like the old Konoha, Danzo remarked, his voice tinged with nostalgia. It reminds me of when Hiruzen and I were young. The world was chaotic, but the village itself was united. But this isn't Konoha, Jeriah countered. It may look similar, but our home is elsewhere. We should return. Danzo hesitated. What if I applied to live here? Do you think they'd let me stay? I don't need much, just a small shop to sell flowers and plants. That's all this old man asks for. Jeriah rolled his eyes. You're coming back with me, Danzo. No arguments. As they approached the village gates, they encountered Hayashi Hyuga preparing to leave. Hokage-sama, Hayashi greeted them politely, his expression carefully neutral. Jeriah studied him for a moment. Why hasn't the Hyuga family left yet? Hayashi hesitated before responding. Hanabi has taken a liking to Shin Konoha and refuses to return to Konoha with me. I'll have to head back alone for now. His tone carried an air of resignation. Family matters, no matter how personal, couldn't always be concealed. Jeriah nodded, understanding the complexities of clan dynamics, while Danzo observed Hayashi with a sly, knowing smile. The 3 men boarded the same ship to leave Shin Konoha, each carrying their own secrets and suspicions. From the horizon came a flash of fire, followed by the distant roar of explosions. The sounds of battle reached even Shin Konoha. It's begun, someone murmured, watching from the shore. Who knows who will emerge victorious? No matter who wins, the casualties will be immense, another replied. None of the villages will miss an opportunity to weaken Kyumigakuer. Among the residents of Konoha, a collective desire stirred. I wish we could see the battle up close. These are the strongest warriors from each village clashing. In their hearts, a question lingered. When will Konoha rise to become the strongest village in the ninja world, relying on more than just the power of Lord Chitō? At sea, the battlefield was chaos. The fourth Raikage stood on the deck of his ship, glaring at the two vessels surrounding him. His voice boomed with fury. You're provoking a war, an all-out ninja war. Jeriah, wielding his crescent-shaped staff, sneered. If we kill you here, there won't be a war. Only peace. Though they were both Kage, Jeriah was confident he could match the fourth Raikage's strength in combat. Moreover, he wasn't alone. On the second ship stood two more Kage, the ever-calculating Tsuchikage Noki S and the enigmatic deputy Kazekage, Cho. Do you think you can defeat me? The Raikage roared, his pride refusing to falter even under such overwhelming odds. Despite his bravado, the Raikage could feel the weight of the threat surrounding him. Even he had to admit this time, the odds weren't in his favor. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 11. When I return to Cloud Village, none of you will be able to escape. The fourth Raikage, felt a growing unease in his heart. Even if he managed to survive this battle, how many of the elite shinobi of Cloud Village would make it through? Hearing A's ominous statement, the Tsuchikage and Kazekage merely smirked. Cho stepped forward and said, we're not children anymore. Empty threats like that don't scare us. Noki of both scales, the Tsuchikage, wasted no time with words. He surged forward, his fist encased in stone, aiming directly at the fourth Raikage. Earth style, rock fist technique. Out of my way. A roared as lightning crackled around his arm. His thunder-imbued fist collided with Noki's rock fist, shattering it effortlessly. Not a single scratch marked his body. A smirked inwardly. All those years spent in Konoha weren't in vain. The fourth Raikage wasn't reckless. He didn't allow lightning to strike him without purpose. Each bolt of electricity he endured had been harnessed to stimulate and strengthen his body. Uzumaki Chitō, I bet you didn't anticipate that your punishment would become my strength. Seeing A easily neutralize his attack, Noki's pupils narrowed in alarm. Cho, Jeriah, what are you waiting for? Noki called out sharply. He knew he couldn't face A alone. This man had grown even stronger, a development that spelled disaster for the other villages. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Cloud Village became an unstoppable force. Without hesitation, Cho and Noki formed an alliance, launching a coordinated attack on the fourth Raikage. Meanwhile, Yujito Nii rushed toward Jeriah, the Mizu Kage. Among the Cloud Shinobi, she was likely the only one capable of handling him. Yujito entered the initial transformation of her tailed beast state, her body partially enveloped in the chakra of Matatabi, the two tails. A blue flame-like chakra danced around her form, and her eyes turned pure white. A single tail swayed ominously behind her. Perfect timing, Jeriah said with a smirk as he dashed toward her, his crescent moon staff sweeping toward her torso. Slash. The staff connected but barely left a mark, as Yujito's chakra quickly healed the wound. Such attacks are useless against me, she said, her voice calm and confident. In a flash, Yujito closed the distance between them, her hands transforming into sharp claws that raked toward Jeriah. Clang. The crescent moon staff met her claws in a clash of sparks, the sound of metal grinding against metal ringing through the battlefield. Meanwhile, Killer B tried summoning the Eight Tails chakra, but something was amiss. No matter how much he called for Jayaki, the Eight Tails, he received no response. Yo, Jayaki. What's going on? Why aren't you answering me? Killer B's usual cheer was replaced with concern as he turned to his brother. Big bro. I can't transform into the Eight Tails. The fourth Raikage's expression hardened. Killer B's perfect synchronization with the Eight Tails was a cornerstone of Cloud Village's strength. What do you mean you can't transform? A demanded. I still have some of the Eight Tails chakra in me, but Jayaki isn't here anymore, B said, his voice tinged with panic. A's eyes widened as the realization dawned on him. It's Uzumaki Chitō. He must have extracted the Eight Tails from you. The fourth Raikage clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in anger. He had no reason to doubt Killer B. The only plausible explanation was that Uzumaki Chitō had intervened. Konaha, you ruthless profiteers. Stop. A's voice thundered across the battlefield, commanding everyone to halt. But Noki and Cho weren't about to back down. I said, stop. A repeated, his voice colder this time. With his body fully encased in the lightning chakra mode, his speed and defense reached their zenith. His hair stood on end, and sparks crackled violently around him, a clear indication that he was ready to go all out. A vanished in a flash, appearing beside Noki and delivering a devastating kick that sent the old Tsuchikage flying. Before Noki could activate his earth style, added weight rock technique, A had already knocked him out of range. Noki staggered to his feet, his face twisted into a grin. Don't underestimate me, young man, Noki said, forming hand seals. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A beam of destructive energy shot toward A, disassembling part of his lightning chakra armor. A froze momentarily, realizing how close he had come to disaster. As expected of dust release, A muttered, his tone wary. He glanced at Noki with newfound respect but kept his guard up. Noki chuckled grimly, holding his waist as he straightened. Don't forget none of us became caged by being weaklings. The fourth Raikage nodded in grudging acknowledgement. He knew better than to underestimate someone like Noki, even in his old age. Yujito, Darui, Mabi fall back, A commanded. Yes, sir, the Cloud Shinobi responded in unison, retreating to the ship. Their eyes remained locked on the enemy, their hostility undiminished. Yagura, who had also halted his attack, narrowed his eyes at A. A growing unease gnawed at him. A, do you have any final words? Cho asked, her voice calm but her body tense, surrounded by his signature puppet. It's about the 8 tails, A said evenly. I'm sure you all understand what this means. His words hung in the air, sending a chill through everyone present. Are you trying to negotiate, or is this some kind of ploy? Noki asked, suspicion etched on his face. A's gaze hardened. It's a warning. As silence settled over the battlefield, Yagura's unease grew. Deep in his heart, he couldn't shake the feeling that something catastrophic was about to unfold. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 12. The fourth Raikage, A, looked at Yagura and suddenly chuckled, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. Yagura, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even told you yet. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I be in a hurry? Yagura snapped, his tone sharp and defensive. But you are trying to sow discord with your words? Without waiting for a reply, Yagura charged at A, his movements swift and deliberate. The chakra of the 3 tails surged into Yagura's body, wrapping him in a tailed beast cloak. Though his appearance remained human, the fiery energy emanating from him left no doubt about his intentions. Even during his fight with Yujito, Yagura hadn't used the 3 tails power. Now, the sudden activation of this chakra, and his focus on A as a target, raised suspicions. Noki and Cho both sensed that something was amiss. Yagura's hatred for the fourth Raikage seemed disproportionate, even personal. It was puzzling. Cloud Village and the Mist Village had no history of conflict. The Land of Water and the Land of Lightning were separated by an ocean, making large-scale battles between them nearly impossible. And yet, Yagura's current actions were fueled by an intensity that was hard to explain. A dodged Yagura's attack effortlessly, his expression calm but his mind racing. Are you so afraid of what I might say? A taunted, his voice carrying across the battlefield. Cho, Noki, aren't you curious? Both Cho and Noki exchanged glances, their suspicions deepening. They forced Yagura to retreat temporarily. Yagura, stand down, Noki commanded coldly, his sharp gaze shifting between Yagura and A. We also want to hear what A has to say. The atmosphere grew heavier with tension. What had initially seemed like a unified effort against the Raikage now felt like a fragile alliance on the brink of collapse. A studied Yagura for a moment before speaking, his voice deliberate and measured. Killer B no longer has the 8 tails within him. That's the truth. But sooner or later, we will retrieve what was taken from us no matter what it costs, A declared. Noki and Cho exchanged skeptical looks. Both found the idea of seeking vengeance against Shin Konoha absurd. Find trouble with that man? You'd have to be insane. They thought silently. A ignored their dismissive attitudes and pressed on. What I want to know is this: why did Mist Village suddenly stop bidding during Killer B's auction? It wasn't because you lacked the funds, was it? The fourth Raikage's words caused a stir. The economy of Mist Village isn't weaker than that of Cloud Village. 37 million ryo is hardly beyond your reach. Or. A paused, his eyes narrowing. Did you already know there were no 8 tails in Killer B's body? His accusations struck a nerve. Even though A hadn't attended the auction personally, Darui's recounting had left him with lingering doubts about Yagura's strange behavior that day. Yagura stiffened, his fists clenching. Even Terumi Mei and Ao, who stood behind him, glanced at their Mizu cage with suspicion. Mist Village had been declining under Yagura's leadership. Strange orders and internal strife had left the village fractured. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen had abandoned Mist Village. Noki and Cho shared a knowing look before turning their attention to Yagura. Yagura, explain yourself, Cho demanded, her voice cold and unyielding. There's nothing to explain. Why would you believe the words of an enemy? Yagura shot back, his voice tinged with panic. Deep within Yagura's mind, Uchiha Obito, the one secretly controlling him, felt a flicker of panic. This situation was spiraling out of control. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events and didn't know how to handle it. Seeing Yagura's uncharacteristic agitation, both Cho and Noki drew their own conclusions. There's no need for further explanation, A said confidently, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. Cloud Village couldn't afford to battle 3 ninja villages simultaneously. Even if they survived, the losses would be catastrophic. But now, with cracks forming in the alliance, A saw an opportunity to escape unscathed. He began retreating toward the ship with his subordinates, his eyes watchful of the tense standoff between the other villages. Sand Village, Stone Village, and Mist Village stood at odds, each unwilling to make the first move against A. Yagura, as the three-tails Jinchuriki, radiated raw power. Nokia's dust release was equally formidable, and Chiyo's 100 puppet was no less fearsome. The stalemate was unbreakable. None dared act rashly. Under their watchful eyes, Cloud Village successfully withdrew to the safety of their ships, the tension between the 3 remaining villages simmering beneath the surface. As Cloud Village disappeared into the distance, the alliance crumbled entirely. Each village began evacuating, though many cast distrustful glances at Yagura. His strange behavior had shaken their confidence in Mist Village's leadership. Far away, Uzumaki Chitō observed the scene with a faint smirk. What a pity, Chitō muttered, his tone laced with disappointment. If the strongest forces from 4 villages had clashed, that would have been truly entertaining. The blame, of course, lay with Uchiha Obito. Obito, still hidden within Yagura's subconscious, felt a cold sweat drip down his spine. His plans had unraveled spectacularly, all because of his overconfidence. Originally, 3 villages had been poised to cripple Cloud Village, leaving them in ruins. But thanks to his meddling, everything had fallen apart. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure descended upon Obito. It was Chito's unmistakable aura. The weight was unbearable, and Obito collapsed, trembling. Resistance wasn't an option. He didn't dare provoke Chito's wrath. Lord Chitō, I've made a mistake. It's my fault, Obito pleaded, his voice shaking as he knelt in submission. Chito's eyes burned with cold fury. There are things you can do, and things you shouldn't do. Don't think being clever will save you. Obito's head pressed low against the ground, his voice a frantic stream of apologies. Yes, Lord Chitō. I promise I'll never do it again. Chito's sharp gaze lingered on Obito before he finally relented. Death can be avoided, but punishment is inevitable. Reflect on your actions, and remember, don't test my patience again. With that, Chitō withdrew his oppressive aura. Obito remained on the ground, too afraid to look up. He's gone, but what will he do to me now? Obito wondered, dread pooling in his chest. He tried to stand but found his body unresponsive. A strange sound escaped his mouth, a bark. Obito's eyes widened in horror. No, this can't be. He had been transformed into a ninja dog. This wasn't a simple transformation jutsu, it was a permanent alteration, a cruel punishment. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 13. Changing the essence of life. This was undoubtedly a godlike ability to create life itself. The shock in Uchiha Obito's heart grew deeper and more profound. He had thought he understood Uzumaki Chito's strength, but the more he witnessed, the more he realized his understanding was no more than the tip of an unfathomable iceberg. Death can be avoided, but punishment is inevitable. He thought bitterly. But how long would this punishment will last? Hey, where did this little ninja dog come from? Little one, where's your master? Kakashi crouched down, his silver hair glinting under the sun as he eyed the small white-haired ninja dog with curiosity. Konaha hadn't started cultivating ninja dogs yet, so the presence of one here was odd. This little guy must have been abandoned, Kakashi muttered, his tone tinged with pity as he gently scooped up the small dog. Strangely, he felt a sense of closeness to it, as if an unspoken bond connected them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito was panicking internally. His body felt stiff, and he struggled to escape Kakashi's grasp. No. This is humiliating. Not only was I turned into a dog, but now I'm caught by Kakashi of all people. Let me go. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Wu Obito growled, the sound coming out as a threatening whimper, though it only made him seem more adorable in Kakashi's eyes. Are you hungry, little guy? Let's go get some ramen. Ichiraku ramen is the best, Kakashi said with a smile, cradling the dog closer. Ramen? A ninja dog doesn't eat ramen. No, wait, I don't eat ramen. Obito howled internally, squirming in Kakashi's arms. Woo, woo. Kakashi chuckled. All right, I'll take that as a yes. Let's go. I, Uchiha Obito, would rather starve to death than eat ramen with you, Kakashi. Ichiraku ramen. Yo, little guy, you've eaten 3 bowls already. Want another? The dog blinked up at Kakashi as he slurped down another noodle. I'm not eating because it's delicious. I'm eating to bankrupt you, Kakashi. That's the only reason. Obito gulped down more ramen, each bite tasting more heavenly than the last. Curse this ramen. It's so fragrant. Naruto, passing by, stared wide-eyed at the unusual sight. Whoa, Kakashi-sensei. Since when did you have a ninja dog that loves ramen? Kakashi chuckled. Found him outside. Must have been left behind by someone at the auction. He's got quite the appetite. The sight of a ninja dog eating ramen quickly became the talk of Konoha. Captain Kakashi's ninja dog is incredible. Even his pets are extraordinary, villagers whispered with admiration. From a distance, Uzumaki Chitō observed the scene, a faint smile on his lips. It seems this bond between Kakashi and Obito still exists, even under such strange circumstances. Chitō didn't intend to keep Obito in this state for long. But for now, it served as a chance to mend the broken relationship between the two former comrades. Meanwhile, the auction had concluded, and Konoha's financial reserves had surged to 70 million ryo. That's enough to complete every project with the best materials and decorations, Chitō mused, feeling satisfied with the progress. At the gates of Konoha, Nagato, seated in a wheelchair, was flanked by Konan, Haiden, and Kakuzu. They had come to bid farewell to Chitō. Grandpa, we're heading back, Nagato said respectfully. Chitō nodded knowingly. Aren't you going to settle down here in Konoha? Nagato smiled faintly. You know I can't. The Akatsuki is my responsibility, and I can't abandon it. Yahiko entrusted this dream to me, and I intend to see it flourish. Chitō regarded Nagato with a mix of pride and understanding. Men need their own paths. Naruto has Konoha, and you have the Akatsuki. Just remember Naruto and I are your family. No matter what, Konoha will always be your home. Nagato's expression softened. Thank you, Grandpa. Haiden stepped forward, bowing reverently. Lord Chitō, please allow me to create a statue in your honor. A god like you shouldn't have just one believer. Everyone should worship you. Chitō chuckled at Haiden's exuberance but saw no harm in the gesture. Very well. If it pleases you, Haiden, I leave this matter in your hands. Thank you, Lord Chitō. I won't let you down. Haiden exclaimed, bowing so low his forehead touched the ground. Kakuzu glanced at Haiden with a mix of disdain and exasperation. A true fanatic, he muttered under his breath. As the Akatsuki members departed, crossing through the land of fire back to the land of rain, Konoha settled into a brief moment of peace. But Chitō knew the ninja world was far from tranquil. In the Hokage's office, a black stone rested quietly on the desk. From within the stone, a wisp of black smoke coalesced, forming the spectral figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have Jeriah and Danzo returned yet? Hiruzen asked, addressing the shadow ninja stationed nearby. No, Hokage-sama. They have not, the ninja replied, his tone laced with hesitation. The former third Hokage's expression darkened. My good apprentice. Jeriah, have you and Danzo betrayed me? Sarutobi's voice grew cold. What of the patriarchs of the other clans? They're gone as well, sir, the shadow ninja admitted. Sarutobi's gaze shifted toward the land of whirlpools, his expression unreadable. Uzumaki Chitō, what exactly are you planning? Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 14. When Danzo and Jeriah returned to Konoha, they both knew Sarutobi Hiruzen would already have pieced together the situation. Anyone who could rise to the position of Hokage wasn't lacking in intelligence. The auction, combined with the activities of Konoha, left too many clues for a seasoned veteran like Sarutobi to miss. The Flying Thunder God mark on the invitation had seemed like an opportunity to return to Konoha quickly. However, they soon realized it was a one-way marker. There was no reverse Flying Thunder God technique embedded within it. As a result, it took Jeriah and Danzo 2 full days to return, and the other clan heads arrived back in Konoha at a similar pace. Was the auction fun? Sarutobi's tone was neutral, masking the turmoil in his heart as he addressed his former apprentice and longtime comrade. He wasn't sure how to approach them: anger, disappointment, or diplomacy. Konoha had already lost so much, and Sarutobi understood better than anyone that driving people away would only push the village closer to ruin. The other clan leaders were still en route, but Sarutobi had chosen to wait for Jeriah and Danzo's return first. These two were people he trusted, or at least, had trusted once. Danzo chuckled awkwardly, trying to avoid the question. Well. Sarutobi sighed, knowing he wouldn't get anything meaningful out of Danzo. The man was a master of evasion when it came to direct questions. Jeriah, Sarutobi said, turning to his former student. Tell me, what's your impression of that village? Sarutobi deliberately refused to name Konoha, referring to it only as that village. Acknowledging its legitimacy was a line he wasn't willing to cross. Jeriah hesitated for a moment before responding, his tone cautious. With the Uzumaki clan's resources and the wealth they've accumulated, that village has already established itself as a prototype of a great ninja village. And with this recent auction, they've gained another 70 million ryo in funding. I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Konoha wasn't just a fledgling village, it was a growing power that could rival Konoha itself. Sarutobi's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. As long as Konaha stands, no imitator will ever surpass us. He suppressed the anger bubbling within him, frustrated not only at Shin Konoha's rise but also at Jeriah's implied doubts about Konoha's future. Danzo interjected, his voice calm but pointed. Sarutobi, the reality is clear. Shin Konoha has the foundation to become a legitimate village, and soon, they'll seek official recognition. Sarutobi's pupils contracted. Recognition? You mean they'll seek to align themselves with a nation? Danzo nodded solemnly. Yes. For a village to be truly recognized, it needs a country's endorsement. And what better option than the Land of Fire? Sarutobi clenched his fists. The thought of Shin Konoha being legitimized under the Land of Fire was almost unbearable. Do you think they truly align with the Land of Fire, after everything? Sarutobi asked through gritted teeth. Danzo sighed. The Uzumaki clan's ties to the Land of Fire run deep. Chitō Uzumaki was the first Hokage's teacher, Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the fourth Hokage, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and even Kakashi, who defected, was the fourth Hokage's apprentice. Their lineage and connections are undeniable. He paused before adding, in terms of legitimacy, Shin Konoha arguably surpasses Konoha. Sarutobi remained silent, his jaw tight. Danzo continued, if Shin Konoha aligns itself with the Land of Fire, the other nations will see it as a direct threat to Konoha. It will inevitably lead to conflict, and only one of the two villages will survive. Jeriah frowned. Do you really think the other nations would stand by and allow Shin Konoha to rise unchallenged? They'd act, just like they did with Hands of the Salamander when he tried to claim the title of Kage. Danzo shook his head. You're underestimating the other villages. They don't care who wins, as long as the conflict weakens both sides. For them, it's a matter of interests, not allegiances. The room fell into a heavy silence. Sarutobi finally spoke, his voice low. If Shin Konoha seeks recognition under the Land of Fire, it will mean war. There's no room for two villages under the same banner. Either they merge, or one of them will be destroyed. Danzo nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in Shin Konoha, Naruto sat in a meeting room with Tsunade, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Why do we have to align with the Land of Fire? Naruto asked. Can't we choose another country? Tsunade sighed, leaning back in her chair. Unless you want to be called the Tsuchikage or Kazekage, you'll need to align with the Land of Fire to claim the title of Hokage. It's the only way to maintain the name and the legacy of the Hokage. Naruto frowned but didn't argue further. He understood Tsunade's point, but the thought of relying on the Land of Fire left a sour taste in his mouth. Tsunade continued, once the infrastructure of Shin Konoha is complete, we'll need formal recognition to solidify our position. That recognition will need to come from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 15. Formal recognition. Naruto scratched his head, his expression puzzled. These formalities were unfamiliar and somewhat esoteric to him. Tsunade sighed, recognizing Naruto's confusion. Having witnessed the intricacies of Konoha's succession ceremonies, she was well versed in the rules and regulations of legitimizing a village. It's like obtaining an official identity, Tsunade explained patiently. It means the Fire Nation formally recognizes Shin Konoha as a legitimate village. It doesn't hold much direct power, but it gives us protection on the surface. Other villages will have one less excuse to target us, and fewer enemies is always better. Naruto nodded slowly. He didn't fully grasp the finer details, but he understood the gist. So, basically, we need to visit the Fire Nation's daimyo and get them to officially recognize Shin Konoha, right? That's the idea, Tsunade confirmed. Her expression darkened slightly. But don't expect it to be smooth sailing. The old man the third Hokage won't let us get there easily. There will be resistance, possibly even battles. She tugged at her hair in frustration. Shin Konoha was still growing, and their resources were stretched thin. Every ninja had their hands full. Kakashi managed the garrison, ensuring Shin Konoha's safety. Might Guy, along with Iruka and Anko, taught at the academy, training the next generation. Even Hanabi, Tenten, and Rock Lee were busy honing their skills under Guy's rigorous mentorship. After considering the situation, Tsunade concluded, Naruto, this mission will fall to you. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Me? Alone? Yes, Tsunade replied, nodding firmly. This type of mission representing the village to a daimyo is classified as S-rank. When you complete it, you'll officially have your first solo S-rank mission under your belt. Naruto's surprise quickly turned into excitement. No problem. Leave it to me. His eagerness didn't escape Tsunade, though she still hesitated. Are you sure you don't want someone to go with you? I could pull Guy from his teaching duties to accompany you. Naruto shook his head confidently. No need. I can handle it alone. His enthusiasm stemmed from his growth during Shin Konoha's development. Naruto had pushed his limits, mastering the quasi-six-tailed state. Though he hadn't yet achieved perfect control, his power had increased significantly. He could now spar with Tsunade and hold his own, even suppressing her in some instances. If I ran into a Hokage or even Jeriah again, I wouldn't lose, Naruto thought with determination. And if things get too tough, I can always escape. As Naruto prepared to leave, Tsunade turned her attention to a voice that echoed in her mind. It was the ever-watchful Uzumaki Chitō. Are you sure it's wise to let Naruto go alone? She asked, her concern evident. Chito's voice was calm but resolute. The baby bird must learn to fly, not forever hide under the eagle's wing. Naruto has the strength to succeed, and it's time he tried. The next words nearly made Tsunade faint. I left 9 talisman jades embedded in his ninja belt. There's no one alive who can bully him now. Tsunade froze, her lips parting in shock. 9 talisman jades. That's enough to destroy the ninja world. Shaking her head with a mix of disbelief and amusement, she muttered, Lord Chitō, you truly are a doting grandpa. Naruto departed by waterway, heading toward the Land of Fire's territory. The journey required passing near Konaha, as the Land of Fire's daimyo mansion was situated a considerable distance from any village. Naruto could have avoided Konoha with a long detour, but he chose to travel directly, undeterred by the possibility of confrontation. Meanwhile, in the Land of Sound, Orochimaru stood in his laboratory, admiring his handiwork Sasuke Uchiha. The cursed seal of heaven was perfectly engraved onto Sasuke's body, the mark radiating dark energy from the back of his neck. With this, your combat power will increase significantly, Orochimaru mused, his voice filled with satisfaction. But remember, the second form comes with severe side effects. Use it sparingly. He released the chains restraining Sasuke. Almost immediately, Sasuke darted forward, his hand closing around Orochimaru's throat. Orochimaru coughed, his snake-like tongue flicking as he grinned. You wouldn't kill me, would you? Be warned, this power I've given you can just as easily be taken away. Sasuke's grip tightened momentarily before he released Orochimaru with a shove, sending him to the floor. Tell me where Naruto is, Sasuke demanded, his voice cold and unwavering. Orochimaru chuckled as he stood. Is it necessary? You've grown stronger, yes, but Naruto isn't weak. With Uzumaki Chito's training, he's... Stop wasting my time. Sasuke snapped. Tell me where he is, or I'll kill you right now. Orochimaru's grin widened. He knew Sasuke doubted his ability to retract the curse's power. After all, Orochimaru himself showed no signs of bearing the cursed seal. Fine, Orochimaru said, dusting himself off. Naruto is traveling to the Land of Fire's daimyo mansion. If you hurry, you can catch him. Without another word, Sasuke left the laboratory, heading toward the Land of Fire. Watching him leave, Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden eyes gleaming with malice. Lord Chitō, let's see who is stronger, my cursed seal or the Naruto you've trained. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 16. Niji stared at Sasuke's back, a mixture of shock and envy flickering in his pale eyes. Niji had witnessed Sasuke's power firsthand during their recent confrontation. Even from the sidelines, he could sense the immense energy surging within Sasuke's body, an energy that seemed almost untouchable. Orochimaru, that kind of power, can I have it too? Niji's unrelenting pursuit of strength burned as fiercely as that of anyone else, and seeing Sasuke wield such overwhelming force sparked a deep yearning within him. However, when Niji voiced his thoughts aloud, Orochimaru shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. That power is far too dangerous. I wouldn't dare use it on you, Orochimaru replied, his tone tinged with both caution and mockery. Besides, if I did, Lord Chitō would come after me herself. At the mention of Uzumaki Chitō, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with something akin to fear. The mere thought of his strength was enough to dissuade him from entertaining such a reckless experiment. You'd best focus on the path Lord Chitō has already laid out for you, Orochimaru advised, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized Niji's eyes. There's immense potential in the Byakugan. I can feel it. In time, it might rival, if not surpass, the Sharingan. Niji listened in silence, his pride slightly soothed by Orochimaru's words. His Byakugan, which had been subjected to countless experiments, were now more than just a tool, they were a gateway to something far greater. How are your eyes feeling now? Orochimaru asked, tilting his head as he observed Niji's reaction. There's no discomfort, Niji replied confidently. The rejection tests seem to be stabilizing. For months, Niji had undergone grueling experiments to replicate the power of the Byakugan. The process was painstaking, but at last, it seemed to bear fruit. The replicated Byakugan worked seamlessly, or so it seemed. Have you noticed any irregularities when using them? Orochimaru probed further, his curiosity evident. The replicated Byakugan's power is weaker than the original, Niji admitted, his tone laced with frustration. I can't tell if it's a limitation of the replication process or something else entirely. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, jotting down Niji's observations in a worn notebook. This was the third journal he had dedicated solely to Niji's experiments, a testament to the sheer volume of data collected. Understood. I'll refine the replication process and test a fusion of the Byakugan to see if the results improve, Orochimaru said, closing the notebook with a sharp snap. The room fell silent as Niji mulled over his next steps. The power he sought was within reach, but the journey to claim it was fraught with obstacles. Meanwhile, in the land of fire, Naruto Uzumaki set foot on familiar soil. The last time he had been here was during the Chunin exams, but much had changed since then. Naruto was no longer the same boy who had left Konoha. His strength had grown exponentially, and his presence now carried a weight that was impossible to ignore. As he disembarked from the boat, Naruto headed straight for the daimyo's mansion. His steps were purposeful, his resolve unshakable. Yet, unknown to him, his arrival had already been reported to Konoha by the Anbu stationed at the port. He's alone, as expected of the son of the fourth Hokage, Jeriah mused aloud, a mix of pride and worry etched on his face. The thought of Uzumaki Chitō, the powerful figure backing Naruto, tempered his concern. With a guardian like him, it's no wonder he's so fearless, Jeriah added with a resigned sigh. Danzo, standing nearby, scoffed. No matter how strong Uzumaki Chitō is, he can't shield him forever. One day, Naruto will be vulnerable, and that's when we strike. A third voice interrupted, its tone seething with resentment. A clone can only protect him for so long. Uzumaki Chitō won't always be there to save him. The speaker was none other than the spirit of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Though trapped in the ethereal plane, his hatred for the Uzumaki Chitō had not diminished. His translucent form hovered near the others, his frustration evident as he slammed a phantom fist onto an invisible surface. All of this is his fault, Hiruzen growled, his spectral eyes burning with malice. Danzo, sensing an opportunity, suggested a plan. Let the Inyuzuka clan take the lead. Inyuzuka Kaiba injuries and subsequent death happen by Naruto's hand. They have every reason to act, and their involvement will shield us from direct suspicion. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, his ghostly figure trembling with pent-up rage. The Inyuzuka clan will serve as the perfect pawns. Let them exact their revenge, and when the time is right, we will finish what they start. An asterisk, they actually mentioned this earlier, but I thought it is translation error, since I wouldn't imagine Naruto to straight up killed Kaiba, so here I edited again saying that Naruto injured Kaiba, and since there is no figure like Tsunade around, Kaiba finally die. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 17. Jeriah let out a weary sigh, running a hand through his untamed white hair. Despite officially holding the title of the 5th Hokage, he often felt like little more than a messenger for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who still acted as if he were the true leader of Konoha. This unspoken dynamic cast a shadow over the Hokage's office, an oppressive weight Jeriah found difficult to shake. He leaned back in his chair, his mind spinning as he considered the situation. After careful thought, he couldn't find fault with Sarutobi's decisions, even if they left him feeling sidelined. Call Shikaku, Jeriah finally instructed, his voice steady despite his internal frustration. Let's hear what he thinks about Shin Konoha this time. The Nara clan had long been Konoha's intellectual backbone, known for their unparalleled strategic minds. Shikaku Nara, the clan's current leader, had served as a trusted advisor to Sarutobi during his tenure as Hokage. Jeriah hoped Shikaku could provide the clarity he desperately needed. Meanwhile, Naruto was making his way through the dense forests of the Land of Fire. His path was anything but smooth. Hidden obstacles and ambushes had been meticulously laid by Konoha's operatives, all aimed at derailing his mission. Their goal was clear, to discredit Shin Konoha and prevent its legitimacy from taking root. Naruto had already encountered several groups of ninja from the ANBU and Root factions. While their individual strength didn't pose much of a threat, their relentless attacks began to take a toll. Wave after wave, they came at him with little regard for their own lives. Their sheer numbers and persistence were wearing him down. This was supposed to be simple. Naruto thought, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he sent another ninja flying with a well-placed kick. Yet even as he struck, more appeared, seemingly endless. He gritted his teeth and summoned a raised nan, slamming it into the ground where the defeated ninja had vanished, leaving behind a crater. Surround him. His chakra reserves are running low, one of the Konoha ninjas shouted, emboldened by Naruto's visible exhaustion. But by the time they advanced, Naruto had already vanished, leaving behind only a smoldering log. Substitution jutsu, one of the ninjas muttered in frustration as they realized their target had slipped away yet again. Back at the Hokage's office, 2 clan leaders had arrived after being summoned for an urgent meeting. Inyuzuka, the leader of the Inyuzuka clan, lounged on the sofa, her arms crossed as she waited. She had always been outspoken and brash, traits that often clashed with the reserved and calculating Nara Shikaku, who entered the office moments later. "Tsum, you're here too?" Shikaku asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Of course," Tsum replied, her voice booming. "Hokage-sama called me." Looks like we're here for the same reason, Naruto Uzumaki. At the mention of Naruto's name, Shikaku's expression darkened. Naruto. He murmured, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. The regret in his tone was unmistakable. Both leaders had recently visited Uzumaki Chitō's burgeoning village in the land of whirlpools. What they saw there had left a lasting impression. Konoha was no ordinary settlement. Its infrastructure rivaled, and in some cases surpassed, that of Konoha itself. What was even more unsettling was the number of former Konoha ninjas who had defected to join Konoha's ranks. It was a slow but undeniable erosion of Konoha's foundation. 1,000 miles of embankments can crumble from an ant's nest, Shikaku muttered, his voice low but weighted with meaning. He had come to this meeting not just to discuss Naruto, but to urge Jeriah to take decisive action. The longer Konoha hesitated, the stronger Konoha would become. As Shikaku's thoughts churned, a cold wind swept through the office, signaling the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen's spectral form. The former Hokage's translucent figure drifted into the room, followed closely by Jeriah and Danzo. Neither Shikaku nor Tsum appeared surprised by this spectral appearance. Uzumaki Chitō's resurrection of Sarutobi Hiruzen was an open secret in Konoha, one that carried its own set of controversies. Both leaders quickly stood out of respect as Jeriah entered. Despite the tension in the room, it was clear that this was a critical moment for Konoha. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 18. You're all here, sit down. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, his tone authoritative despite his spectral form. His actions bordered on overstepping his bounds, a fact that didn't escape Nara Shikaku. The strategist sighed inwardly, already anticipating this turn of events. Sarutobi Hiruzen's continued influence as a former Hokage, especially in his current resurrected state, had become a growing issue in Konoha. His presence represented an unspoken struggle for power, a lingering shadow over Jeriah's nominal leadership as the fifth Hokage. Yet Jeriah, loyal to his teacher, continued to tolerate Sarutobi's interference. Without this deference, the fragile balance within Konoha might have unraveled long ago. Jeriah cast a brief glance at the two clan leaders, nodding and gesturing for them to take their seats. Sarutobi, however, paid no heed to Jeriah's gesture. Floating toward Inyuzuka and Nara Shikaku, he handed them a document. This village, built by traders, is planning to apply to the daime of the Land of Fire for official recognition, Sarutobi announced coldly. I want to know your thoughts on this matter. The document detailed Konoha's motives, actions, and ultimate goals. Shikaku's brow furrowed as he schemed the report. His worst fears were materializing sooner than expected. He had known that, eventually, Konoha would seek legitimacy. Yet the speed with which the village had developed was astonishing. In just a year, its infrastructure was not only completed but already rivaled that of Konoha itself. Shikaku, what's your take on this? Sarutobi asked, his gaze sharp and piercing. Shikaku smiled bitterly, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. He knew that whenever complex issues arose, the village would look to him for answers. But with Konoha and Uzumaki Chitō involved, even his intellect struggled to find a solution. Third Hokage-sama, Shikaku began cautiously, as long as Uzumaki Chitō is backing Konoha, any attempts to obstruct them will likely be futile. Sarutobi's expression darkened, and his tone turned harsh. Forget about Uzumaki Chitō. For now, pretend his name doesn't exist. Shikaku hesitated before continuing. Even if we set Uzumaki Chitō aside, Naruto's strength alone is formidable. Ordinary ninjas won't stand a chance against him. Frankly, Hokage-sama, it might require your personal intervention to handle him. He paused, his voice growing more somber. Judging by Naruto's recent record, his abilities are already approaching Kage level. If he takes one more step forward, he could very well attain the strength to lead a village as its Kage. Shikaku's assessment wasn't exaggerated. In truth, Naruto's rapid growth over the past year suggested he might already possess shadow-level combat capabilities. Jeriah, who had fought Naruto firsthand, silently nodded in agreement. So, you're saying there's no way to deal with him? Sarutobi demanded, his eyes narrowing like a hawk's. His tone carried an edge of frustration, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. It's not impossible, Shikaku admitted cautiously, but our options are limited. Hyuga Hayashi, Hokage-sama, and Danzo-sama might stand a chance. Additionally, the combined efforts of the Inoshika Ch trio could offer a viable strategy. Shikaku paused for a moment before adding, but the odds are slim, even with our best efforts. At this, Inyuzuka-tsu's temper flared. She slammed her palm onto the table, glaring at Shikaku. Shikaku, are you saying the Inyuzuka clan isn't capable of handling this? Shikaku sighed, choosing his words carefully. Tsum, you know as well as I do that the Inyuzuka clan's strengths lie in tracking, reconnaissance, and vigilance, not direct combat. This isn't about undermining your clan's value, it's about assessing our resources realistically. Tsum growled under her breath but said no more, recognizing the truth in Shikaku's statement. even if it stung her pride. Sarutobi's gaze shifted to Denzo, who had remained silent throughout the meeting. Denzo. Sarutobi called, his voice sharp and commanding. Denzo sat slumped in his chair, his eyes half closed as if he were on the verge of dozing off. He barely acknowledged the question, his lack of urgency only adding to the tension in the room. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 19. Denzo, startled by the sudden sound, straightened instinctively, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. What were we talking about again? Oh, right, if it's over, I'll be taking my leave, Denzo said with an air of indifference. He dusted off his robes and stood, clearly eager to extricate himself from the conversation. He had no interest in getting involved in any plans to confront Konoha. The growing power of Uzumaki Chitō and the strength of Naruto Uzumaki had made it clear that direct conflict was a gamble he wasn't willing to take. Denzo, how about you personally handle Naruto Uzumaki? Sarutobi's tone sharpened, refusing to let Denzo slip away so easily. The elder's gaze bore into him. When did you become so hesitant, Denzo? Since when have you avoided taking action? Denzo hesitated, his expression shifting to one of feigned regret. Hiruzen, you know my old ailments are acting up again. My back pain has gotten unbearable. Sarutobi's lips curled in a wry smile. Shall I call for Konoha's medics, then? No need. Denzo quickly countered, waving his hands dismissively. I'll just head home to rest. You all continue without me. Without waiting for a response, Denzo turned and strode toward the door, his movements brisk and deliberate. He pushed the office door open and exited without a backward glance, leaving the others behind. The audacity of his departure hung in the air, leaving Sarutobi visibly irritated. The remaining attendees Jeriah, Narashikaku, and Inyuzuka exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and suppressed amusement. None dared to laugh outright, though the temptation was palpable. Sarutobi exhaled heavily, shaking his head. Coward, he muttered under his breath, turning his attention back to the matter at hand. The room grew quiet once more, the weight of the conversation returning. Sarutobi's gaze lingered on Narashikaku, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Shikaku, Sarutobi began, his voice calm but firm, do you have any alternative strategies? Shikaku furrowed his brow, his mind working quickly. There is one other option, he admitted cautiously, but it's unconventional. Let's hear it, Sarutobi prompted, leaning forward slightly. Shikaku hesitated before explaining. If we can't stop Naruto directly, we could focus on the daimyo. Without the daimyo's approval, Konoha cannot gain official recognition. We could disrupt the daimyo's involvement to delay or even prevent their legitimization. Sarutobi shook his head almost immediately. The agreement between Konoha and the daimyo of the Land of Fire has stood since the founding of the village. We've always operated under a mutual non-interference policy. Tampering with the daimyo could destabilize that delicate balance. What if no one knows it's Konoha's doing? Shikaku countered, his tone measured but deliberate. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite himself. Shikaku continued, the Akatsuki organization has been operating prominently in recent years, particularly in the Land of Rain. If we were to contract them, it could create plausible deniability. They're known for taking on missions of all kinds, and their involvement would mask Konoha's hand in the matter. Sarutobi's eyes lit up with recognition. The Akatsuki. He mused. The mention of the organization seemed to spark an idea. Sarutobi recalled that Uchiha Itachi, one of Konoha's most skilled operatives, was embedded within the Akatsuki as a double agent. This connection made the plan even more appealing. That could work, Sarutobi agreed after a moment's consideration. Shikaku, you'll handle the arrangements. Contact the Akatsuki and ensure the daimyo is temporarily indisposed. The decision was made, and the weight of the directive hung heavily on Shikaku's shoulders. What Sarutobi didn't realize was that the Akatsuki had already formed an alliance with Konoha, rendering this plan far more complicated than he anticipated. As the meeting concluded, Jeriah lingered for a moment, his expression troubled. Shikaku, he said quietly, why did you suggest that plan? Shikaku turned to him, a faint, tired smile on his lips. Jeriah, do you really think the third Hokage would have let me leave this room without offering a solution? If I hadn't spoken up, we'd still be here debating, and I doubt any of us would have left unscathed. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 20. There are some things you just can't avoid. The Nara clan is deeply rooted in Konoha. As long as they remain part of the village, there are responsibilities they cannot escape. Nara Shikaku stood calmly, his expression steady but serious. Jeriah, my duty is to protect the daimyo and maintain the stability of Konoha. He didn't elaborate further. Some truths didn't need explaining, they were simply understood. Yet, it was clear that Jeriah hadn't fully broken free from his rigid way of thinking. Meanwhile, the Inyuzuka clan had been mobilized. Their mission, intercept Naruto, hinder his advance, and buy time for Konoha to establish contact with the Akatsuki organization. Naruto was growing increasingly frustrated. No matter how careful he was, it seemed like someone was always on his trail. What's going on? Why do they always find me so easily? Once again, Naruto found himself evading a group of Konoha shinobi, his mind clouded with confusion. His movements, once calculated and elusive, now seemed predictable. The pursuers weren't trying to fight him directly anymore, they were restricting his movements, closing in and confining him to a specific range. This isn't right. They're not trying to stop me outright. They're just stalling. Naruto's sharp instincts told him something bigger was at play. He clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. No, I can't waste any more time. I need to reach the Land of Fire Daimyo Mansion before it's too late. I won't let them derail me. With his resolve strengthened, Naruto burst out of his hiding place. Outside, several shadowy figures patrolled the area, their eyes scanning for any sign of him. Naruto's sudden emergence startled them, but they recovered quickly. There he is. Don't let him get away, one of them shouted. Within seconds, a barrage of ninjutsu and ninja tools was unleashed in Naruto's direction. 6 tails of chakra materialized behind him, swaying ominously. A surge of power coursed through his body, and Naruto felt like he had entered a new state of being. The past days of constant skirmishes and near escapes had helped him stabilize this form. Now, his strength was far more terrifying than before. Fine, Naruto muttered coldly. If they want to push me, I won't hold back anymore. His expression hardened, his resolve unwavering. Naruto had initially hoped to one day merge Konoha into his vision of a new, unified village. But the relentless attacks from Konoha's forces showed that they had no intention of working with him. Raise Nan. Naruto charged at the shinobi, his Raise Nan blazing with overwhelming energy. He slammed it into the nearest group of attackers, the spiraling chakra obliterating everything in its path. The sheer force of the attack left nothing behind but devastation. The air was thick with the aftermath of his power, and Naruto himself stood momentarily stunned. I didn't realize, the Raise Nan could be this strong now, he murmured, his eyes wide as he looked at the destruction he had caused. The ninjas were paralyzed with fear, their confidence shattered. Taking advantage of the chaos, Naruto quickly vanished into the forest. After circling back to the area and ensuring he hadn't been followed, Naruto found a secluded spot to rest. His mind raced with questions. The enemy had been far too effective at tracking him lately, and he needed to uncover how they were doing it. He didn't have to wait long. Moments later, the faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Someone was approaching. Naruto concealed himself deeper in the shadows, his chakra suppressed to the bare minimum. What's the situation? Weren't we only supposed to delay him? A rough voice asked. Emerging into view was a sturdy man with 2 distinct fang-shaped markings on his cheeks. Naruto immediately recognized him as a member of the Inyuzuka clan. It's no longer just about delaying, the man continued. We need to ensure he doesn't get anywhere near the daimyo. Beside him, a large ninja dog padded forward. The Inyuzuka clan shinobi knelt down, gesturing toward the ground. Akamaru, find his scent, he commanded. The canine, known as Akamaru, lowered its snout to the earth, sniffing intently. Its ears twitched as it caught traces of Naruto's presence. So, it's the Inyuzuka clan, Naruto thought, his eyes narrowing. No wonder they've been able to find me so easily. Having spent years in Konoha, Naruto was familiar with the strengths of its major clans. The Inyuzuka clan, renowned for their ninja dogs, excelled in tracking and reconnaissance. Konoha's security and search operations often relied heavily on their expertise. Naruto cursed himself for not realizing this sooner. His hiding tactics had been futile against the Inyuzuka's sharp senses. As Akamaru sniffed the air, Naruto silently weighed his options. The situation was becoming more precarious by the minute. If he didn't find a way to counter the Inyuzuka's tracking, his movements would remain predictable. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 21. Looks like I'll have to deal with this ninja dog first. Naruto thought, his gaze fixed on the ninja dog sniffing the ground below. His hand moved cautiously, a small Raise Nan beginning to form in his palm. He couldn't afford to gather too much chakra. Any sudden surge in energy would surely alert the Inyuzuka team to his presence. Akamaru, what's the situation? Inyuzuka Kenta asked impatiently, watching his ninja dog closely. Akamaru tilted its head, sniffing the air with increasing intensity. Something felt off. The scent it was tracking seemed to linger in one place, as if its target hadn't moved at all. This doesn't make sense, Inyuzuka muttered, his brows furrowing in concern. Could it be that we've lost Naruto Uzumaki? Akamaru hesitated, circling the area beneath Naruto's hiding spot. The ninja dog's instincts told it the trail was fresh, but the scent's static nature created a sense of confusion. Above them, Naruto's eyes gleamed with determination. This is my chance. The raised nan in his hand solidified, and with a swift movement, he launched it toward his unsuspecting target. Inyuzuka instincts flared, and he shouted in alarm, Akamaru, get out of the way. But it was too late. The raised nan struck with precision, colliding with the ninja dog before it could react. The miniature raised nan lacked raw destructive power, but its concentrated force was highly penetrative. It tore through Akamaru's body, leaving a deep wound that bled profusely. Akamaru let out a pained whimper as it collapsed to the ground, its body trembling. Blood pooled beneath it, and its breathing grew shallow. Naruto didn't linger. His goal was clear, incapacitate the dog to sever its ability to track him. Without the dog, the Inyuzuka team would lose their edge. With a cold sneer, Naruto leapt away, vanishing into the dense forest. Inyuzuka knelt beside his fallen companion, his hands trembling as he assessed the damage. His heart burned with anger as he watched Naruto's figure disappear into the distance. Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki, he roared, his voice echoing through the woods. To the Inyuzuka clan, their ninja dogs were more than just tools, they were trusted partners, comrades they entrusted with their lives. Seeing Akamaru injured so gravely ignited a fury that burned brighter than any professional obligation. Yet despite his rage, Inyuzuka knew the situation was beyond his control. Akamaru needed immediate medical attention, and the team's mission to delay Naruto could no longer continue. But don't think this is over, Naruto Uzumaki. He thought bitterly. Konoha won't rely on just one team to stop you. Cradling Akamaru in his arms, Inyuzuka retreated toward a nearby supply point, where the dog's wounds could be treated. Naruto moved swiftly through the forest, putting as much distance as possible between himself and his pursuers. Though he had escaped for now, he knew his troubles were far from over. Konoha will have more defenses up ahead. He thought grimly. Getting to the daimyo's mansion won't be easy. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Chitō observed the unfolding events through his talisman jade, his sharp eyes carefully analyzing Naruto's decisions and movements. He nodded to himself, impressed. Naruto had handled the situation well, avoiding unnecessary reliance on external help. His tactical decision to incapacitate the ninja dog had been both efficient and effective. He's growing, Chitō murmured, a hint of pride in his voice. Initially, he had anticipated that Naruto might use the talisman jade to request assistance, but his resolve to handle the situation on his own spoke volumes about his development. Chitō turned his attention to the others in the room. Tsunade, Kakashi, he called, motioning for them to step forward. Take a look at this. Tsunade folded her arms as she studied the talisman jade's projections. Konoha's tactics are strange, she remarked. Delaying Naruto's progress like this, do they really think it'll stop Shin Konoha from gaining legitimacy? Kakashi, holding his own ninja dog, Obito, in his arms, scratched his head thoughtfully. To be honest, it feels unnecessary. But knowing Konoha, this kind of strategy has the Nara clan written all over it. Tsunade nodded in agreement. That does sound like something Shikako would come up with. Still, there's a sense of desperation in their actions. It makes me wonder if they're hiding something more. Kakashi's masked face revealed little, but his tone carried a hint of unease. It's possible. Konoha might have a deeper plan in motion, something we haven't seen yet. At that moment, Obito barked softly, trying to interject. Woo-woo. Chitō chuckled, his lips curving into a rare smile. What is it? You have something to say. Obito barked again, wagging his tail with determination. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 22. Obito, that had been transformed into a ninja dog, barked incessantly at Uzumaki Chito's side, its tone carrying an air of urgency. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, his expression betraying a mix of embarrassment and concern. He leaned down and tried to cover Obito's mouth, but the dog playfully nipped at his hand, causing Kakashi to jerk it away. Chitō-sama, this. Kakashi hesitated, worried that the ninja dog's antics might annoy him. He knew all too well that Uzumaki Chito's patience had limits, and he feared the consequences if he decided to dismantle Obito on a whim. It's fine, Uzumaki Chitō said with a faint smile, waving off Kakashi's concerns. This ninja dog is rather amusing. Kakashi blinked in surprise. It was rare for Chitō to show such leniency, let alone humor, in a situation like this. What Obito was saying, however, wasn't entirely nonsensical. Uzumaki Chitō, through his abilities, could hear Obito's barks translated into coherent human speech. Konoha has two options, Obito explained, his voice resonating in Chitō's mind. They can either stop Shin Konoha directly or prevent the Daime of the Land of Fire from approving. The latter could be achieved through the Daime's disappearance or incapacitation. Of course, he continued, killing the Daime outright wouldn't be as effective. There would simply be a successor to take his place. But if he were to vanish mysteriously, things could become far more complicated. Uzumaki Chitō nodded thoughtfully, his sharp mind piecing together the strategy Konoha was likely to employ. Obito's analysis was surprisingly precise, and he couldn't help but acknowledge its clarity. Well done, Obito, Chitō said, communicated with Obito with his power, his tone carrying a hint of approval. For this, I'll reduce your punishment time by 1 month. Obito barked excitedly, wagging his tail in gratitude. Woo woo woo. Chitō chuckled softly. Yes, yes, you're welcome. Now, let's move on. Kakashi, Tsunade, you're dismissed for now. We'll monitor the situation and intervene only if necessary. Kakashi and Tsunade exchanged confused glances but chose to trust Chito's judgment. As Kakashi picked up Obito and prepared to leave, a thought struck the transformed ninja dog. Wait. How long is my punishment in the first place? Obito wondered, his ears twitching nervously. He realized Chitō hadn't specified the total duration, leaving him uncertain if the reduction was significant at all. He wouldn't extend it randomly, would he? He tried to reassure himself, though his doubts lingered. Elsewhere, Naruto continued his journey, only to encounter another group of pursuers. This time, it was another team from the Inyuzuka clan. They must have sent them because of the earlier incident with Inyuzuka Kenta. Naruto thought grimly. The Inyuzuka clan had fortified their defensive efforts, leaving little room for Naruto to maneuver. To make matters worse, this team wasn't acting alone, they were accompanied by a sealing squad specifically trained to counter the power of tailed beasts. Their strategy was clear. Even if they couldn't overpower Naruto, they aimed to stall him long enough for reinforcements to arrive or for other plans to unfold. They're not trying to win, they just want to delay me. The relentless chase began anew. Naruto weaved through the dense forest, dodging traps and evading attacks. But no matter how far he ran, the pursuers were never far behind. Nine-Tail, Naruto called out to the Nine-Tail sealed within him, is there anything you can do to help? The Nine-Tails chuckled darkly, its deep voice echoing in Naruto's mind. If you unleash all my power, you'll crush them easily. And with Chitō around, you won't need to worry about the consequences. Naruto frowned, his expression serious. I'm not going to trouble Chitō-sama over something like this. I need to handle this myself. The Nine-Tails snorted but said nothing. This brat. Always so stubborn. It thought. Naruto's resolve burned brightly. I want to become Hokage someday. That means I can't always rely on others to fight my battles for me. If I can't handle these small challenges, how can I face greater ones? The Nine-Tails muttered under its breath but didn't argue further. Deep down, the Nine-Tails harbored its own thoughts. Humph. This kid doesn't even realize Chitō left 9 talisman jades with him. Each one can summon a clone. If he used even one, he'd be nearly unstoppable. It clicked its tongue in frustration. I wouldn't mind having one of those talismans myself, but this idiot doesn't know how valuable they are. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Uzumaki Chitō was closely monitoring his progress. His talisman jade displayed a live projection of his movements and decisions. He smiled faintly, impressed by his determination. He's growing into someone reliable, he murmured. The Nine-Tails, aware of Chitō's watchful gaze, muttered begrudgingly, I get it. I get it. No need to remind me to stay quiet. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 23. Alas, what a stubborn protector, the Nine-Tails sighed, its voice heavy with a mixture of exasperation and resignation. Uzumaki Chitō's protective nature spanned generations. From Kushina to Naruto, Chitō had always stood as an unwavering shield. His strength was legendary, and his determination to protect his cubs remained unparalleled, no matter the opposition. Naruto, meanwhile, ignored the Nine-Tails' grumblings and unfolded a map of the Land of Fire. His fingers traced possible routes, searching for a path that would allow him to evade Konoha's ninja. There has to be a way around them. He thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. Elsewhere, Sasuke Uchiha was having his own troubles with the Konoha forces. Standing on a ridge, he surveyed the area below, where a patrol of Konoha ninja moved with precision, their eyes scanning for any sign of their targets. Sasuke's lips twisted into a grimace. Why are there so many Konoha ninja here? As he moved to avoid detection, one of the ninjas caught sight of him. Recognition flashed across their faces. That's Sasuke Uchiha, one of them shouted, and in an instant, the group prepared for confrontation. Sasuke clicked his tongue in irritation. The moment he engaged with them, he knew they would label him a traitor. Still, he couldn't afford to be delayed. This is such a pain, he muttered under his breath, his eyes flashing red with the Sharingan. With swift movements, he dispatched the nearest pursuers, buying himself time to escape. The news of Sasuke's appearance quickly reached Konoha's Hokage office, where Jeriah sat reviewing reports. Sasuke Uchiha has officially abandoned the village, Jeriah announced, his tone laced with disappointment as he read the update aloud. Denso, seated nearby, leaned back in his chair with a smug expression. I warned you this would happen, he said. The old man always had a soft spot for the Uchiha, but I knew they couldn't be trusted, the lot of them. Jeriah sighed, his frustration evident. It's pointless to dwell on the past, Denso. What's done is done. Right now, we have to focus on the present. Denso took a leisurely sip of tea, his demeanor unbothered despite the gravity of the situation. According to the latest intelligence, Jeriah continued, Sasuke's strength may have reached Quasi-Kage level. Denso raised an eyebrow. Quasi-Kage? Impressive, but not unexpected. Given Naruto's rapid growth, it's only natural that Sasuke would reach a similar level. What do you propose we do? Jeriah asked, his gaze narrowing as he studied Denso's relaxed posture. Denso placed his cup down with deliberate slowness. Reports suggest Sasuke is heading toward Naruto. If they meet, the outcome could go one of two ways. Friends or foes? Jeriah ventured, leaning forward. Denso's lips curled into a sly smile. Exactly. The question is whether they'll join forces or fight each other. Either outcome has significant implications for Konoha. And if they become allies? Jeriah pressed, his tone serious. Denso's smile disappeared, replaced by a steely glint in his eyes. If they join forces, Konoha's situation will grow even worse. But if they're enemies, Sasuke could be used as a weapon, a sword wielded against Naruto and Shin Konoha. Jeriah frowned, understanding the underlying ruthlessness in Denso's words. His disdain for the Uchiha clan was well known, and his willingness to exploit them remained unchanged. Sasuke's Sharingan is a double-edged sword, Denso continued. Dangerous, yes, but if controlled properly, it could become an asset to Konoha. Jeriah remained silent, processing the implications. Denso's strategy was cold and calculating, but it was undeniably effective. Very well, Jeriah said after a long pause. I'll instruct the Anbu department to monitor Sasuke's movements. We need to know the outcome of their meeting, whether they'll stand together or clash as enemies. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 24. Naruto had meticulously planned his route, choosing a long and winding path to avoid the blockade of Konoha's ninja. Every step brought him closer to his goal, the Daimyo's mansion, but the journey was far from uneventful. As he moved through the forest, the sharp whistle of metal cutting through the air caught his attention. A shuriken landed mere inches from his feet, embedding itself into the ground with a cold, menacing gleam. Who's there? Naruto demanded, his senses heightened. The tailed beast cloak shimmered into existence, enveloping him in its protective aura. A raised nan began forming in his palm, its energy humming with potential. From the shadows of the trees, a figure stepped forward, the faint smirk on their lips betraying a mix of arrogance and amusement. Naruto's eyes widened. Sasuke. Sasuke stood there, exuding an aura that was both familiar and entirely foreign. His expression was one of cold indifference, but there was something darker, more menacing about him now. I finally found you, Sasuke said, his voice carrying an unsettling calm. This time, Naruto, I'm going to defeat you. Naruto took a cautious step back, studying his former classmate. The aura surrounding Sasuke was far more intense than it had been the last time they met. Beneath his calm exterior, Naruto could sense a terrifying power, one that hadn't been there before. What are you doing here, Sasuke? Why now? Naruto asked, his tone a mix of confusion and suspicion. Sasuke's smirk deepened. Why? To test my power, of course. Orochimaru has given me something special. Something that makes me stronger than ever. As he spoke, black markings began to spread across his skin, crawling like living veins from the curse mark on his neck. The transformation was unsettling, the dark energy radiating from him palpable. I had this power transplanted in Orochimaru's lab, Sasuke continued, his voice laced with malice. Now I'm stronger than you could ever imagine. Come on, Naruto. Fight me. Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke moved. His speed was blinding, far beyond anything Naruto had anticipated. In an instant, he closed the distance between them and delivered a punch to Naruto's tailed beast cloak. Though the attack didn't pierce the cloak's defense, the sheer force of it sent Naruto skidding backward. You've improved, Naruto admitted, his voice steady despite the situation. But you're not the only one who's gotten stronger. Naruto's mind raced. He didn't want to waste time in a meaningless fight, not when the mission was so critical. Yet Sasuke's presence made it clear he wasn't going to let him pass easily. I need to find a way around him. Fighting here will only delay me further. Naruto thought. With a quick series of hand seals, Naruto unleashed his signature technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A swarm of clones erupted from his body, scattering in every direction. Naruto mixed himself among them, hoping to slip past Sasuke unnoticed. But Sasuke had anticipated this. He raised his hand, and arcs of electricity began crackling around him. In a flash, the air was filled with a dense web of lightning, each strand sizzling with lethal energy. One by one, Naruto's clones disintegrated as they touched the web. The forest echoed with the sounds of dissipating shadow clones, leaving the real Naruto standing amidst the chaos. Damn it, Naruto muttered. Holding the raised nan in his hand, he charged at the web, smashing through it with sheer force. The lightning dispersed, but Sasuke was already preparing his next move. Naruto's eyes narrowed. It was clear there would be no avoiding this fight. If I don't take you down, I'll never get past you, Naruto said, his voice cold and resolute. Sasuke smirked, his own resolve equally firm. Let's see if you've got what it takes, Naruto. I'm not the same person I was 6 months ago. The tension between them reached its peak. Without another word, Naruto lunged forward, his raised nan aimed at Sasuke. But Sasuke was faster. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged the attack, leaving Naruto's raised nan to slam into the ground where he had just stood. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 25. Sasuke stared at the crater left by Naruto's raised nan, his Sharingan glowing faintly as he shifted his gaze to Naruto. His expression was indifferent, his voice laced with disdain. A sneak attack? Is that all you've got? Naruto's lips curled into a smirk, holding another raised nan in his hand. By the time you take out my clone, the fight's already started. With a swift motion, Naruto launched the Teisengan toward Sasuke. Sasuke tilted his head slightly, dodging the attack with ease. Still so reckless, Naruto? His tone was cold, but there was a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Let me show you what real strength looks like. A faint madness danced in Sasuke's gaze as the curse mark on his body activated fully. The intricate black patterns surged and spread across his skin, pulsing with ominous energy. Suddenly, wings erupted from Sasuke's back, stretching wide. They resembled the leathery wings of a bat, or perhaps a clawless pterodactyl. As they flapped, a powerful gust swept through the forest, flattening the grass and shaking the trees. Feel the power I've gained, Sasuke declared, his voice carrying an edge of triumph. With a single powerful beat of his wings, Sasuke ascended into the air. Hovering briefly, he suddenly dove toward Naruto at blinding speed, his hands moving in a blur as he performed a sequence of hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive orb of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, roaring toward Naruto with intense heat. Sasuke's ability to simultaneously use his speed and perform ninjutsu demonstrated just how far he had progressed. Naruto braced himself as the tailed beast cloak absorbed most of the damage, but the force of the attack pushed him back. Gasping slightly, he steadied himself, his gaze narrowing. When did Sasuke get this strong? Naruto thought, his mind racing. He used to be someone I could beat without breaking a sweat. Now, he's different. The realization gnawed at him. Orochimaru's influence had clearly transformed Sasuke. The curse mark had granted him power far beyond what Naruto had anticipated. Orochimaru. That guy has so many ways to make people stronger. Naruto mused, his thoughts briefly drifting to Niji, who was also working under Orochimaru's guidance. I can't underestimate Sasuke anymore. Naruto's initial frustration began to fade, replaced by a growing excitement. His competitive spirit ignited, and his focus sharpened. Fine, Naruto said, a grin forming on his face. If you want to see my strength, I'll show you. With a series of rapid hand seals, Naruto summoned a swarm of shadow clones. The clones spread out in every direction, creating an overwhelming presence. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Still planning to run away, he taunted. Naruto smirked, shaking his head. No, Sasuke. This time, I'm coming straight for you. Sasuke responded by releasing a web of electricity, sending it outward in all directions. The lightning crackled and spread, destroying every shadow clone it touched. The forest filled with the sounds of clones dissipating one by one. But Naruto's real plan was already in motion. The clones weren't meant to escape, they were there to distract Sasuke. Now! Naruto shouted, his clones rushing toward Sasuke in a coordinated assault. Is this your big plan? Suicide attacks? Sasuke sneered, flapping his wings. The gusts shattered the oncoming clones, dispersing them effortlessly. Naruto, however, was unfazed. As Sasuke dealt with the clones, he prepared his real attack. 2 shadow clones assisted him, focusing their chakra to help form a massive raised nan. Let's see you handle this. Naruto roared, the colossal sphere of chakra in his hand radiating power. Otama raised nan. The ground trembled as Naruto charged at Sasuke, the Rasengan's force creating shockwaves with every step. Sasuke's eyes widened briefly, but he didn't falter. Performing a series of rapid hand seals, he unleashed his own attack. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Flames shaped like a roaring dragon surged toward Naruto's raised nan. The two powerful jutsus collided mid-air, creating a deafening explosion. The resulting shockwave flattened the surrounding forest, leaving a momentary vacuum at the center of the blast. Both combatants were thrown backward, skidding across the ground as smoke and debris filled the air. Sasuke coughed, struggling to his feet. You've gotten stronger, he admitted begrudgingly. But it's not enough to stop me. Before he could react further, 6 fiery tails from Naruto's tailed beast cloak lashed out, wrapping around him with incredible speed. What the? Sasuke gasped, the tails constricting him tightly. From within Naruto's consciousness, the 9 tails chuckled darkly. I call this move 6-tail Crimson Tail Bind. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 26. Naruto's advantage was undeniable. The state of his tailed beast possession placed him leagues ahead of Sasuke's heavenly curse seal. His 6 fiery tails lashed out, wrapping around Sasuke like unbreakable chains. Sasuke struggled, his breathing growing labored as the crushing force of the tails constricted him. His vision blurred, and darkness began creeping at the edges of his consciousness. Not far away, a Konoha ninja hidden in the shadows observed the battle with wide eyes. Clamping a hand over his mouth, he didn't dare make a sound. These two, they're stronger than the Jonin back in the village. The ninja thought, his heart pounding. This is what it means to be at the Raikage level. Yet even with his newfound strength, Sasuke was being subdued by Naruto with apparent ease. So this is why Naruto Uzumaki is an S-rank rogue ninja. The observer thought grimly. Seeing Sasuke on the brink of defeat, the Konoha ninja grew anxious. His mission was clear, determine whether Sasuke and Naruto were allies or enemies. If they were hostile, his secondary goal was to recruit Sasuke. But as the situation unfolded, it became evident that Sasuke was on the losing side. Worse still, it seemed Naruto had no intention of sparing him. Naruto's expression was cold, his focus unwavering. Sasuke had interfered too many times, and Naruto wasn't about to let him off easily, Orochimaru's pawn or not. The 6 tails tightened their grip, each moment bringing Sasuke closer to suffocation. Struggling against the crushing force, Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, their red glow piercing through the haze of pain. From within Naruto's consciousness, the 9 tails let out a low growl. I hate those eyes, it grumbled, its voice echoing with disdain. The Sharingan had been a source of torment for the 9 tails on countless occasions, a tool of control that it had been subjected to too many times. In that case, Naruto said with a smirk, let's destroy them. Sasuke's Sharingan activated its full power, casting a powerful genjutsu in an attempt to trap Naruto in an illusory world. The air around them seemed to ripple as the illusion took shape. But Sasuke's hopes were quickly dashed. Naruto stood unaffected, his eyes clear and filled with a cold determination. What? Sasuke's voice faltered as he realized his genjutsu had failed. The tails around Sasuke slackened momentarily, a subtle hesitation that gave him just enough of an opening. Sasuke seized the opportunity. Forming a series of hand seals, he used a simple but effective jutsu. Body replacement jutsu. Though only a D-rank ninjutsu, its timing was perfect. Sasuke slipped free from the grip of the 6 tails, collapsing to the ground and gasping for air. Ahem. Sasuke coughed violently, his lungs burning as he inhaled deeply. The close brush with death left him shaken, but his will to fight remained unbroken. Within Naruto's consciousness, the 9 tails roared in fury. Naruto, kill this kid. I despise those cursed eyes. The beast's frustration boiled over. Though Sasuke's Sharingan had only affected it briefly, the humiliation was unbearable. Naruto, however, didn't respond. His gaze remained fixed on Sasuke, but his body stayed still. Sasuke, noticing the lack of pursuit, took a moment to recover. Though he was battered and bruised, his spirit burned with determination. This battle may have been a loss, but he had gained valuable experience. Next time, Naruto, Sasuke said, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. Next time, I'll be the one to defeat you. With a powerful beat of his wings, Sasuke took to the sky. The wind carried him upward, and within moments, he was gone, leaving only his parting words behind. Naruto watched Sasuke's retreating figure with a mix of emotions. Part of him felt a twinge of envy. Flight was an ability he wished he had. If I could fly, I'd already be at the Daimyo's mansion by now. He thought. But Naruto knew that flight wasn't a simple skill to master. Apart from a few rare Kekii Genkai, there was no widely known ninjutsu that allowed prolonged flight. For now, he could only dream of such a convenience. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 27. As Sasuke Uchiha soared away, the Anbu observing the battle didn't hesitate to follow. Sasuke and Naruto are clearly enemies. He thought. That leaves room to negotiate with Sasuke. Perhaps his relationship with Konoha can still be salvaged. Naruto, on the other hand, was a different story entirely. The ninja couldn't shake the sense of futility in trying to deal with him. Naruto has become something else entirely, a force that can't be reasoned with by Konoha anymore. The Anbu ninja adjusted his mask and quietly pursued Sasuke. Naruto stood in the clearing, brushing debris off his jacket as he pulled out his map. He studied it intently, marking his location and tracing the quickest path to the daimyo's mansion. Time was of the essence. In the safety of his quarters, Uzumaki Chitō observed everything through the talisman jade. The battle had been enlightening. So, Sasuke has received Orochimaru's heaven curse mark, he mused aloud. His fingers tapped against the table rhythmically as he pieced together the implications. Orochimaru had clearly taken his passing remarks about the curse mark seriously, diving even deeper into its study. Using the Sharingan as experimental material. It's a logical move. He thought. Sasuke Uchiha, with his latent potential, is the perfect candidate. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant. Orochimaru's actions made it clear that he had no qualms about turning old grudges into new opportunities. Sasuke's rivalry with Naruto wasn't just personal anymore, it was a tool for Orochimaru to further his ambitions. Chito's eyes narrowed, his thoughts darkening. Orochimaru, tread carefully. If you stand against Shin Konoha, I will not show mercy. Far away, in the land of sound, Orochimaru paused mid-experiment, a sudden chill running down his spine. His golden eyes darted around the laboratory as an unshakable sense of foreboding settled over him. What was that? He muttered, his voice barely audible. Despite the unsettling sensation, Orochimaru returned to his work. He poured his focus into refining the replication of the Byakugan, achieving a milestone. His replica Byakugan now retained 50% of the original's power. This is impressive progress. Orochimaru thought, a rare smile gracing his lips. Hokage Niji's cooperation as a subject has proven invaluable. However, his work with the Sharingan lagged behind. The lack of sufficient Uchiha specimens had stalled his progress. Sasuke Uchiha remained his most promising subject, but the curse mark came with its own risks. Sasuke's flight through the sky came to an abrupt end as the effects of the curse mark backlash began to take hold. The dark markings that had once surged with power now receded, leaving him pale and unsteady. The wings on his back dissolved, folding into his body as he plummeted to the ground. He landed with a thud, barely conscious as exhaustion overtook him. Nearby, the Anbu ninja observing him couldn't believe his luck. A perfect opportunity, he whispered to himself. Without hesitation, he hoisted the unconscious Sasuke onto his back. The Hokage will want to see this. Meanwhile, Naruto's detour had finally brought him to the daimyo mansion of the Fire Country. But something was wrong. The mansion was eerily silent. The gates stood open, and no guards patrolled the perimeter. Naruto's instincts flared with unease. What's going on here? He muttered under his breath. He ventured further into the grounds, searching for answers. Spotting a villager nearby, Naruto approached cautiously. Hey, what happened here? The villager, startled by Naruto's sudden presence, hesitated before answering. The daimyo, he's been captured by bandit. The guards have gone to search for him. Naruto blinked, momentarily stunned. Captured? His frustration grew as he processed the news. I went through all that trouble to get here, only to find the daimyo missing? The situation felt absurdly familiar, dredging up memories of his earlier exploits. He recalled vividly the time he and his team had infiltrated the daimyo mansion of the Land of Lightning under the guise of bandit. Shaking his head, Naruto refocused. Do you know anything about these bandit? Who's leading them? The villager's expression grew wary, and he spoke reluctantly. They say it's a group of Konoha traitor. Their leader is someone named Naruto Uzumaki. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 28. Shameless. Naruto's voice hissed through gritted teeth, his face flushed with a mixture of anger and frustration. Now, everything made sense. The relentless appearances of Konoha ninjas along his journey, the constant skirmishes meant to delay him, it all connected. Their goal was to tarnish his name and prevent the daimyo from recognizing Shin Konoha. It wasn't just the deceit that angered him. He understood the necessity of underhanded tactics in completing a mission. He was a ninja, after all. What truly disgusted him was Konoha's willingness to send loyal shinobi to their deaths for a plan that offered no guarantees. Hat. Cold-blooded. Ruthless. Isn't this just Konoha's usual style? Naruto muttered bitterly, the resentment evident in his tone. Boy, did you only figure that out today? The Nine-Tails' mocking voice echoed in Naruto's mind, its sardonic tone dripping with amusement. Though Naruto couldn't see its expression, he could imagine the fox's sharp-toothed grin and its eyes gleaming with mockery. Naruto's gaze lowered as he clenched his fists, his voice cold. Of course, it's not the first time I've seen Konoha's darkness. But they keep finding new ways to surprise me. The Nine-Tails chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Darkness? Ha! What you've seen is nothing. For Konoha, this isn't darkness, it's standard operating procedure. Naruto remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. At least those who die in the line of duty get their names on a memorial stone, the Nine-Tails continued, its tone turning scornful. The truly miserable ones? They're killed by their own comrades, their names erased from history, trampled on, forgotten. When you see that, then you'll understand what true darkness is. Naruto's eyes flickered with determination. That's why I need to establish Shin Konoha. To give those shinobi a place where they won't be discarded like pawns. The Nine-Tails snorted but said nothing, sensing Naruto's unwavering resolve. Right now, we need to find the daimyo and clear this mess, Naruto said firmly. Nine-Tails, you've been sealed by Konoha for so long, surely you know their tricks. Help me figure out where they've hidden him. The moment those words left Naruto's mouth, the Nine-Tails bristled. What did you say? Sealed for so long? Its chakra flared angrily, pouring out of Naruto in waves. The crimson energy formed a tailed beast cloak around him, its ominous presence radiating dread. The Nine-Tails' voice thundered in Naruto's mind. Explain yourself, brat. What do you mean by sealed for so long? Naruto sighed internally, realizing he had struck a nerve. Before he could calm the beast, its chakra spread further, enveloping the area in a suffocating aura. The capital of the Fire Country fell into chaos. Citizens within the vicinity dropped to the ground, gasping as if a massive weight pressed down on their chests. Monster, it's a monster. Terrified voices filled the streets as panicked civilians fled, their screams echoing through the city. Those closest to Naruto were paralyzed, unable to move under the crushing pressure of the Nine-Tails' presence. The commotion attracted the attention of two masked figures hidden in the shadows of a nearby alley. Their sharp movements and the cold precision of their demeanor marked them as members of Konoha's ANBU. The prey has entered the trap, one whispered, his voice barely audible. Initiate Plan A. With a swift motion, they performed hand seals, transforming themselves into ordinary citizens with a puff of white smoke. Feigning panic, they split up and ran through the streets, shouting at the top of their lungs. Naruto Uzumaki is here. Naruto Uzumaki, the one who kidnapped the daimyo, is here. Their voices carried through the city, drawing attention to their false narrative. Elsewhere, the 12 guardian ninja, who were protecting the daimyo, heard the cries. What? Uzumaki is here, the leader roared, his anger boiling over. The shame of losing the daimyo under their watch had already stung deeply. Hearing Naruto's name ignited their fury further. Move out, the leader barked, and the group immediately mobilized, their fire-patterned loincloths trailing behind them. In the shadows, the disguised ANBU operatives smirked as their plan unfolded perfectly. With their mission complete, they slipped away unnoticed. Back in the heart of the city, the Nine-Tails chakra pulsed, its ominous energy causing even Naruto to hesitate. Someone's coming, the Nine-Tails said abruptly. Its heightened senses detected the approaching Guardian Ninja 12. Naruto leapt onto the roof of a nearby restaurant to get a better view. From his vantage point, he spotted the group advancing quickly, their black and red uniforms confirming their identity. The Guardian Ninja. Naruto murmured, recognizing them immediately. The sight of their distinctive fire-patterned attire made him recognize them. He realized the delicate nature of his situation. If he engaged them now, it would solidify the false narrative that he had kidnapped the daimyo. Even if he managed to rescue the daimyo later, convincing him of Shin Konoha's legitimacy would become nearly impossible. What should I do? Naruto muttered, his mind racing for a solution. On Shin Konoha, Uzumaki Chitō observed the scene through the talisman jade. A small smile played on his lips as he shook his head. Still too inexperienced, he mused. With a single step, he disappeared from his quarters, the space around him rippling like disturbed water. In the capital of the Fire Country, a sudden and overwhelming presence descended from the sky. The air grew heavy, and an invisible force pressed down on everyone, compelling them to kneel. Naruto froze as the figure materialized above the city. It was Uzumaki Chitō. His presence alone was suffocating, his power radiating like the weight of the heavens. His sharp gaze swept across the 12 guardian ninja, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Hand over the daimyo, or die. The leader of the 12 guardian ninja clenched his fists, his body trembling not from fear, but from the sheer intensity of the pressure. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 29. Slap. The crisp sound reverberated through the air as Uzumaki Chito's hand moved with lightning speed, delivering a devastating blow to the leader of the Fire Country's guardian ninja. A wave of white energy, sharp as a blade, followed the strike, slicing through the air like a dragon in flight. The sheer force of it tore through the ninja leader's cheek, shredding flesh and exposing the pale bone beneath. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the leader as his hand instinctively flew to his mutilated face. Wet, sticky blood seeped through his fingers, staining his sleeves crimson. My face, he howled, his voice raw and unrecognizable, a mix of agony and despair. The sound grated on Uzumaki Chito's nerves. His expression darkened, and his cold gaze fell upon the writhing ninja leader. If you scream again, I'll ensure you have no grave to be buried in, Chitō said, his tone devoid of emotion but carrying an unshakable weight of authority. The leader froze, his instincts screaming at him to stay silent. It felt as if he were a frog staring into the merciless eyes of a cobra, his life hanging by the thinnest thread. The weight of Chito's killing intent pressed on him like an avalanche. I'll die. I'll die if I move even a little. The once confident leader of the guardian ninja now cowered, head bowed, teeth clenched to stifle any sound. The other guardian ninjas were no better. The moment Uzumaki Chitō had appeared, his overwhelming presence had crushed their spirits. They lay sprawled on the ground, paralyzed with fear, not daring to lift their heads. Chitō let out a low scoff, his disdain evident as he surveyed the group. This is the guardian ninja of the Fire Country, he said mockingly. Pathetic. You can't even protect yourselves. What exactly do you think you're guarding? The guardian ninjas flinched but said nothing, their humiliation deepened by the truth of Chito's words. How could they refute him? They hadn't just failed to protect the daimyo, they had lost him to a false Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, standing off to the side, couldn't help but interject. Grandpa, give them a break. These guys aren't that bad. They can't beat me, sure, but compared to regular folks, they're decently strong about on par with Jonin. He paused, glancing at the battered group. If it weren't for Konaha meddling, they probably would have done their job just fine. At the mention of Konaha, the guardian ninjas' expressions shifted. Realization dawned on them like a harsh light cutting through fog. Though their strength had been belittled, they weren't fools. Their initial anger had clouded their judgment, leading them to attack Naruto without question. But now, Naruto's words and the events leading up to this moment made it painfully clear. The culprit behind the daimyo's kidnapping was not Naruto Uzumaki but Konoha ninjas disguised as him. One of the guardian ninjas clenched his fists, his voice trembling with rage. Damn it! Those Konoha bastards! How dare they use the daimyo like this? Do they have no respect for him? Shameless, another spat. They're willing to use the daimyo as a pawn just to further their own agenda. Naruto observed the group with an odd look. While he sympathized with their anger toward Konoha, their outrage over respect for the daimyo left him feeling amused. Respect for the daimyo? Naruto thought, his lips twitching as he suppressed a grin. He couldn't forget his own past storming the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Lightning and personally taking down the daimyo. It wasn't that he had any particular disdain for the concept of a daimyo. But his reverence for the position was pragmatic at best, born out of necessity for Shin Konoha's survival. Their indignant loyalty to the daimyo seemed almost comical in contrast. Still, Naruto chose to stay silent, recognizing that for now, these guardian ninjas were allies. He couldn't afford to alienate them. Uzumaki Chitō. Naruto Uzumaki, the guardian ninja leader said shakily, his voice still weak from fear and pain. Please, help us. Save the daimyo from Konoha. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 30. Uzumaki Chitō listened to the guardian ninja's plea, their voices trembling with desperation yet still tinged with an air of entitlement. His lips curled into a sneer as he responded. Help you rescue the daimyo from Konoha. He raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. What's in it for me? The guardian ninjas froze, their pleas faltering. They exchanged confused glances, clearly unprepared for such a response. Finally, an older guardian ninja stepped forward, his voice incredulous. That's the daimyo. Isn't rescuing him a duty for any ninja of the Land of Fire? Chito's gaze darkened, his disdain palpable. The implication in the man's words was clear, saving the daimyo wasn't a choice, it was an obligation. Even Naruto felt the weight of the situation shift. He sighed internally, already predicting his grandfather's reaction. You've dug your own grave. He thought. Chito's expression hardened. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a powerful gust of wind erupted, sweeping the guardian ninjas off their feet like scattered leaves. They crashed to the ground in a heap, utterly humiliated. To Chitō, it was no different than brushing away dust. Pathetic, Chitō muttered, his voice cold. He turned to Naruto, his sharp eyes locking onto him. Naruto, do you know what you did wrong this time? Naruto blinked, taken aback. The series of chaotic events, Konoha's ambushes, Sasuke's sudden appearance, the false accusations had left him with little time to reflect. Now, with his grandfather's stern question hanging in the air, Naruto began to piece it all together. His heart sank as he realized how easily he had been manipulated. I've been led by the nose this entire time, he thought, a cold sweat forming on his brow. If it weren't for Grandpa and the Nine Tails, I'd be dead by now. Muttering to himself, he admitted, so this is what it means to be reckless in the face of strategy. Chitō rolled his eyes, then smacked Naruto lightly on the head. Idiot, he barked. Who cares about strategy? Do you think Konoha's schemes are stronger than your nine-tailed cloak or my fists? Stop overthinking all this nonsense. Naruto rubbed his head, wincing, but Chitō's words began to clear his muddled thoughts. What's your mission? Chitō asked, his tone sharp. Naruto straightened, his mind finally focusing. To find the daimyo of the Land of Fire and get him to recognize Shin Konoha's legitimacy. Chitō nodded, his expression softening slightly. Exactly. So focus on your mission. Anything that stands in your way, smash it to pieces. Kill anyone who dares block your path. Naruto hesitated, unsure. But, Grandpa, the daimyo's been taken by Konoha. How can I complete the mission if I can't even find him? Chitō sighed heavily, shaking his head in exasperation. He placed a hand on Naruto's head, as if trying to knock some sense into him. Minato was brilliant, and Kushina was cunning. How did two geniuses end up with such a simple-minded kid, he muttered. Naruto flushed, both embarrassed and annoyed. Chitō continued, his tone more measured. If Konoha's taken this daimyo, then find another one. It doesn't matter who the daimyo is, as long as they recognize Shin Konoha's status. Do you understand now? Naruto's eyes widened as the realization hit him. A wide grin spread across his face as he pumped his fists in excitement. You're right, he exclaimed. I don't need to chase after the daimyo Konoha took, I can just make a new one. With renewed determination, Naruto turned and sprinted toward the daimyo's mansion. Moments later, Naruto arrived at the grand gates of the mansion, his mind racing with ideas. However, before he could act, he spotted the guardian ninjas from earlier. They had returned, battered and disheveled but still clinging to their sense of duty. Seeing Naruto approach, their leader, now bandaged and limping, pointed an accusatory finger. Uzumaki Naruto. What are you planning to do? He demanded, his voice filled with frustration and desperation. Naruto stopped, his expression calm but tinged with mockery. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk as he released a surge of Nine Tails chakra. The crimson energy swirled around him, forming 6 thick tails that lashed the air with destructive force. What do you think? Naruto replied, his voice low and confident. Without warning, the 6 tails snapped forward like whips, slamming into the guardian ninjas and sending them sprawling. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 31. Bang. The guardian ninja, already trapped in Naruto's grip, had no chance to defend against the powerful sweep. With a forceful strike, Naruto sent the ninja soaring through the air, spinning in an elegant arc before crashing down like a falling crow. Despite their predicament, the ninjas' loyalty to the daimyo burned strong. Even as they were flung into the air, they roared defiantly, their voices filled with unyielding resolve. Naruto Uzumaki. If you dare to offend the daimyo estate, we will return to stop you. Naruto, having already withdrawn the Nine Tails chakra, scoffed at their determination. He pouted dismissively before casually forming a massive ball of glowing chakra in his hand. Otama Raise Nan, go. He hurled the spiraling sphere of energy toward the airborne ninja. Boom. The attack detonated with a deafening explosion. The ground shook violently as smoke and dust erupted into the air, swallowing the hapless shinobi in its wake. The battlefield fell silent, their voices extinguished. Satisfied, Naruto dusted off his hands and turned his attention to the daimyo's mansion. Without hesitation, he strode through the gates, his presence commanding and unchallenged. Inside, a wave of fear swept through the gathered guards and servants. Witnessing the earth-shattering power Naruto had just unleashed, they trembled like soaked quails in the rain. None dared to stand against him. They scattered like leaves in a storm, leaving Naruto to roam freely through the lavish estate as if it were his own. But, damn it! Why is this place such a maze? Naruto grumbled, his annoyance growing as he wandered through the sprawling mansion. I'm about to get lost. Spying a servant cowering behind a fish tank in the garden, Naruto stormed over. He yanked the trembling man out of his hiding spot and demanded, Hey, you! Where does the daimyo's son live? The terrified servant, unwilling to defy the powerful shinobi, raised a trembling hand and pointed toward a distant courtyard. With a clear direction in mind, Naruto wasted no time. Too impatient to follow the winding paths, he cloaked himself in the Nine Tails chakra and charged straight through walls, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. In less than a minute, he reached the residence of the daimyo's sons. Inside, chaos erupted. Ah! Don't eat me! The youngest of the 3 sons, a boy no older than 6, froze in terror. Seeing Naruto burst through the wall, cloaked in a menacing red aura, his face turned ghostly pale. He wailed uncontrollably, his cries filling the air. Naruto blinked in surprise, taken aback by the boy's reaction. Glancing up, he noticed the other two sons, one around 10 years old and the other 12, also staring at him with wide eyes filled with fear and despair. Ugh, Naruto muttered awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. These kids are more timid than I thought. In an attempt to ease their fears, Naruto forced a grin and tried to look friendly. Ha ha ha, you might not believe it, but I'm a good guy. Unfortunately, his efforts backfired. His grin, combined with the fox-like features emphasized by the ominous red cloak, only heightened the children's terror. All three burst into tears, wailing even louder than before. Naruto was completely at a loss. What the heck? Even the daimyo's kids are just ordinary brats, timid as hell, he muttered. Then, shaking his head, he decided to cut straight to the point. Alright, listen up, he announced. Your father, the current daimyo of the Land of Fire, has been kidnapped by Konoha ninjas. I need a new daimyo. So, which one of you wants the job? Naruto expected silence or reluctance, given their earlier fear. But to his surprise, the older two boys immediately stopped crying. Their faces lit up with eagerness. I'm the eldest son. As the firstborn, I should be the daimyo. No way. I'm the smartest, and father loves me the most. I'm clearly the best choice to be daimyo, the 10-year-old countered. He then leaned closer, his eyes glinting with cunning. If you make me the daimyo, I'll even give you half of the treasure in the daimyo's vault. Naruto stood dumbfounded as the two boys bickered over the position, seemingly indifferent to the fact that their father had been kidnapped. So greedy, and they're just kids, Naruto thought, a chill running down his spine. If the daimyo were still here, they'd probably fight over his position just the same. Despite his annoyance, Naruto couldn't help but feel a flicker of gratitude toward the Konoha ninjas who had framed him. Sure, they set me up, but they've also made things way easier, he mused, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. With his decision made, Naruto pointed at the youngest child, who was still sobbing uncontrollably. Enough arguing. I've already decided he's the new daimyo of the Land of Fire. The two older boys froze, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Then, their shock turned to fury. What? They glared at Naruto, their expressions filled with rage, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Naruto, unfazed, simply sneered and channeled more of the Nine Tails chakra. The oppressive, malevolent energy radiated from him in waves, silencing the boys instantly. The two dropped to the ground like frightened animals, trembling violently. Please, don't kill us, they whimpered in unison. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 32. Naruto glanced at the two older boys sprawled on the ground, trembling. The mockery in his eyes deepened, and a disdainful smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. You two actually think you are fit to be the daimyo? Pathetic. If this is the standard for a daimyo, it's no wonder the position is so worthless. With that, Naruto dismissed them entirely. Turning his attention to the youngest child, he hoisted him up and carried him away like a sack of potatoes. Halfway through the walk, a sudden thought struck him. Wait a minute. I have no idea how to make this kid the daimyo. Naruto muttered, scratching his head in confusion. He glanced down at the child in his arms and asked, Hey, kid, do you know how this works? The boy, still clinging tightly to Naruto, looked up with an aggrieved expression. His cheeks puffed slightly as he pouted and answered, I don't know. Then, as if summoning some courage, he added indignantly, and I'm not pathetic. I have a name, my name is Hikaru. Naruto's furrowed brow softened as he heard the boy's defiant response. A chuckle escaped his lips, and his mood visibly lightened. Alright, I'll call you Hikaru. No more pathetic. He nodded, then teased, still, Hikaru, you're the son of a daimyo, and yet you don't even know how to become one? That's pretty lame. Hikaru, despite being only 7 years old, seemed to sense that Naruto meant no harm. His initial fear gradually faded, and he mustered the courage to speak in a low voice, my father's so scary. I don't even dare to talk to him. The boy hesitated before continuing, by the way, can I not be the daimyo? You don't even know how to make me one anyway. His voice dropped even further as he added, if I become the daimyo, my father will definitely kill me when he comes back. Naruto froze. The casual way Hikaru spoke of being killed startled him. This is supposed to be a time of peace. Naruto thought. Even in the darker corners of Konoha, I rarely heard anyone talk about killing so lightly before the age of 12. Yet here's the son of a daimyo, someone who should live in luxury, speaking of it like it's nothing. The realization left him momentarily speechless. Finally, he sighed and muttered, it seems no place is truly free from darkness. Hikaru nodded solemnly, his small face unusually mature for his age. His silent agreement was tinged with hope that Naruto might reconsider forcing him into the daimyo role. But before Hikaru's relief could settle, Naruto's demeanor shifted. A fiery determination lit up his face as he declared, "That's exactly why I'm going to build a Shin Konoha. One day, a blazing red flame will illuminate every shadow in this world." Hikaru stared at him, his heart pounding with a mixture of panic and admiration. The boy had never encountered someone so full of passion and conviction before. It was overwhelming, yet strangely inspiring. If only I could be like him. Hikaru thought wistfully. Naruto was about to launch into a grand speech about his ambitions, but Hikaru's soft words stopped him. Naruto's expression shifted to a sheepish grin as he rubbed his nose. "You know, I only got to this point because of my grandpa. He always believed in me, and that gave me hope." He placed a reassuring hand on Hikaru's head and said warmly, "If you become the daimyo, I'll take care of you, just like my grandpa took care of me. There's no need to be envious, you can be just like me someday." Hikaru's eyes glistened with emotion. Naruto's words filled him with a sense of security he hadn't felt before. The fear of his father's wrath began to dissipate, replaced by a flicker of hope. But reality quickly reasserted itself, and Hikaru hesitated. "Still, you don't know how to make me a daimyo," he reminded Naruto, his voice tinged with both curiosity and doubt. Naruto's confident expression faltered, replaced by a comical look of frustration. Scratching his head and tugging at his hair, he paced back and forth like a restless monkey. Inside Naruto's mind, the Nine-Tails chuckled lazily. "If you're clueless, why not ask Lord Chitō?" the beast suggested, its deep voice tinged with amusement. "That old guy lived through the era of the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools. By your human standards, he's practically royalty." Naruto froze mid-step, his eyes lighting up with realization. "Of course. How could I forget Grandpa Chitō?" Excitedly, Naruto cupped his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Grandpa! Where are you? I need your help right now." The sound of his voice echoed through the capital of the Land of Fire, booming like thunder. Deep within Naruto, the Nine-Tails smirked slyly. "Silly boy, you have no idea that the talisman jade you're wearing is already connected to your grandpa. He's been watching you this whole time. No need to shout so loud." But the beast said nothing, choosing instead to enjoy the spectacle. Watching Naruto flail about in his frantic search for Uzumaki Chitō was rare entertainment, and the Nine-Tails wasn't about to spoil the fun. Meanwhile, Naruto's voice reverberated across the city like a tidal wave, startling everyone within earshot. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 33. Uzumaki Chitō soared through the night sky, his sharp eyes fixed on the shadows of two Konoha operatives cautiously fleeing the city. Through his observations, he had pieced together their role in the unfolding events. These two were pawns, stationed by Konoha in the Land of Fire's capital to manipulate the conflict between the Land of Fire's guardian ninja and Naruto. Such treachery would not go unpunished. However, Chitō had no intention of ending their lives too quickly. He had planned to wait until the two operatives passed through the city gates and relaxed their guard. At that opportune moment, he would strike, delivering a surprise so devastating it would send them straight to hell. But, as fate would have it, his plans were interrupted. Naruto's voice, loud and insistent, echoed through the air, summoning him. With a resigned shake of his head, Chitō muttered to himself, "I suppose I'll have to cut this short. Consider yourselves lucky I was going to let you live just a little longer." His voice, though quiet, was carried by the wind. For ordinary people, it would have been inaudible. But for seasoned Konoha elites, even the faintest sound could trigger their sharp instincts. The two operatives froze mid-step, their heads snapping upward in unison. When their eyes met the figure in the sky clad in a moon-white kimono, with flowing red hair that shimmered like fire, they felt an overwhelming sense of despair. "Uzumaki Chitō," they gasped in unison, their voices trembling with fear. Hovering above them, Chitō regarded the two trembling figures with a faint sigh. "At least you're still standing," he remarked, his tone tinged with mockery. "That's already a step above those pitiful guardian shinobi." He paused, then added with chilling finality, "For that, I'll grant you one chance, and your own lives." The two Konoha operatives exchanged glances, their expressions filled with resignation. Chito's words were ambiguous. Was he praising their resolve or ridiculing their plight? It hardly mattered. "It's over," one of them murmured, his voice heavy with despair. He closed his eyes, drawing a short blade from his side. Its edge gleamed coldly in the moonlight. "Encountering Uzumaki Chitō means death is inevitable. To die quickly, by my own hand, is a mercy." With a swift motion, the blade cut across his throat, leaving a crimson streak in its wake. Blood gushed out, pooling at his feet as his body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. The second operative, however, hesitated. His hand trembled as he tried to steady his blade. No matter how many times he raised it, he couldn't bring himself to deliver the fatal blow. Finally, overwhelmed by fear, he dropped to his knees. Looking up at Chitō, he pleaded desperately, "My lord, I surrender. I'll join Shin Konaha, I'll serve you faithfully. Chito's expression hardened, his lips curling in disgust. His eyes burned with disdain as he spat, Shin Konaha is no garbage dump for the likes of you. With a sharp exhale, Chitō released a burst of white energy that condensed into a blade. It streaked through the air, piercing the chest of the kneeling operative with deadly precision. The man let out a guttural scream as a gaping hole appeared in his chest, blood spilling out in torrents. Yet the attack didn't kill him instantly. Ah! The man writhed in agony, his face contorted into a grotesque mask of pain. Blood smeared his features, making him look like a demon straight out of hell. Kill me, he wailed, his voice hoarse and desperate. Please, just end it. But Chitō merely sneered. Without sparing him another glance, he turned and began to drift away, his voice cold and unfeeling. That is the price of making me dirty my hands. The man's cries grew weaker as despair consumed him. His thoughts turned inward, filled with regret. Why didn't I take my chance and end it earlier? Why did I grovel? I'm such a fool. Meanwhile, Chitō remained indifferent to the man's torment. He neither knew nor cared about the operative's final thoughts. Instead, he followed Naruto's voice, descending upon the daimyo's mansion with practiced ease. Landing gracefully, he locked eyes with Naruto, his expression a mix of irritation and amusement. Naruto, Chitō began, his tone sharp and uncompromising, you have 5 minutes to give me a reason. A good one. For calling me here. If not. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within them. When we return to Shin Konoha, I'll personally train you for 5 minutes every day. The threat sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Unlike others who underestimated Chitō, Naruto was fully aware of his grandpa's capabilities. Though Chitō often appeared kind and gentle, his strength and ruthlessness in battle were nothing short of terrifying. The mere thought of enduring his training was enough to make Naruto's blood run cold. Even a single minute of Chito's personal training would feel like a nightmare. 5 minutes a day? Unthinkable. Panicking, Naruto blurted out his explanation at breakneck speed, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. Grandpa. This is the daimyo I found, he began, gesturing toward Hikaru, who stood nervously by his side. But neither of us knows what it takes to actually become a daimyo. I didn't know who else to ask, so I called you. The Nine-Tails said that back when the Uzumaki clan was still alive, you were the son of a daimyo. That's why I thought you'd know how this works. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 34. Uzumaki Chitō was at a loss for words after hearing Naruto's question. How to make someone a daimyo? Do I really have to explain that? The answer seemed obvious to him. Gather all the ministers in the capital, ask who supports and who opposes. Then eliminate the dissenters. The survivors would naturally fall in line. Even the underworld understood this basic principle, so why didn't Naruto? Then it dawned on him this wasn't his previous life, where foundations like the prince and the pauper are born equal existed. This was the world of shinobi, where power was an odd paradox. Here, ninjas capable of splitting mountains, crossing oceans and annihilating armies still bowed to powerless daimyo, surviving on meager mission pay and scraping by on commissions for protecting others. Even the so-called mighty Konoha was just a mercenary village, albeit a well-organized one. Given this absurd reality, it wasn't surprising that Naruto, raised in such conditions, had no clue how to help someone ascend to power. After a moment of reflection, Chitō sighed. Fine. You're lucky I'm in a good mood. I'll accept that excuse. Naruto visibly relaxed, a grin spreading across his face. But he wasn't foolish enough to drop the matter entirely. Still wary of his grandpa's temper, he asked tentatively, so, Grandpa, do you know how to make Hikaru a daimyo? Chitō rolled his eyes and retorted, what? Do I look like someone who wouldn't know? Just listen to my orders and stop overthinking everything. Naruto, far from offended, grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. Got it. I'll do whatever you say. Chitō, exasperated by Naruto's easygoing demeanor, waved a dismissive hand. Fine, stop hovering around me. Use your shadow clone jutsu and go round up every minister in the city. Got it. Naruto declared enthusiastically. Pressing his index and middle fingers together, he executed the classic hand sign. Boom. An explosion of chakra filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, countless copies of Naruto appeared, swarming the daimyo's mansion. The courtyard was soon packed wall to wall with identical figures, each radiating Naruto's boundless energy. For anyone with a phobia of dense crowds, it would have been a nightmare-inducing sight. The real Naruto stood amidst the chaos, his hands on his hips, his nose wrinkled in confidence. All right, everyone. Follow Grandpa's orders and round up those ministers. The clones mirrored his stance, each wiping their nose in unison. Then, as one, they shouted, got it. We'll get those ministers, Grandpa. Their combined voices created a deafening roar, a thunderous wave of sound that echoed through the mansion. Hikaru, standing beside Naruto and Chitō, winced and clutched his ears. Yet despite the overwhelming noise, the young boy's eyes sparkled with wonder. His fear had been replaced by awe as he gazed at the countless clones. Is this ninjutsu? Hikaru whispered, his voice filled with amazement. It's incredible. Chitō glanced at the boy, his curiosity piqued. The daimyo's children were no strangers to him. Decades ago, during Konoha's founding, he had accompanied Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to secure the fire daimyo's recognition of the village. That encounter had left Chitō with a sour impression of the daimyo vain, hypocritical, and steeped in intrigue. He hadn't expected to find anything admirable among their descendants. Yet Hikaru seemed different. Chitō couldn't help but ask, "Your name is Hikaru, right? Why don't you seem like the usual daimyo's offspring?" Hikaru's excitement dimmed. His expression grew somber, and he looked down, his voice tinged with sadness. "Everyone says it's because of my mother." "Your mother?" Chitō repeated, surprised. To him, the marriages of daimyo were little more than political transactions, arranged to strengthen alliances between noble families. After centuries of such unions, it wasn't uncommon for daimyo across nations to share bloodlines. What could make Hikaru's mother so different? Then, a thought struck him. 60 years ago, during Konoha's early days, Senju Tobirama had suggested marrying a daughter of the Senju clan to the fire daimyo to solidify ties between the village and the country. Both Chitō and Hashirama had opposed the idea, knowing the Senju clan's straightforward nature would make them easy prey in the cutthroat world of court politics. But Tobirama was nothing if not persistent. It wouldn't have been out of character for him to pursue the plan after Chitō and Hashirama had stepped back from leadership. Could Hikaru be a descendant of the Senju clan? The possibility intrigued Chitō. If true, it could explain why Hikaru seemed so unlike the scheming heirs of the daimyo he had known. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 35. The more Uzumaki Chitō thought about it, the more convinced he became of his theory. If it weren't for the naive bloodline of the Senju clan, how could a child descended from the daimyo lineage steeped in intrigue and manipulation display such innocence? Chitō placed his hand gently on Hikaru's small shoulder and channeled a stream of chakra into the boy's body. As he suspected, a familiar yang chakra lay dormant within Hikaru, its essence unmistakable. So, it's true, Chitō murmured to himself. You carry the blood of the Senju clan in your veins. Hikaru blinked up at him, confusion evident on his face. Big brother, what's this Senju you're talking about? And what's with your hand? It's all warm and tingly, it tickles. The title, Big Brother, made Chito's face twitch. Though his appearance remained youthful thanks to his regenerative abilities, and his strength was godlike, he was used to being addressed as Grandpa or Lord. To suddenly be called Big Brother felt jarring, even for him. But what struck him even more deeply was Hikaru's ignorance of the name Senju. How could it come to this? Chitō thought. Not so long ago, the Senju name, alongside Uchiha, had dominated an entire era. Now, less than 60 years after the death of Hashirama Senju, the name was fading into obscurity even to descendants like Hikaru. Chitō sighed, a mix of sadness and resolve. Child, he began, his tone gentle, that warm sensation you feel is yang chakra. It represents the essence of the Senju clan, the power of life itself. He looked directly into Hikaru's curious eyes. You carry the blood of the Senju in your veins. Never forget this name, for it is a legacy worth remembering. Hikaru's eyes widened as the weight of Chito's words began to sink in. His small frame seemed to swell with pride as he nodded vigorously. I'll remember, big brother. Senju. I'll never forget it. Then, with a spark of realization, Hikaru asked, Big brother, does that mean the Senju are your family too? Chitō nodded, his expression softening. Yes, they are. Hikaru's face lit up with excitement, though there was a hint of nervousness as he continued. Naruto said that no matter what happens, he has his grandpa to protect him. If the Senju are your family, will you protect me too? If my father comes back and tries to hurt me, will you stop him? Chitō studied the boy, his head tilted upward, eyes full of hope. Hikaru resembled a harmless rabbit seeking shelter from the storm. Chitō couldn't help but laugh, his hearty voice filling the space around them. Yes, Hikaru, you're right. The Senju are my family, he said warmly. As for protecting you. Chitō smirked teasingly. That depends on you. Hikaru blinked, confused but eager. What do you mean? Chito's smile widened. Calling me Big Brother isn't enough. Your ancestors were my apprentices, they called me Grandpa. If you want my protection, you'll have to do the same. Understanding dawned on Hikaru's face, and without hesitation, he beamed and shouted, Grandpa. The word filled Chitō with unexpected joy. He scooped up Hikaru, who barely reached his waist, and held him high. Good. From now on, you're my grandson. I'll make sure no harm comes to you, Hikaru. You'll be safe and secure for the rest of your life. At that moment, Naruto returned, his mission to summon the ministers of the Land of Fire complete. As he stepped into the room, he froze at the sight before him. Chitō and Hikaru seemed unusually close, laughing together as if they had been family for years. Naruto's blue eyes widened in confusion and just a hint of jealousy. Grandpa, what's going on? I was only gone for a little while, and now you and Hikaru are acting like best friends. Naruto's tone carried a tinge of childish envy. Chitō had always cared for him deeply, but never before had he seen his grandpa so openly affectionate. For the first time, Naruto felt as if someone had stolen his spotlight. Chitō, with his keen observation and godlike insight, immediately noticed Naruto's change in mood. Smiling knowingly, he reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Naruto, don't be jealous. I just discovered something interesting, Chitō said. Hikaru carries the blood of the Senju. That makes him your brother. Naruto blinked in surprise, the jealousy fading from his expression. The Senju? You mean, like Granny Tsunade? Chitō nodded. Naruto's face lit up with recognition. Wow, so Hikaru's related to Granny Tsunade? I thought she was the only one left in the Senju clan. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 36. If she finds out about Hikaru, she'll definitely be thrilled. Naruto exclaimed, his happiness for Tsunade shining brightly. Uzumaki Chitō observed Naruto's uncontainable excitement and nodded with satisfaction. Having lived for so long and achieved unparalleled strength, Chitō no longer cared about many things. Yet, he cherished certain qualities deeply like sincerity. Naruto, who always considered the well-being of those around him, naturally earned Chitō's favor. Such an open heart was a rare treasure in a world often mired in intrigue. Smiling, Chitō replied, I've already passed the news along to Tsunade. She should be here by tomorrow. Then, his tone grew more serious. Before she arrives, you need to handle the affairs of the Land of Fire and its capital. It wouldn't do for Tsunade to arrive and find everything in chaos. Naruto nodded earnestly, his determination evident. But soon, his expression turned into one of distress. Grandpa, I don't want all these problems to trouble Tsunade Bah-chan, Naruto said hesitantly. But I honestly don't know where to start. You told me to round up the ministers earlier, but you never explained what to do after that. Chitō sighed heavily, shaking his head. Really, Naruto? The clues were right in front of you, and you still didn't get it. Seeing Naruto's sheepish grin, Chitō waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Subtlety and strategy aren't your strong points anyway. I'll take care of this myself. With that, Chitō stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming presence. A wave of incredible pressure swept through the room, causing the gathered ministers to tremble uncontrollably. The weaker ones fell to their knees, their legs giving out beneath them. A few even released yellow puddles onto the floor, their fear palpable. Chito's gaze turned colder as he surveyed their cowardice. After a long pause, his voice rang out, calm but commanding. I am Uzumaki Chitō, and this is my great-grandson, Naruto Uzumaki. His eyes swept over the room, piercing each individual as he continued, Naruto has come to the capital of the Land of Fire to secure recognition for Shin Konoha's legitimacy. However, before his arrival, Konoha ninjas disguised themselves as him and kidnapped the daimyo, attempting to undermine our cause. Chito's voice grew sharper, each word carrying the weight of undeniable authority. To ensure the stability of this nation, I have decided that the daimyo's son, Hikaru, will take his place as the new daimyo. His gaze hardened, and he delivered his final statement with icy clarity. Now, I ask who here is for this decision, and who is against it. Though his tone was measured, it carried an undeniable menace. Every syllable reverberated through the hall, leaving no room for ambiguity. The ministers exchanged uncertain glances, their faces pale and drawn. Many seemed too shocked to respond. Finally, an elderly man with a white beard struggled to his feet, his body trembling with rage. His voice, though quivering, was filled with indignation as he pointed at Chitō and bellowed. Against. I am against it. You're just a lowly ninja, how dare you presume to dictate the affairs of the Land of Fire. The phrase, lowly ninja, caused Naruto's face to darken. His blue eyes locked onto the old man with an intensity that made the air seem colder. It wasn't just a glare, it was a predatory gaze infused with the fierce aura of the nine tails within him. The old man suddenly gasped, his body freezing in place. In his mind, vivid and horrifying visions unfolded, endless rivers of blood, piles of corpses, and a suffocating sea of death. It was as though he had been submerged in a pool of blood, its sticky warmth clinging to every inch of his skin. Overwhelmed by the terror, the old man collapsed, unconscious, onto the floor. But his fall only emboldened others. A group of younger ministers, shaking with fury, began shouting insults at Naruto. You monsters think you can intimidate us, one spat. You're nothing but brutes. We are noble ministers, our dignity cannot be crushed by mere ninjas, another added, his voice trembling but defiant. Naruto clenched his fists, his frustration mounting. These ministers, bloated with self-importance and unable to walk without wheezing, dared to insult him repeatedly. Yet, he hesitated. Should I fight them? He wondered. But they're just ordinary people. Is it right to use my strength against them? Lost in indecision, Naruto turned to Chitō for guidance, his expression pleading for help. Before Chitō could respond, Hikaru, who had been quietly observing from his arms, leapt down and stood before the ministers. Brother Naruto is kind and strong. Hikaru said boldly, his young voice cutting through the tension. He would never. But Hikaru's defense was interrupted by angry shouts from the ministers. Shut up, you mongrel, one hissed. You're nothing but the product of lowly blood, another sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Why the daimyo spared you, I'll never understand. You don't deserve to live, let alone claim a position of power. Fueled by their own hatred, one of the ministers, a stout, red-faced man, grabbed a decorative jade plate. With a savage snarl, he hurled it at Hikaru's head. You'll pay for your insolence, you little bastard, he shouted. The plate flew through the air with deadly intent. Chito's eyes narrowed, his voice low and cold, looking for death. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 37. Uzumaki. Chito's voice reverberated through the hall, deep and furious like a volcano on the brink of eruption. The oppressive force of his presence crashed into the gathered ministers like an invisible hammer, crushing their spirits. Panic and despair filled the air, as though they were prey cornered by a natural predator. You, what are you going to do? The minister who had moments ago berated the 7-year-old Hikaru now stood trembling. His voice, once filled with bravado, cracked with terror as he pleaded, please, spare me. Chitō regarded him with a cold, unrelenting gaze, a cruel smile curling on his lips. What am I going to do? He echoed, his tone deceptively calm. Send you to hell. With a simple motion, Chitō raised his hand and clenched his fingers in the air. The arrogant minister suddenly felt an immense pressure enveloping his body. It was as if an invisible vice had clamped down on him, squeezing tighter with every passing second. His bones creaked and cracked under the relentless force, pain searing through his entire being. Click. Click. The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed in the silent hall. The minister's body was contorted beyond recognition, reduced to a grotesque mass suspended in midair. Ah! A guttural scream of agony tore from his throat, filled with pain and despair. Kill me, he begged, his voice breaking. Chitō released his grip, and the broken minister crumpled to the floor like discarded garbage. But the punishment didn't end there. With a flick of Chito's hand, several more ministers were dragged into the air by the same invisible force. No. Please, no. You can't do this. I'm a minister. You have no right. Their protests fell on deaf ears. Chito's disdainful sneer deepened as he tightened his grip on the air. Ministers, he scoffed. You're nothing but trash. With a sharp gesture, Chito's fists clenched tighter. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the daimyo's mansion. Blood sprayed into the air, painting the room in crimson. The once proud ministers, who had arrogantly berated Naruto and Hikaru, were now nothing but lifeless remains. As the last of the defiant voices was silenced, Chitō lowered his hand. The room fell into an eerie quiet, broken only by the sound of trembling ministers who had escaped his wrath. Those still alive collapsed to their knees, burying their heads in their arms like frightened ostriches. They dared not meet Chito's gaze, too terrified to even breathe loudly. Chitō surveyed the cowed ministers with a mixture of disdain and satisfaction. His voice, calm yet commanding, cut through the silence. I will make Hikaru the new daimyo. His words were like a wave crashing against the walls of the mansion. Who is in favor, and who is against? No one dared to respond. Not a single voice rose in opposition, not even a murmur of dissent. Naruto and Hikaru exchanged stunned glances. They couldn't reconcile the sight of these ministers, who had been so vocal and defiant just moments ago, with their current state cowering like frightened mice. Chitō noticed their confusion and addressed them with a faint smile. You're both still too young, he said. Do you think their earlier bravado was true loyalty to the daimyo? No. They acted that way because they believed ninjas and children like you wouldn't dare harm them. He gestured toward the quivering ministers. Their so-called bravery was nothing but a hollow facade. But the moment I showed them the blood of their companions and proved I would kill them, that false courage vanished. Naruto and Hikaru nodded as understanding dawned on their faces. Naruto muttered, his tone dripping with disdain, I thought these guys were something special. Turns out they're not even as brave as the kids at the ninja academy. He grinned wryly. At least academy students will pick up a kunai and try to fight back when they're scared. Hikaru nodded in agreement, his expression resolute. But Chitō chuckled softly, shaking his head. You're not entirely right, Naruto, he said. These people will find their courage when they see an opportunity to benefit. At that moment, they'll transform into ferocious wolves, willing to tear apart anyone in their way. His voice grew sharper as he added, in fact, I'll show you what I mean right now. With a sly smile, Chitō turned to the trembling ministers and raised his voice. All of you, heads up. The ministers hesitated, their fear palpable, but Chito's tone left no room for disobedience. Slowly, one by one, they raised their heads, their eyes filled with dread. Chito's smile widened as he continued, I have an announcement to make. His words hung in the air like an electric charge. This is an opportunity, a chance to gain wealth, status, and power beyond your wildest dreams. Naruto and Hikaru looked at each other, puzzled by Chito's sudden change in tone. But before they could process his words, the minister's reactions shocked them. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. Zero comment. Vote. Chapter 38. The group of ministers, who had been cowering on the ground like frightened dogs moments ago, suddenly raised their heads. Their eyes gleamed with greed, like wild animals catching the scent of prey. Their expressions all seemed to ask the same question. What's the chance to get promoted and make a fortune? Uzumaki Chitō observed their reactions with calm detachment, as if he had anticipated every move. With a composed tone, he announced. Here's the deal, whoever supports Hikaru becoming the new daimyo will be rewarded. He began listing the rewards in a steady voice. The first to pledge support will receive 1 million ryo and be promoted 3 ranks. The second, 900,000 ryo and 2 ranks. The third, 800,000 ryo and 1 rank. For the 4th to the 10th, 500,000 ryo each. The 11th to the 100th, 100,000 ryo each. And for those beyond the 100th. Before Chitō could finish, chaos erupted. I support it. I'm first, one minister shouted, scrambling to his feet. No, I'm first, another roared, shoving his way forward. The first position is mine. The ministers devolved into a frenzied mob, jostling and shouting to be heard, each vying for Chito's favor like wild dogs fighting over scraps. Naruto stood to the side, watching the scene unfold with a numb expression. The dignified image of noble ministers, carefully crafted by the Konoha ninja school's education, had been utterly shattered in his mind. It didn't take long for 100 ministers to pledge their support for Hikaru's claim as daimyo. Chitō, calm amidst the chaos, reached into the void and produced a long scroll. Unfurling it, he addressed the eager ministers. Sign your names here. Once you do, everything I promised will be delivered to you within half a day. The ministers rushed forward, practically tripping over each other in their haste to sign the scroll. Naruto watched the scene, shaking his head in disbelief. To him, it felt like a farce, a mockery of the ideals he had once believed in. But as he observed the ministers scrawling their names, a thought suddenly struck him. His grandpa had poured most of his resources into building Shin Konoha. Where would the money for these promises come from? His heart sank as a chilling possibility crossed his mind. Could grandpa be planning to use the funds we took from the Land of Lightning? Naruto's face paled. That money was critical to Shin Konoha's recovery. If it were drained, the village would be plunged back into poverty. Anxious, Naruto hesitated before carefully voicing his concern. Grandpa, your method is effective, but where's the money going to come from? Chitō turned to him with a sly smile. What's the matter, Naruto? Worried I'll drain your precious little stash? Naruto chuckled nervously. He wanted to say yes. But the truth was, everything he had came from Chitō. Even his life was a debt he couldn't repay. If Chitō wanted to take it all, Naruto wouldn't refuse. Still, the thought of Shin Konoha returning to destitution weighed heavily on him. Hikaru, observing Naruto's distress, gently tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Brother Naruto, don't worry about using the daimyo's money. Naruto looked at Hikaru, confused. Hikaru continued in a hushed tone, I know where my father hid his wealth. Naruto's eyes widened, his initial surprise giving way to cautious hope. But then, glancing at Hikaru's innocent 7-year-old face, he hesitated. How could I ask for money from a child? Naruto thought, conflicted. It's shameful for the leader of Shin Konoha to rely on a kid's help. Chitō, who had been watching the interaction with amusement, finally intervened. Naruto, he began, his tone patient but firm, you can't rely on brute force alone. You need to use your brain. Naruto blinked, confused. What do you mean, Grandpa? Chitō gestured toward the corpses of the ministers he had eliminated earlier. Do you see those? Naruto followed his grandpa's gaze, his expression still puzzled. I see them, but they're dead. They can't come back to life to give us money. Chitō sighed, exasperation flashing across his face. Before he could explain, Hikaru leaned closer to Naruto and whispered, Brother Naruto, Grandpa means we can take the money from those dead ministers and use it to pay the others. Naruto's mouth fell open in realization. Oh. That's what you meant, Grandpa. equals 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 equals. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Equals 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 equals. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 39. Naruto's intelligence might not have been his strongest suit, but his execution was unparalleled. He was the type to act first and figure out the rest later, a classic example of do it first, then explain. With his exceptional drive and the support of his shadow clones, it took him less than half an hour to raid the estates of the deceased ministers. The spoils were staggering. Excluding antiques, calligraphy, and paintings that were difficult to value, Naruto had amassed 30 million ryo in cash alone. After distributing the promised rewards to the ministers who supported Hikaru, he was left with a surplus of 15 million. But what astonished Naruto even more were the granaries hidden within the ministers' estates. The sheer quantity of grain they had hoarded was enough to feed all the people of Konoha for an entire year, even if they ate to their heart's content without worry. For someone who had been plagued by concerns over money and food, this discovery was like a dream come true. Ha ha ha. Naruto giggled as he hugged a pile of money, his face glowing with joy. I'm rich. I'm finally rich. Uzumaki Chitō observed Naruto's antics with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Yes, yes, you're rich, Chitō said with a smirk. But, if you think about it, you've actually lost a lot more than you gained. Naruto froze mid-laugh, confusion edged across his face. Lost, he repeated. How could I have lost? I don't get it. Seeing Naruto's bewildered expression, Chitō chuckled and explained, you've forgotten about what you did in the Land of Lightning. Chito's tone grew more pointed. You killed their daimyo but ignored their ministers. He continued, the Land of Lightning is the most industrialized nation. While its commoners may not be as prosperous as those in the Land of Fire, its daimyos, nobles, and merchants are just as wealthy, if not wealthier. Pausing for effect, Chitō added, from that perspective, you've likely lost over 100 million ryo. Naruto's face turned ashen. He stood there, slack-jawed, as if the weight of Chito's words had physically hit him. Then, after a long silence, he let out a wail of despair, clutching his chest dramatically. My heart hurts, he cried. Chitō laughed heartily at Naruto's theatrics. Stepping into the void, he began to vanish from sight. His voice echoed back as he disappeared. Naruto, I've set everything in motion for you. The rest is up to you. Don't neglect Konoha. Handle things carefully. And don't let me leave only to have you beaten so badly by Konoha's people that you come crawling back for help. Naruto straightened up, a flash of determination in his eyes. He shouted into the empty air, don't worry, Grandpa. I won't let you down this time. 30 miles from the Land of Fire's capital, in a hidden cave, several Konoha ANBU operatives lingered in silence. The Land of Fire's daimyo, unconscious from a ninjutsu attack, lay on a clean bed in the corner. Half a day had passed when one of the ANBU finally broke the silence. His voice was low and muffled. Shin, he said, addressing one of his comrades. Our spies hasn't sent word in so long. Something must have happened. His words echoed through the cavern, the sound bouncing off the walls. No one responded. The heavy silence was not from indifference, but fear. Every ANBU present knew the terrifying possibility they might face, Uzumaki Chitō. A legend who could transcend life and death, Chitō was a being of unparalleled power. These operatives had witnessed his abilities firsthand during the third Hokage's encounter with Orochimaru. Chitō had resurrected the fallen Hokage only to trap him in a small stone, allowing him out for only an hour or two each day. The thought of such a fate, a punishment far worse than death, hung heavy in their minds. They had watched the once proud third Hokage become a broken shell, cowardly and despicable, under the weight of Chito's cruel imprisonment. The memory filled them with a deep sense of dread. If a Hokage could be reduced to such a state, what hope did they have? The cavern returned to its oppressive silence, each operative consumed by their own fears. Then, a sudden psychic fluctuation broke the stillness. Recognizing the familiar mental link of the Yamanaka clan, one of the ANBU lowered his guard and allowed the message to enter his mind. The mission has failed, the message began. Naruto Uzumaki has established the daimyo's son, Hikaru, as the new ruler in the capital of the Land of Fire. He has also publicly accused Konoha of kidnapping the previous daimyo. You must bring the daimyo back to Konoha immediately to refute these claims. Relief washed over the ANBU upon hearing the news. At least we don't have to face Uzumaki Chitō. But their relief was short-lived, replaced by confusion. One of the operatives murmured, I've dealt with many nobles in the past. Most of them are so arrogant they can barely walk without wheezing. How could they possibly support a ninja like Naruto in appointing a new daimyo? Equals 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 equals. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 40. After hearing the explanation, the Yamanaka clan member transmitting the information fell silent for a long time. Finally, in a tone of disbelief, he said to the minds of the Konoha ANBU operatives. They had to agree, because anyone who didn't was killed by Uzumaki Chitō. He continued, his mental voice tinged with unease, and those who chose to support were rewarded handsomely by Uzumaki Chitō. Now, all the remaining ministers in the Land of Fire are supporters of the new daimyo. That's why the third Hokage and Narashikaku are so desperate for you to return with the daimyo. The Konoha ANBU were stunned. They hadn't expected such a ruthless and decisive outcome. Killing everyone who disagrees, it's so cold and calculated, one of them murmured to himself. But those were nobles. The concept of nobles had always held an almost divine status in the minds of the ANBU. Though these aristocrats lacked strength, their titles and wealth gave them an untouchable aura. In their eyes, nobles seemed born to possess everything, with even the Hokage requiring their approval to take office. But Uzumaki Chitō had ripped away that facade with ruthless efficiency, exposing the ugliness beneath. The ANBU glanced at the unconscious daimyo of the Land of Fire lying on a clean bed in the cave. Despite being taken prisoner, they had treated him with utmost care, providing clean accommodations and tending to his needs out of respect. Now, seeing the reality, one of the ANBU couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. So this is the daimyo. He muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Without another word, the team lifted the unconscious daimyo and set off at a breakneck pace toward Konoha. After pushing themselves to their physical limits, the ANBU finally arrived in Konoha. Handing the daimyo over to the Hokage guard, they vanished into the shadows of the Hokage building. The Land of Fire daimyo, still groggy from the effects of ninjutsu and exhaustion, had been unconscious for an entire day. Lying in a clean bed, he coughed incessantly, having caught a cold from the rough transport. After a particularly harsh coughing fit, he opened his eyes groggily, his gaze settling on the unfamiliar ceiling. Blinking in confusion, he looked around and mumbled, "Where am I?" His wandering eyes soon landed on three figures, Jeriah, Narashikaku and the spirit form of the third Hokage. "Hokage," the daimyo exclaimed, his confusion giving way to a semblance of composure. Emboldened by their presence, he straightened himself as much as his bloated frame allowed and barked imperiously, "How dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am? And this is Konoha. Why haven't you sent me back to the capital yet?" Jeriah, known for his patience, felt his restraint slipping. Years of enduring Tsunade's devastating punches had honed his tolerance, but the daimyo's arrogant words pushed him to the brink. If not for Narashikaku's calming presence and the third Hokage's subtle cues, Jeriah might have let his anger boil over. Even so, he couldn't resist a biting remark, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Forgive us, daimyo, but Konoha doesn't have the luxuries you're used to. As for why you haven't been sent back to the capital." Jeriah smirked, his eyes narrowing. "It's because the Land of Fire already has a new daimyo." The daimyo's eyes widened in shock, disbelief edged across his face. "A new daimyo? That's impossible," he sputtered. "Who could possibly replace me?" He straightened further, his voice rising in indignation. "I killed all my brothers to secure this position. There's no one left in the Land of Fire who can take my place." His revelation sent a wave of shock through the room. Even Jeriah, a seasoned warrior who had witnessed countless atrocities, felt a chill run down his spine. He had always assumed the stories of the daimyo family's tragedies were just that, stories. But now, hearing the truth from the daimyo himself was horrifying. He killed his own brothers. The sheer ruthlessness of the act left Jeriah momentarily speechless. Despite his experience on blood-soaked battlefields, the callousness of fratricide struck a nerve. For a brief moment, fear flickered in Jeriah's eyes, fear not of the daimyo's power, but of the depths of his cruelty. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 41. Unlike Jeriah's visible disgust, the third Hokage, whose life had been spent in shadows and schemes, showed no such reaction to the daimyo's revelation about poisoning his brothers. In fact, after spending so long trapped in Uzumaki Chitō's punishment and growing increasingly twisted, he found himself quietly admiring the daimyo's ruthless pragmatism. With a soft chuckle, the third Hokage addressed the daimyo of the Land of Fire. "Your Excellency, the successor to your throne is your son, Hikaru." The daimyo froze, his expression shifting to one of sneering disbelief. "Impossible," he spat. "That whelp is nothing more than a child with the lowly blood of a ninja." He glared at the third Hokage, his tone dripping with contempt. "The ministers of the Land of Fire would never recognize him as daimyo. You're lying to me, Sandame. You've been conspiring with the usurpers and now you're using Hikaru's name to deceive me." Hearing this, Jeriah's simmering disdain for the daimyo boiled over. The man's casual dismissal of Hikaru's heritage and his blatant insult to ninja blood sparked a fury that Jeriah couldn't contain. The white-haired Sunin's battle-hardened aura surged forth, his shawl of white hair rising like a wild flame. The oppressive pressure of his anger filled the room, and the daimyo, overwhelmed, nearly soiled himself in terror. Seeing the tension, the third Hokage intervened sharply, his voice cutting through the room. Jeriah. What do you think you're doing? This is the daimyo. Show some dignity and humility. Jeriah froze at his mentor's rebuke, his body stiffening. His face contorted with conflicting emotions: anger, frustration, and a bitter sense of betrayal. After a moment, he turned toward the third Hokage, his voice low and tense. Sensei, with all due respect. I am the Hokage now. His eyes burned with conviction as he continued, is it wrong for the Hokage to defend the honor of the ninja in his village? The third Hokage's face darkened at Jeriah's defiance, a flicker of fear mingling with his anger. He's rebelling. The realization struck like a bolt of lightning. The third Hokage knew all too well how fragile his position was. His current authority rested entirely on his reputation and his past bond with Jeriah. His resurrection by Uzumaki Chitō was an unnatural state. His power was a pale shadow of what it once was. And hadn't he already been killed by one apprentice? To maintain his influence, he needed to tread carefully, keeping Jeriah under control while preserving the illusion of respect. Drawing a deep breath, the third Hokage steadied himself. When he spoke again, his voice carried a venomous edge. Jeriah, do you think being Hokage gives you the right to act recklessly? Without the daimyo's support, how will our village survive? How will our people eat if we lose their funding? He leaned forward, his soul-bound form looming as his tone turned scolding. You are endangering the entire village for the sake of your precious pride. As your teacher, it is my duty to correct you. Now come here and apologize to the daimyo. Jeriah felt as though a storm had descended upon him. The words hit him like hailstones, leaving him dazed and frustrated. Through the haze of anger and disappointment, he saw the truth that the third Hokage tried to hide. The fear in his master's eyes, the desperation behind his anger, it was all too clear. Why is sensei so afraid? Jeriah thought. He already knew the answer. The role of Hokage had revealed to him the fragile underbelly of Konoha's political structure. Even as the fifth Hokage, Jeriah had felt the weight of dependence on the daimyo's financial support. Still, the sight of his once great mentor now reduced to a hollow, scheming shadow filled him with a deep sadness. This isn't the man who taught me to strive for greatness. He thought bitterly. This is just a ghost. Finally, Jeriah let out a tired sigh and waved his hand dismissively. Fine. Talk to the daimyo yourself, he said, his voice resigned. Turning on his heel, he strode out of the Hokage's office, his movements tense and hurried. Jeriah. Do you have no sense of discipline? The third Hokage called after him, his voice shrill and scolding. You're the Hokage. Where are you going? Come back here. The words followed Jeriah like a whip, but he didn't look back. His pace quickened, his heart pounding with a mix of frustration and shame. As he fled the oppressive atmosphere of the office, Jeriah's inattention betrayed him. Bang! He collided head-on with Shikaku, who had been hurrying to deliver a report. The impact sent Shikaku stumbling back, his exhaustion turning to irritation as he glared at the person who had barreled into him. But when he looked up and recognized Jeriah, his frustration quickly turned to concern. Go dame, are you? Don't call me that, Jeriah interrupted, his voice hollow. He offered Shikaku a faint, rueful smile and shook his head. Just, call me Jeriah. Comment. Zero comment. Vote. Chapter 42. As one of the core members of the legendary Inoshikacho trio and Konoha's most trusted strategist, Shikaku was universally acknowledged for his brilliance. Even though he often appeared lethargic, his mind was sharper than anyone else's. The moment he heard Jeriah's tone and the angry roars of the third Hokage echoing through the corridor, Shikaku instantly pieced together what had happened. Great. As if having a colossal threat like Uzumaki Chitō hanging over our heads wasn't enough, the third Hokage is now in conflict with Konoha's strongest asset. What a headache. The sheer absurdity of the situation made Shikaku feel an exhaustion that went far beyond physical fatigue. If I'd known it would come to this, I might have let myself get taken when Naruto invaded Konoha to snatch Iruka and Anko. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shikaku realized Jeriah had already stormed off. With a resigned sigh, he knelt to pick up the scattered documents from the floor before continuing toward the Hokage's office. When Shikaku entered the office, he found the third Hokage and the daimyo of the Land of Fire engaged in what appeared to be an amicable conversation. If an outsider had walked in, they might have believed it was still the era of the third Hokage's leadership. The sight made Shikaku sigh inwardly. Really, when you were alive, you didn't have this irrational hunger for power. But as a seasoned strategist, Shikaku's ability to mask his emotions was impeccable. Despite the irritation simmering in his heart, he greeted them with his usual calm demeanor, betraying nothing. The third Hokage noticed Shikaku's arrival and immediately beckoned him forward. His semi-translucent soul form took on a regretful expression as he turned to the daimyo. This is Shikaku, the third Hokage said with a smile. Konoha's most brilliant strategist. He'll work with you to finalize the next steps. Then, with a touch of exaggerated regret, he added, unfortunately, my time outside the stone has run out for today. With that, the third Hokage's form dissolved into black smoke and vanished into the cursed stone, leaving Shikaku alone with the daimyo. The daimyo's demeanor shifted immediately. The amicable smile he had worn moments ago twisted into a smug, condescending smirk. So, you're the one in charge now, he sneered. You should already know my instructions. From this moment forward, Konoha will serve as my temporary capital as we fight to crush the rebels. He leaned back, his posture radiating arrogance. Prepare me a villa and several maids I need to rest. Oh, and I've heard rumors about the female ninjas of Konoha. Shikaku's eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle but unmistakable sign of his growing anger. Anyone who knew him well would recognize it as the precursor to a calculated response. But even as his irritation mounted, Shikaku weighed his options carefully. If this is the Hokage's order, disobeying it could create unnecessary complications. Reluctantly, he bowed slightly and said, understood. Since these are the third Hokage's instructions, please follow me. He deliberately ignored the daimyo's requests for maids, villas, and his lecherous implications about female ninjas. If he wants those, he can deal with the third Hokage himself. The daimyo's face darkened at Shikaku's vague response, but he held his tongue. Without the explicit backing of Konoha's leadership, he didn't dare openly confront a ninja. With a huff, he followed Shikaku, his dissatisfaction evident in the way he carried himself. The next day, the daimyo presented a national decree. He had written, declaring his authority and rallying the other nations against the rebellion. Sitting in the Hokage's office, the daimyo wiped sweat from his brow as he proudly handed the document to the third Hokage, who hovered nearby in his spectral form. This decree will demonstrate the seriousness of the situation, the daimyo declared smugly. Once the other great nations see it, they'll unite under my banner to crush the so-called Shin Konoha. With their support, we'll annihilate these rebels in no time. The third Hokage's eyes gleamed with approval as he reached for the letter. Excellent. With this, we can claim the moral high ground and expose Uzumaki Chito's shamelessness to the entire ninja world, he said, his voice brimming with self-satisfaction. When the whole world turns against him, Uzumaki Chito won't stand a chance. And Konoha will be hailed as heroes for leading the charge. The third Hokage glanced at the gathered shinobi, his expression smug as he added, all thanks to the daimyo's generosity and my wisdom, of course. But just as his hand touched the decree, the daimyo abruptly snatched it back, holding it out of reach. The third Hokage froze, his confident smile faltering. Daimyo-sama, he said, his tone laced with confusion, what are you doing? Comment. One comment. Vote. Chapter 43. The daimyo of the Land of Fire grinned, his bloated face twisting into a mask of smug hypocrisy. Sandame, he sneered, you've gone from a human to a ghost, and yet you still don't understand proper decorum. The third Hokage blinked, momentarily stunned by the insult. Subconsciously, he asked, don't understand decorum. The daimyo's grin widened, his tone dripping with mockery. Exactly. Decorum. He leaned back, waving the national letter teasingly in the air. My decree has always been something Konoha couldn't do without. And if I just hand it over to you so easily, tell me, what will I do afterward? You've got to give me proper compensation. For this. The gathered ninjas were momentarily struck speechless by the daimyo's shameless audacity. Here was a man who had been ousted from power, saved only by Konoha's intervention, yet he acted as though they were the ones begging for his help. Many clenched their fists in silent frustration. If not for the presence of the third Hokage, this pompous fat pig would have been given a swift and painful lesson. But the third Hokage's perspective was entirely different. To him, the daimyo represented Konoha's only viable chance of rallying the ninja world against Shin Konoha. The prestige and plight of the daimyo of the Land of Fire could be used to unite the great nations in a collective effort to crush Uzumaki Chito. Even a self-proclaimed god like Uzumaki Chito couldn't withstand the might of the united ninja world. He thought. And with victory, the third Hokage would solidify his place in history as Konoha's savior, a legacy etched onto the monuments for all time. More importantly, having been resurrected in his current immortal form, the third Hokage envisioned himself ruling Konoha indefinitely, far beyond the natural span of human life. But for now, his power was precarious, resting entirely on his reputation and his connection to Jeriah as the current Hokage. So, after a moment of thought, the third Hokage forced a humble smile and asked, what kind of compensation are you asking for, daimyo-sama? The daimyo's face lit up with delight, his smugness reaching new heights. Truthfully, he had been testing his boundaries, uncertain of how far he could push. He understood the precariousness of his position alone in a village of trained killers, his life hung by a thread. A single word from the Hokage, and he could be silenced forever. But now, the third Hokage's willingness to entertain his demands emboldened him. Ah, Sandame, you truly are an understanding Hokage, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. I don't want much, just a luxury villa befitting my status, a modest number of maids, and some appropriate comforts. After all, if dignitaries from the Land of Thunder or the Land of Wind see me living in squalor, it might undermine my credibility as daimyo. The daimyo's reasoning, while selfing, was cleverly framed to appeal to Konoha's interests. Several of the gathered ninjas, though initially furious, begrudgingly found themselves nodding along. He does have a point, his appearance needs to reflect his authority. But then, the daimyo took it a step too far. Also, he added, his tone turning lecherous as he eyed Kurenei, it would be wise to appoint a liaison for better communication. Perhaps, this lovely female ninja with red eyes. The room fell into a tense silence. Kurenei's crimson eyes narrowed dangerously. With a flick of her hand, she nearly unleashed a devastating genjutsu technique to teach the daimyo a humiliating lesson. Beside her, Asuma Sarutobi's hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his chakra-infused trench knives. His expression darkened, his fury barely restrained. If this arrogant pig doesn't shut his mouth. But despite their seething anger, neither acted rashly. Both knew the political ramifications of attacking the daimyo, especially under the watchful gaze of the third Hokage. Surely, they thought, the third Hokage would step in and reject such an inappropriate demand. However, what happened next stunned everyone. The third Hokage's translucent face grew pensive, and a thoughtful glint appeared in his eyes. "Old man, what are you thinking?" Asuma's voice rang out, raw with disbelief and rage. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, the faint trace of consideration in his father's expression. "This can't be real. My own father, the man who raised me, is actually thinking of sacrificing Kurane to appease this gluttonous fool?" His anger boiled over, and he shouted, "Father, are you seriously considering this?" The third Hokage's expression hardened, his voice cold as he snapped, "Asuma! How dare you behave so disrespectfully in front of the daimyo? Apologize to him immediately." Asuma froze, his breath catching in his throat. This wasn't just about the daimyo. This was about his father, his mentor, the man he had looked up to his entire life. And now, that man stood before him, demanding that he bow and scrape to protect the whims of a corrupt aristocrat. Asuma's knuckles turned white as his grip on his trench knives tightened. "No," he said quietly, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "I won't." The room fell into a heavy silence, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. The third Hokage's eyes narrowed, his ethereal form radiating cold fury. "Asuma," he said slowly, his tone deadly, "do not defy me." Comment. Zero comment. Vote. Chapter 44. Asuma heard the third Hokage's command to obey, and smiled bitterly. "Is there nothing you wouldn't demand, father?" he muttered. For much of his life, the third Hokage had been a looming figure, a hurdle Asuma could never quite overcome. As a child, he admired and revered his father. As a teenager, he rebelled against his ideals. Later, during his time with the 12 Guardian, he began to understand and even respect his father's philosophy. Through it all, one thing remained constant, a deep familial bond that tethered Asuma's heart to his father's, no matter the disagreements. But now, that bond was shattered. Torn apart by his father's own actions and callous disregard, it lay in ruins at his feet. Dragging Kurane by the hand, Asuma turned his back on the Hokage's office and walked away. His steps were heavy but resolute, each one severing the ties that had once bound him. The third Hokage's translucent form trembled with a mix of shock and rage. "It's rebellion," he bellowed. "Rebellion." His voice echoed through the Hokage's office. "As a ninja, have you forgotten the value of obedience?" he demanded. To the third Hokage, Konoha's ninjas were instruments of sacrifice. They lived and died at his command, and their willingness to do so was what made them noble. For him, even the act of giving one's life in the name of duty carried a certain beauty, a word he called sacrifice. And now, his son wasn't being asked to die. All he'd asked was for Asuma's woman to accompany the daimyo, a small price for the sake of Konoha. But Asuma dared to defy him. He dared to storm out of the Hokage building, leaving his father humiliated. The third Hokage's spectral form began to flicker violently, rippling like disturbed water. His voice rose in fury as he pointed a trembling hand in the direction Asuma had disappeared. "Someone, bring Asuma and Kurane back to me," he roared. "Even the son of the Hokage is not above the rules of our village." But the ninjas in the room stood frozen, unmoving. Their silence only fueled the third Hokage's anger. He glared at them, his spectral eyes blazing. "Did you not hear me? I said, bring Asuma and Kurane." "Enough, old man," Jeriah interrupted, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. The room turned toward him, and for the first time, Jeriah's tone carried none of its usual warmth or playfulness. "Shut your mouth," he said bluntly, "before someone decides to toss your stone into a pit where it belongs." The room fell into stunned silence. Jeriah's expression was weary, his voice tinged with melancholy. "We're ninjas, not lapdogs for the daimyo," he continued. He gestured toward the gathered shinobi. "Everyone here has better things to do. If the daimyo wants to help, fine, arrange for someone to take his letter to the other nations. If he doesn't, then so be it. But personnel? Mates? Villas?" Jeriah scoffed. "We're not here to cater to his whims." The gathered ninjas, visibly relieved, began moving to follow Jeriah's instructions. The third Hokage, watching the scene unfold, felt a rising tide of panic. "Jeriah," he cried, his voice trembling with desperation. "You ungrateful fool! Have you forgotten everything I taught you? I raised you from a worthless student into one of the world-famous Sunin." His voice cracked with indignation. "How dare you treat me like this? Do you have no loyalty? No conscience?" Jeriah closed his eyes briefly, as if trying to block out the barrage of accusations. When he opened them again, they were filled with quiet resolve. "Sensei," he said softly, "this is the last time I will call you that." He raised a fist and brought it down with all his strength. Rumble. The floor of the Hokage's office exploded into a massive crater, shards of wood and stone scattering like shrapnel. The gathered ninjas instinctively ducked for cover. The third Hokage's spectral form flickered wildly, his translucent face contorting with panic. What are you doing?" he stammered. For the first time, the man who had been hailed as the god of shinobi looked truly terrified. In that moment, the reality of his powerlessness hit him like a crushing wave. He was no longer the indomitable Hokage, just a fragile soul bound to a stone. Jeriah stared at him, his face edged with sadness and disappointment. Hiruzen, you should have stayed dead, he said softly. His voice carried no malice, only a deep sorrow. The Uzumaki's resurrection wasn't a gift. It was a curse. And all it's done is tarnish your legacy. You should have remained the kind and brave man we all admired, the Hokage who sacrificed everything for Konoha. But now, you're just a bitter ghost. The third Hokage didn't hear the wisdom in Jiraiya's words. His mind fixated on one word. Dead. The idea of death clawed at his fragile psyche, his greed for survival overwhelming all else. Comment. 3. Comment. Vote. Chapter 45. You can't kill me. The third Hokage's trembling voice echoed through the room. Jeriah froze at the words, momentarily stunned by their absurdity. Is that really what you think of me, Hiruzen? Jeriah asked bitterly, his voice laden with sorrow. His throat tightened, and his vision blurred as unshed tears stung his eyes. He clenched his fists, his entire body trembling with the weight of his emotions. Unable to bear the accusation, he closed his eyes, willing the pain to subside. The third Hokage, realizing the gravity of his words, scrambled to correct himself. No, Jeriah, I didn't mean it like that. But Jeriah cut him off, unwilling to hear more. At that moment, the third Hokage's time outside the black stone ran out. His translucent form was drawn back into the cursed object with a faint, ghostly wail. Jeriah opened his eyes, his expression hardened. He summoned an ANBU operative with a quick hand signal. Take this stone, he said coldly, gesturing to the black object imprisoning the third Hokage's soul, and place it in the stone tower on Hokage Rock. Assign someone to guard it. He paused, his gaze distant. If he asks for anything, accommodate him within reason, but ensure I never have to see him again. The ANBU operative nodded silently, retrieved the black stone, and vanished. The room fell silent, but the stillness was soon shattered by a slow, mocking clap. 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 Jiraiya's head snapped toward the sound, his senses sharpening. A young man in a moon-white kimono lounged lazily on the Hokage's chair, his posture exuding confidence. The source of the applause was his gloved hands. Jiraiya's pupils contracted, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. His teeth clenched as he forced the name out. Uzumaki. Chitō. The man in white stood leisurely, his movements unhurried and deliberate. He flashed a faint smile, almost disarmingly casual. Relax, Jeriah, Uzumaki Chitō said. I'm not here to kill anyone. Though I could destroy all of Konoha with a single breath, I'm not a madman. I don't kill without reason. He gestured dismissively. Besides, you and your teacher just gave me a rather entertaining show. For that, I'll spare you. Jeriah exhaled sharply, his tense body relaxing slightly. He knew enough about Uzumaki Chitō to trust his word when this man made a promise, he kept it. But the relief was short-lived. A surge of anger welled up in Jiraiya's chest, and he couldn't hold back. So, that's what we are to you? Puppets on a stage for your amusement, he snapped. You sit there, watching us struggle, reveling in our powerlessness. Does it make you feel superior? Chito's gaze didn't waver. He let Jiraiya's words hang in the air, his expression calm and unreadable. When Jeriah finally fell silent, Chitō spoke, his voice measured and cold. Why am I doing this? Chitō repeated, almost to himself. That's a good question. His eyes darkened, his tone turning sharp. Sinners, he said. That's what you are. What Konoha is. His voice rose, filled with an icy conviction. And you, Jeriah, and your beloved teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are among the worst of them. Jiraiya's brows furrowed in confusion, but his anger didn't abate. Sinners? Based on what, Chitō? He demanded. If it's killing, then you've killed more people than anyone alive. You lived through the Warring States era, for Kami's sake. You've spilled enough blood to drown nations. Chitō raised an eyebrow, his expression almost amused. Yes, I've killed countless people, he admitted. But they were my enemies. I killed them openly, with purpose. He leaned forward, his gaze piercing. But you, and your teacher, killed your own. Your villagers, your disciples. The very people you were sworn to protect. Jeriah flinched, memories flashing through his mind. Familiar faces, some smiling, others bloodied and lifeless, haunted him. You're talking about Minato and Kushina, Jeriah said quietly, his voice heavy with guilt. This is revenge for them, isn't it? If that's what this is about, I won't argue. I failed them. We all did. But you have the power to bring them back, don't you? If you're so determined to avenge them, why haven't you used your resurrection abilities to restore them? Chito's expression remained impassive, but his tone was unyielding. My resurrection isn't perfect, he replied. It requires specific conditions. He straightened, his eyes narrowing. But whether I can bring them back or not isn't the point. Their deaths don't absolve you of your sins. You think that as long as someone else can fix your mistakes, you're off the hook. Jiraiya's heart sank. The cold logic in Chito's words was impossible to refute. A shiver ran down his spine as he asked, then what do you want, Chitō? What will it take for you to stop? Chito's lips curled into a faint smile, but his eyes remained cold. I want nothing, he said softly. This isn't about me. It's about giving those who've been wronged the chance to put an end to it. He turned to leave, his voice echoing behind him. When I stop, depends on him. And what all of you choose to do. Equals 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 equals. Support me at patreon.com/goldengaruda and check out more chapter of this or more early access chapter of my other fanfic translation. Check out new fanfic, Bleach, the invincible slacker from Raikage with more early access in my Patreon. Equals 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 equals. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 46. By the way, Uzumaki Chitō remarked with a sly smile as he turned to leave, while I despise the third Hokage, I must admit his idea wasn't entirely bad. Using the daimyo of the Land of Fire to unite the ninja world against Konaha, it's clever. He chuckled darkly. I imagine Naruto would have quite the headache dealing with that. Jeriah, already reeling from the confrontation, felt a chill run down his spine. His voice was dry and shaky as he managed to ask, Uzumaki Chitō, are you planning to start the Fourth Ninja World War? Do you even realize how many lives would be lost? Jeriah's voice trembled with sorrow and desperation. Though he appeared brash and resilient on the outside, Jeriah's heart had always been tender. The thought of plunging the world into another catastrophic war was more than he could bear. Uzumaki Chitō turned, his face calm but his words merciless. How many people die is of no concern to me. And with that, he vanished, leaving Jeriah to stare at the empty space where he had stood, paralyzed by a growing sense of despair. Jeriah sat heavily in the Hokage's chair, his shoulders slumping as his mind swirled with Chito's words. But after a long silence, a flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. He raised his voice, firm and commanding. Someone, summon Narashikaku. A nearby ANBU operative darted away silently to carry out the order. Moments later, Narashikaku entered the Hokage's office, his sharp eyes immediately taking in Jiraiya's unusually serious demeanor. Jiraiya-sama, Shikaku said with a sigh, sensing trouble, what's happened? Jeriah recounted his conversation with Uzumaki Chitō, his voice heavy with frustration and grief. When he finished, he leaned forward, his eyes locking onto Shikaku. Chitō intends to drag the entire ninja world into a war against Konaha, he said. Do you have any ideas, Shikaku? Anything at all? Shikaku rubbed his temples, his expression pained. Jiraiya-sama, he admitted, you're asking a lot. Uzumaki Chitō is no ordinary opponent. He's a force of nature. What kind of strategy can we devise against someone like him? He paused, his brow furrowing in thought. That said, based on his behavior, I don't believe he'll act directly unless Konaha is at a significant disadvantage. If this war happens, it will likely be a prolonged conflict and one we're doomed to lose. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair, his face pale. Doomed to lose, he repeated, the words heavy on his tongue. Shikaku nodded grimly. The best we can do is mitigate our losses and focus on survival. Jeriah slumped further, the weight of Shikaku's words crushing him. If Naruto retaliates, he'll destroy Konoha completely, he whispered. And I'll be the Hokage who failed to protect my village. Shikaku felt a pang of sympathy for Jeriah. He understood the immense pressure the fifth Hokage was under. The weight of leading Konoha through such an unprecedented crisis was enough to break anyone, even someone as strong as Jeriah. But Shikaku's mind was always calculating, and as he sifted through the information at hand, an idea began to take shape. Jiraiya-sama, he said cautiously, there may be one path forward. It's risky and difficult, but it's not impossible. Jeriah sat up, his eyes wide with hope. What is it? Tell me. Shikaku hesitated for a moment before uttering a name that made Jiraiya's blood run cold. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's expression darkened, disbelief flashing across his face. Orochimaru, he repeated incredulously. You can't be serious, Shikaku. He's one of the most hated men in Konoha. He's responsible for the deaths of countless innocents, including the third Hokage. How could he possibly help us? Shikaku met Jiraiya's gaze evenly. Don't forget, Shikaku said, Orochimaru holds the key to the Edo Tensei. If there's anyone capable of standing against Uzumaki Chitō, it's the collective strength of the greatest shinobi in history. Jiraiya's fists clenched, conflicting emotions swirling within him. He had spent his life chasing Orochimaru, hoping to redeem his old friend, only to watch him descend further into darkness. The thought of turning to Orochimaru for help felt like an unbearable betrayal of everything Jeriah stood for. But the alternative? Are you saying we need to ally with Orochimaru to summon the dead and fight Uzumaki Chitō? Jeriah asked, his voice heavy with doubt. Shikaku nodded. It's the only chance we have, he said. To defeat Chitō, we'll need more than just our current forces. We need the strongest shinobi who've ever lived. And Orochimaru is the only one who can make that happen. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 47. The only chance. Jeriah muttered the words to himself, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Having endured the horrors of the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, he harbored a deep aversion to war. If given the choice, he would never be the one to ignite such a devastating conflict. War was merciless, he knew. It didn't matter who emerged victorious, casualties would pile up on all sides, leaving countless lives shattered. But as he sat in silence, his mind racing, Jeriah couldn't help but confront the harsh reality. Could Konoha, in its current state, survive against the growing strength of Shin Konoha? His bitter smile gave him all the answer he needed. It was impossible. Even without Uzumaki Chitō's direct intervention, Shin Konoha's roster of powerful ninja far outmatched anything the old village could muster. There was Naruto, now a perfect Jinchuriki who wielded the full power of the Nine Tails. Then there was Tsunade, the last descendant of the Senju clan and a master of monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu. Both were unquestionably cage-level shinobi. And that wasn't all. Might Guy, who could unleash the Eighth Gate and return from the brink of death, was comparable to any cage. Kakashi Hatake, with his Sharingan and tactical brilliance, was another formidable force. To make matters worse, Shin Konoha had forged an alliance with Omega-Kure, now controlled by the mysterious and deadly Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki's members were rumored to rival cage-level shinobi in power, with at least 4 or 5 known members operating from the shadows. By comparison, the current Konoha had only 2 individuals who could truly be called cage-level, Jeriah himself and Shimura Danzo. But Danzo? Jeriah frowned deeply. The old warhawk had been utterly cowed by Uzumaki Chitō's overwhelming strength. In the event of war, Danzo might very well stab Jeriah in the back and pledge allegiance to Shin Konoha to save himself. Konoha's strength wasn't just diminished, it was in shambles. Even without Shin Konoha's rise, the village was a shadow of its former self. The days of producing generation after generation of geniuses had come to a halt. The brightest talents of the younger generation Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, and Lee had all defected to Shin Konoha. Other clans had suffered grievous losses. The Inyuzuka family was nearly wiped out during the Konoha crush, and the Aberme clan's Shino had lost most of his insects, rendering him almost powerless. What remained were a handful of capable but unexceptional shinobi like Tenten, Hinata, Ino, Shikamaru, and Koji. Realizing how far Konoha had fallen, Jeriah felt a wave of dread wash over him. This wasn't just a crisis, it was a disaster waiting to happen. His expression hardened, and he turned to Narashikaku. "I'm leaving the affairs of the village in your hands for now," Jeriah said firmly. "I'm going to find Orochimaru. And this time, I'll convince him to return to Konoha." Shikaku's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded in understanding. As Jeriah summoned a toad from Mount Maiboku and disappeared in a puff of smoke, Shikaku let out a weary sigh. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Land of Fire, Tsunade was having a lively reunion with Hikaru, the young son of the former daimyo. "I can't believe it!" Tsunade exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. "After all this time, the Senju clan still has descendants. And it's a boy, no less." She beamed at Hikaru, ruffling his hair affectionately. "Listen, kid, my name's Tsunade. From now on, you're under my protection. Anyone who dares to bully you, just say my name, and I'll beat them to a pulp." Hikaru, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, nodded cautiously. Tsunade's boisterous personality was almost too much for the timid 7-year-old, but he sensed her good intentions. Tsunade's expression suddenly turned mischievous. "And one more thing," she said with a wicked grin. "It's your responsibility to revive the Senju clan." Hikaru blinked in confusion. "Revive the Senju clan? What does that mean?" Tsunade folded her arms across her chest and laughed. "It means you'll have to get married, take lots of wives, and have plenty of kids. That's how we'll bring the Senju name back to glory." Hikaru's face turned beet red. Though he was only 7, living in the daimyo's household had given him a basic understanding of adult relationships. Hearing such things said so boldly and directly left him utterly flustered. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was observing the exchange, managed to keep his composure. He had learned to handle such topics with a straight face during his time at the Ninja Academy. But inside, he couldn't help feeling a pang of envy. Then, an idea struck him. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he turned to Tsunade. "Granny Tsunade," he said, "if I'm not mistaken, Hikaru is the son of a daimyo. Comment. To comment. Vote." Chapter 48. Hikaru, already embarrassed by Tsunade's bold declaration, tried to suppress his emotions when he heard Naruto's comment. Tsunade's words had initially overwhelmed him with a mix of shyness and an unfamiliar warmth, a sense of family he hadn't experienced before. But Naruto's careless remark shattered that feeling. "Yes," he thought bitterly. "I'm just the son of a daimyo. Even if my mother is of the Senju clan, how can I carry forward its legacy?" Naruto, unaware of the effect of his words, looked on curiously. Meanwhile, Tsunade, ever perceptive despite her brash demeanor, immediately noticed the shift in Hikaru's mood. Without hesitation, she raised a fist and gave Naruto a solid thump on the head, sending him sprawling to the ground. "You clueless brat!" Tsunade said, her voice dripping with exasperation. She then turned to Hikaru, her expression softening into a proud smile. "Listen, Hikaru," she said, her tone more encouraging. "We Senju have the strongest physical traits of any clan. Even if one parent isn't Senju, the blood of the clan will always dominate." She paused, her voice firm and unwavering. "Your bloodline is pure, Hikaru. You carry the characteristics of the Senju clan, the immortal body that defines us." Naruto, rubbing the lump on his head, looked dazed but managed a half-hearted nod in agreement. "Got it, Granny Tsunade." Hikaru, seeing Naruto's exaggerated reaction, couldn't help but smile. The heavy cloud that had settled over him was lifted, and he beamed brightly. "I understand. Hikaru said confidently, his eyes sparkling with renewed determination. I'll do my best, Granny Tsunade. Tsunade immediately raised a hand to stop him, her expression turning serious. Wait, she interrupted. Not Granny. Call me Sister Tsunade. Hikaru froze, his face blank with confusion. But Naruto calls you Granny Tsunade, he stammered. And Naruto, Tsunade said with a sharp glare, is an insufferable brat. You're different. You're part of the Senju clan. That makes you special, Hikaru. Hikaru nodded hesitantly, though his young mind was spinning. The generational logic here seemed impossibly tangled, and he wasn't sure he'd ever make sense of it. Naruto, seeing Hikaru's bewildered expression, burst out laughing. Granny Tsunade, you're unbelievable, he teased. You're practically ancient, and yet you want to be called sister. How embarrassing. Without waiting for a response, Naruto enveloped himself in a nine-tails chakra coat and dashed out of the room with a mischievous laugh. Tsunade clenched her fists, her anger barely contained. If I chase him down with my full power, she thought, the entire land of fire might be reduced to rubble. Taking a deep breath, she turned back to Hikaru, her expression soft but insistent. Don't listen to him, she said. From now on, you call me Sister Tsunade. Got it. Hikaru nodded quickly, his instincts telling him that disobedience would not end well. Tsunade smiled, satisfied. Good. You're a proper Senju after all, not like that knucklehead Naruto. She ruffled Hikaru's hair affectionately before adding, I'll be staying here at the daimyo's mansion for now. My job is to keep you safe from any Konoha or foreign ninja who might try to harm you. She leaned closer, her tone serious. Try not to leave the mansion unless it's absolutely necessary. And if anything happens, call for me immediately. Hikaru nodded again, absorbing her instructions. Later, in a secluded corner of the daimyo's mansion, Tsunade pulled out a small talisman jade engraved with intricate symbols. She pressed her index and middle fingers against it, rapping lightly as though knocking on a door. Grandpa Chitō. Grandpa Chitō, she called out, grinning mischievously. Come on out and chat with me. You've been away for 2 whole days, and I miss you already. The talisman remained silent for a moment before a familiar voice, tinged with resignation, answered. You again, Tsunade. Uzumaki Chito's voice echoed faintly through the talisman. As one of his most powerful creations, the talisman jade could transmit sound and visuals over any distance. It was a feature rarely used, given Uzumaki Chito's reclusive nature. But Tsunade, ever the persistent, had discovered its communication abilities and used them relentlessly. Grandpa Chitō, Tsunade said sweetly, ignoring the exasperation in his tone, you have no idea how much I've been thinking about you. You could think about me less, Chitō muttered, his tone dry. Tsunade ignored him, launching into a lively account of her time with Hikaru and Naruto, her enthusiasm pouring through every word. Uzumaki Chitō sighed, leaning back as he listened. Even the most powerful being in the world couldn't escape Tsunade's relentless chatter. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 49. Grandpa Chitō. Tsunade lay sprawled on the pristine bed in the daimyo's mansion, rolling back and forth with the carefree abandon of a child, her voice ringing with playful mischief. If Hikaru had seen her at that moment, he would have wholeheartedly embraced the idea of calling her Sister Tsunade. Without hesitation. Though her demeanor resembled that of a little girl, Tsunade was far from one. Decades old yet eternally youthful, the yin seal preserved her in the prime of womanhood, her body exuding a beauty that was both graceful and striking like a perfectly ripened peach, brimming with charm. As she rolled about, her robe shifted slightly, lending her an unintentional air of alluring elegance. From miles away, Uzumaki Chitō sighed heavily, his voice stern as it echoed through the talisman jade. You're a grown woman, Tsunade, he scolded. Show some dignity. Sit up properly and stop acting like a lunatic. Tsunade barely flinched at his reprimand. Instead, she tilted her head in mock obedience, pouting like a child scolded for mischief. Still, she straightened herself, sitting upright with an exaggeratedly prim expression. Her lips twitched, betraying the glimmer of pride in her eyes. See? I'm all proper now, Grandpa Chitō, she teased, her voice dripping with faux innocence. Chitō rolled his eyes, though the corner of his lips threatened a faint smile. Good, he muttered, feigning exasperation. Unfazed, Tsunade grinned triumphantly. She kicked off her shoes, her bare feet pale and delicate as porcelain swaying lazily in the air. Grandpa Chitō, she began, her tone softer, I'm so happy today. And it's all thanks to you. Her grin widened as she continued, I thought I was the last Senju left in the world. But then, finding Hikaru it's like a miracle. I owe you so much. Her words were laced with genuine emotion, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. If Orochimaru or Jeriah had witnessed this moment, they would have been utterly stunned. The Tsunade they knew, the brash, strong-willed kunoichi, rarely displayed such unguarded joy. This was a side of her unseen since childhood, back when she'd been sheltered under the protective shadow of her grandpa, Hashirama Senju. In those days, Tsunade's laughter had been unburdened by war or loss, her innocence untouched. Now, in the presence of Uzumaki Chitō, her steadfast pillar, she felt that innocence return. With him, she could let go of the weight of her losses, finding comfort in the belief that someone was there to hold the world steady. Chitō remained silent for a moment, his gaze softening as he took in her unrestrained happiness through the talisman jade. The words of reprimand he had prepared dissolved like mist, replaced by a whisper too faint for anyone to hear. Forgive me, Tsunade, he murmured. For Uzumaki Chitō, two figures had etched themselves deepest into his heart over the long years of his life: Kushina and Tsunade. Kushina, the last ray of light from his own Uzumaki clan, had embodied his bloodline's strength and spirit. And Tsunade, with her boundless kindness and untainted smile, had represented the hope of a better world, a world Uzumaki Chitō had once fought to create alongside Hashirama and Madara. In those early days, Chitō had believed that Konoha would bring peace to the ninja world, its children growing up free from the shadows of war. Tsunade, cheerful and carefree, had been the living proof of that dream. But reality had been cruel. Peace had crumbled, wars had returned, and even Konoha had failed to uphold its ideals. By the time Chitō emerged from his second seclusion, his optimism had faded. The dreams he once shared with Hashirama seemed like distant illusions. He had no desire to rebuild what had been so easily shattered. The years that followed were spent in quiet isolation, protecting Kushina and her family while silently mourning what he had lost. And then, he awoke once more to find the cycle repeating itself: Kushina and Minato gone, Konoha in turmoil. Grief and anger consumed him, threatening to extinguish the last flickers of hope in his heart. But now, as he gazed at Tsunade's radiant smile, something stirred within him, a spark long thought extinguished. Clenching his fist, Uzumaki Chitō's eyes glowed with renewed determination. This time, he vowed softly, I have the power of a god. No one I care for will be lost again. The weight of his conviction was palpable, his voice steady and resolute. I will recreate a world where those I love, Tsunade, Kushina, and all who matter, can live freely, without fear or sorrow. A world where Tsunade can remain this happy forever. His hand hovered over the talisman jade, his gaze distant yet fierce. This time, I won't fail. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 50. As Uzumaki Chitō pondered his next move, Lee suddenly dashed in, his urgency evident. Lord Chitō. Niji has returned. Chito's expression stiffened momentarily. Niji? Wasn't he supposed to be with Orochimaru? What could have brought him back so soon? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Could something have happened on Orochimaru's side? Chitō had always been wary of the snake-like shinobi's penchant for treachery. Though Orochimaru had shown deference on the surface, Chitō had never been naive enough to trust him completely. Orochimaru was the kind to bite the hand that fed him if it suited his ambitions. Perhaps, this is another one of his schemes. Chitō mused coldly. Moments later, Niji entered the room, walking with a calm demeanor, his white eyes glinting faintly. Chito's sharp gaze instantly caught something unusual: a faint black dot at the center of Niji's otherwise pristine Byakugan. Chito's brows furrowed in surprise. Niji, he said, his voice measured. Has Orochimaru progressed on his experiments with the Byakugan? Is he attempting to create the Tenseigan? Niji shook his head, his voice steady but tinged with restraint. Not yet, Lord Chitō. Orochimaru has made some progress. He's discovered a method to merge 3 Byakugan into one to enhance its power. But it's still far from reaching the level of the Tenseigan. Chitō nodded thoughtfully, his expression softening ever so slightly. That's to be expected. The Tenseigan rivals the Rinnegan, a power born of the 6 paths. For Orochimaru to have uncovered even the initial steps is remarkable. He paused, his gaze narrowing. But if his experiments are still incomplete, why have you returned so abruptly? Did something happen? Niji bowed his head slightly, his demeanor exuding respect and calm despite the weight of his words. Yes, Lord Chitō, Niji replied. I believe Orochimaru has betrayed us. Chito's eyes sharpened instantly. I saw Jeriah at Orochimaru's base this morning, Niji continued. The two spoke at length, though I could not discern all of what was said. I fear Orochimaru may have been swayed to side with Konoha. If that's true, he holds extensive knowledge about Shin Konoha. If he defects, it could place us in grave danger. Chitō listened silently, his face unreadable, before letting out a quiet laugh. I see, he said, his tone laced with intrigue. Orochimaru's cunning knows no bounds. He clearly allowed you to discover this interaction with Jeriah. It's no accident you returned unscathed, bearing this news. Both Niji and Lee stiffened, their instincts alert. Chito's expression softened into an amused smirk as he turned to Niji. Come closer, Niji, Chitō instructed. Though Niji hesitated briefly, he trusted Chitō deeply. He stepped forward, and Chitō extended a hand, dark blue chakra coiling around his fingers like living tendrils. With precision, the chakra infiltrated Niji's Byakugan, probing deeper until it forced a hidden object to the surface. A small, black megatama emerged from Niji's eye, suspended in midair. As Chitō increased the chakra flow, the megatama expanded rapidly, growing to half the size of a person. With a deafening bang, the megatama exploded, releasing a massive cyan scroll that unfurled before them. What is this? Niji exclaimed, his stance instinctively shifting to a defensive posture. Lee, already on high alert, opened the 4th gate, ready to counter any threat. Chitō, however, raised a hand, his calm demeanor diffusing the tension. Relax, he said, his tone light. Orochimaru isn't foolish enough to set traps for me. This scroll isn't a danger, it's his bargain for survival. Chitō unrolled the scroll with ease, scanning its contents. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Ha, clever snake, he murmured. He tossed the scroll to Niji, who caught it with both hands. This contains Orochimaru's plans and methods for developing the Tenseigan, Chitō explained. He's offering you this knowledge as a token to buy his life. Niji's grip on the scroll tightened, his expression unreadable. Lord Chitō, Niji said after a long silence, his voice steady but firm. The Byakugan is more than sufficient for me. I don't need the Tensagen to prove my strength. Allow me to pursue Orochimaru. If we leave him unchecked, he will inevitably become a threat to Shin Konoha. Comment. 3. Comment. Vote. Chapter 51. Uzumaki Chitō chuckled softly at Niji's words, shaking his head with a faint smile. Niji, you give Orochimaru far too much credit, he said. He's a brilliant mind, one even I acknowledge, but intelligence alone doesn't dictate the course of this world. True strength is the only currency of power here. And Orochimaru, for all his cunning, has chosen the wrong path. Chitō's expression turned sharper, his presence growing heavier. No matter how smart a man is, a weakling cannot hope to stand against a god. As he finished speaking, an immense, otherworldly pressure radiated from Chitō. It was as if the very heavens were bowing before him. The overwhelming force pressed down upon Niji and Lee with terrifying intensity. Their breaths grew shallow, their knees buckled, and a deep-seated fear gripped their hearts. Even Lee, who had opened the seventh gate in the past, felt powerless, as though his strength was nothing more than a drop in the vast ocean of Chitō's might. And then, as quickly as it appeared, the pressure vanished. Niji and Lee collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling as if they had survived a hurricane. The absence of the oppressive force left them gasping for air. When they regained their composure, they realized Chitō had disappeared. Niji gazed skyward, his voice trembling with awe. Lord Chitō's power, it's beyond comprehension, Niji murmured. It feels endless, like standing in the middle of an infinite ocean with no shore in sight. It's no wonder Orochimaru means nothing to him. To Lord Chitō, Orochimaru must seem like an insect one he could crush without effort. Lee, who prided himself on the fruits of relentless hard work, remained silent for a long moment. His usual confidence wavered. Even if Sensei opened all 8 gates, Lee muttered, it wouldn't be enough to match that kind of power. This is the domain of gods. Mortals like us cannot hope to reach it. The two exchanged glances, a shared sense of reverence in their eyes. At that moment, Might Guy and Kakashi approached, their conversation interrupted as they noticed the younger shinobi's expressions. You two look like you've just seen a ghost, Might Guy remarked, his loud voice breaking the silence. Niji and Lee quickly explained what had transpired, recounting their encounter with Chitō's overwhelming power. As Kakashi listened, his normally lazy demeanor gave way to a rare seriousness. I understand now, Kakashi said quietly. That's why Lord Chitō has instructed us to head to the capital of the Land of Fire. It's not just about countering Orochimaru, it's about cementing the reputation of Shin Konoha as an undeniable power in the ninja world. We're not just fighting for ourselves, we're fighting to prove our strength to the world. Might Guy nodded solemnly. True strength is forged through adversity, he said. If we are to uphold Lord Chitō's vision, we must face these challenges head-on. Let's prepare for battle. As the group prepared to leave for the Land of Fire capital, Kakashi couldn't help but voice his concerns. If Orochimaru uses the Edo Tensei to summon the great cages of the past, he said, we might be in for a battle unlike any we've faced before. The Edo Tensei is unsettlingly powerful. Hearing this, Niji and Lee tensed, while Might Guy clenched his fists in determination. Even so, Guy said firmly, we'll fight with everything we have. Lord Chitō entrusted us with this mission, and we won't let him down. Kakashi sighed, stroking the ninja dog Obito cradled in his arms. The dog, with its sharp intelligence, barked sarcastically, but all Kakashi heard was an endearing woof. Thanks, Obito, Kakashi said with a smile. I know you believe in us. Lee and Niji exchanged incredulous glances, wondering what kind of bond Kakashi shared with the oddly expressive ninja dog. With their resolve steeled, the group set out for the Land of Fire capital. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki convened under the leadership of Pain. My friends, Pain began, his voice resonating with authority, the winds of war are upon us. Uzumaki Chitō's presence in the Land of Fire has set the stage for a confrontation that could change the course of this world. The 5 great nations may join forces against him, and Orochimaru's treachery only adds fuel to the fire. As the leader of the Akatsuki, I have decided to intervene not for Uzumaki Chitō, not for the nations, but for the sake of true peace. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 52. Ha 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 ha. It's here, it's finally here. God has heard my call, and he's summoned me. Nagato, stop with the speeches. I can't wait to offer my pain and blood to God's glorious world. Ha 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 ha. Haiden interrupted Nagato mid-sentence, roaring with wild excitement upon hearing that Uzumaki Chitō had summoned them to the capital of the Land of Fire for war. Nagato's expression darkened as he glared at Haiden, who had rudely cut him off. His fury flared. Haiden's blatant disrespect and disregard were infuriating. In the past, Nagato wouldn't have hesitated. Immortal or not, Haiden would have felt the crushing power of the Shinra Tensei, shattering his body to pieces. But now, Nagato let out a frustrated sigh as he observed Haiden, whose body exuded a faint, ominous black aura born from his frenzied excitement. This black aura was Haiden's newfound power after converting to Uzumaki Chitō's teachings. It was a manifestation of the evil god's might, a convergence of the world's darkest thoughts and malevolent energy. Anyone who came into contact with this power would fall into a horrifying illusion, comparable in potency to the infinite Tsukuyomi. Victims would descend into madness, ultimately drained of their life force. Moreover, this malevolent energy granted Haiden complete immunity to Genjutsu. Even Uchiha Taka's Mangeki Sharingan and its Tsukuyomi could not penetrate the black aura protecting his mind. Combined with Hiden's immortal body, bolstered by Uzumaki Chitō's blessings, he had transformed from one of the weakest members of the Akatsuki into a formidable combatant able to hold his own against Nagato and, to some extent, even restrain Uchiha Itachi. After all, Itachi's strength lay primarily in his mastery of Genjutsu, a tool rendered useless against Hiden's cursed protection. Nagato knew better than to underestimate him. The humiliation of being interrupted was one thing, but being defeated in battle after making a move would be far worse. And Nagato glanced at Hiden, who now looked utterly unhinged, with madness gleaming in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The fearless fear the crazed, and the crazed fear those who court death. Guided by his grandpa's teachings, Nagato had glimpsed the dawn of peace. To risk everything by confronting Hiden now would be a waste of effort and time. After a tense silence, Nagato finally relented. With a cold snort, he said, "Move out." The impatient Hiden immediately erupted into action. A whirlwind of black energy surrounded him as he took off like a demon from ancient mythology, charging toward the Land of Fire's capital with unstoppable momentum. Behind him, Nagato, Konan, Sasori, Deidara, Kisame, and Uchiha Itachi followed using their own unique methods of travel. The 7 Akatsuki members moved openly, leaving the hidden confines of the Rain Country and stepping boldly into the light of day. It didn't take long for intelligence networks in neighboring nations to detect their movements. Tsunagakure's S-Class Rogue Ninja Sasori. Iwagakure's S-Class Rogue Ninja Deidara. The infamous wielder of the same hata from Kirigakure the Rogue Ninja Kisame Hoshigaki. Konoha S-Class Rogue Ninja Uchiha Itachi. How could a small country like the Omegakure harbor so many dangerous traitors? What are they planning? Leaders of the major ninja villages reacted with alarm and unease upon receiving the reports. Analyzing the group's unhidden trail, intelligence teams quickly pieced together their destination. They're converging on the Land of Fire's capital. When Jeriah of Konoha learned of this, an ominous feeling crept over him. These were the very individuals he had been investigating, a shadowy organization of powerful shinobi who had claimed control of the Omegakure, defeating even the demigod hands of the salamander. Moreover, there were long-standing rumors linking the Omegakure to Shin Konoha. From the start, the first settlers of Shin Konoha had been transported through Omegakure territory. Back then, under the leadership of the third Hokage, Konoha had sent numerous ninja teams along with those from other villages to intercept and sabotage these efforts. While the Omegakure and Shin Konoha publicly maintained that their relationship was merely contractual, no one believed such an obvious lie. To the rest of the world, the Omegakure was an ally of Shin Konoha. Ordinarily, this would have been inconsequential. Even at its height, the Omegakure was little more than a border country reliant on Han's leadership to hold its ground. But now, the world was faced with something far more terrifying. The Akatsuki, a gathering of S-class rogue shinobi, each more dangerous than the last. Their strength was immeasurable. If there were ranks beyond S-class, each of these individuals would qualify. In terms of raw power, any one of them was comparable to a cage. And 7 such individuals moving together? It was a force unparalleled, a threat no one could ignore. Panic spread like wildfire among the 5 great nations. At the same time, all their leaders reached the same grim conclusion. We need an emergency 5-cage summit. Immediately. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 53. The 5-cage summit was hastily convened in the Land of Iron. The urgency of the situation left no time to notify Miffune, the leader of the samurai, in advance. This unannounced gathering sparked outrage among the samurai of the Land of Iron. This is an affront to our sovereignty, one samurai fumed. Miffune, these ninja have gone too far, roared Iai Okasuke, Miffune's second in command. Today, they hold their 5-cage summit on our land without so much as a word of respect. Tomorrow, what's to stop them from marching an army of shinobi to destroy us outright? He continued, his voice filled with indignation. Have they forgotten that not long ago, we samurai were their greatest and only rivals? Behind Okasuke, a group of elite samurai stood with similarly furious expressions, their silence a testament to their agreement. Miffune observed the anger simmering in his men, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. If he had the choice, he would have expressed his own anger toward the 5-cage's blatant disregard. But he couldn't. Enough. Miffune's sharp tone silenced the room. You're no longer children. Don't you understand that against true power, anger means nothing? He paused, his voice steady and commanding. The ninja possess strength far beyond that of the Land of Iron. Against a single shinobi village, we might hold our ground with sheer will. But against all 5 great villages united, what chance do we stand? Miffune's gaze swept the room, his words hammering home the grim reality. And now, with the rise of this Shin Konoha, tensions among the great nations are at their peak. If we so much as voice our displeasure, the 5-cage could easily turn their combined might against us. Do you understand what that would mean? Okasuke fell silent, his anger extinguished. He knew Miffune spoke the truth. The samurai were relics of an era long past, overshadowed by the rise of ninjutsu and chakra. Despite their efforts to master chakra, they lacked access to the ninja's most critical tools, jutsu. Without jutsu, even the strongest samurai could only rival an elite ninja at best. Against shinobi from the great villages, they were powerless. Okasuke remembered a tale that had once spread terror among the samurai. During the third Raikage's reign, even after losing an arm to Uzumaki Chitō, the Raikage had fought for 3 days and 3 nights against IWA shinobi, slaying thousands. The Land of Iron, with its 8,000 samurai, bordered the Land of Lightning. The implication was clear, the Raikage, in his prime, could annihilate their entire country given enough time. Faced with the combined strength of the 5 great nations, what could the Land of Iron possibly do? A bitter smile crossed Okasuke's face, and despair seeped into his voice. Are we to let them trample our land without consequence? Miffune closed his eyes, his stillness akin to that of a statue. Minutes passed in silence, thick with tension. When he finally spoke, his voice was resolute. Of course not. We are samurai. We shed blood with honor. We do not bow to these despicable shinobi. His words reignited a flicker of hope among his men. But patience is necessary. We endure now so that one day, we may rise with dignity. Okasuke's eyes briefly lit up, though doubt lingered. Can we truly achieve that? Can we rise again? Miffune's gaze was unwavering as he answered. Yes, we can. Because we are not alone. The samurai exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what their leader meant. Not alone. Okasuke repeated, his brow furrowing. Who could possibly aid us? Miffune allowed himself a faint smile, his expression tinged with nostalgia. You've likely heard of our ally, though perhaps you don't know the full story. I speak of Uzumaki Chitō, the force behind Shin Konoha. The room grew silent as Miffune continued, his voice steeped in memory. When I was young, Konoha was still in its infancy, born of the efforts of Uzumaki Chitō, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. To establish their fledgling village's strength, Konoha sent Madara and Chitō on missions to demonstrate their power to neighboring nations. The Land of Iron was among those visited by Uzumaki Chitō. Miffune's gaze grew distant, as though reliving the moment. Unlike Uchiha Madara, who used ninjutsu to dominate other nations, Uzumaki Chitō chose a different path with us. He respected our ways and tested his strength through swordsmanship, challenging the samurai of the Land of Iron directly. This revelation stunned Okasuke and the others. They had never heard such a tale. Who won? One of the samurai asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 54. The samurai of the Land of Iron looked at Miffune expectantly, their hearts brimming with hope. They longed to hear of a victory by their ancestors over the ninja god who now commanded the world's attention, Uzumaki Chitō. As descendants of warriors overshadowed by the dominance of ninjas, the samurai often carried a deep sense of inadequacy. Even the most skilled among them, those whose strength rivaled elite genin, approached encounters with even mid-level ninjas cautiously, wary of the unpredictable and mysterious nature of ninjutsu. In this climate of self-doubt, the idea of their ancestors achieving victory against someone like Uzumaki Chitō became a powerful beacon of hope. Seeing their expectant expressions, Miffune let out a quiet, helpless sigh. He understood their feelings all too well. When he had first heard the story from his master, he had held similar hopes. Back then, Uzumaki Chitō had not yet achieved the godlike status he held today, but even so, Miffune had yearned for a different outcome to the tale. However, as the leader of the samurai, Miffune recognized the danger of relying on external validation. Samurai were meant to be one with the sword. Their strength lay in their sincerity and belief in their own blade. With unwavering conviction, they could cut through even the toughest iron with mortal steel. But if a samurai doubted their sword, relying on others to affirm their worth, it signified the decline of their path. The samurai of the Land of Iron cannot afford to remain silent any longer, Miffune thought, his resolve hardening. Taking a deep breath, he broke the silence. Uzumaki Chitō won. The words hung heavy in the air. Miffune continued, his voice steady, though he had no prior experience with swordsmanship. Uzumaki Chitō's exceptional talent allowed him to grasp our techniques during the battle. Using the very skills of the samurai, he secured a decisive victory, earning the respect and submission of the Iron Country's leader at the time. As Miffune finished speaking, a wave of disappointment washed over the gathered samurai. Their hope had been dashed, leaving behind an aching sense of loss. Yet, despite their initial despair, they could not deny the magnitude of Uzumaki Chitō's power. This was the man who had forced the 5 Kage to convene in fear. Gradually, they steadied themselves, pushing aside their disheartenment. Even so, the air remained thick with an unshakable gloom. Breaking the silence, Okasuke voiced a lingering question. If we lost, why do you call Uzumaki Chitō a helper? Miffune paused, his expression softening into one of quiet admiration. Though we were defeated, he began, Lord Uzumaki Chitō believed he had won as a samurai, using the swordsmanship of the Land of Iron. In his eyes, there were no losers in that contest. Miffune's gaze grew distant, his tone tinged with reverence. But for the sake of ending the chaos of war, he had to claim victory and subdue the Land of Iron. Even so, he felt a debt to us, and so he made a solemn promise. He vowed that the descendants of the Land of Iron could one day seek his aid in a matter of their choosing. As long as it did not go against his principles, he would fulfill this promise to the best of his ability. The weight of Miffune's words hung in the room. Slowly, the samurai's eyes began to brighten, like stars piercing the dark night sky. Tears welled in some of their eyes as the realization struck them. We still have Uzumaki Chitō's promise, one of them exclaimed, voice trembling with emotion. This is incredible, another shouted, overwhelmed with hope. We can finally hold our heads high in this world. Even Miffune, who was known for his composed demeanor, felt a surge of emotion as he observed his men. These were warriors who had endured countless trials and hardships to attain greatness. They were men who could face death without flinching, yet here they stood, openly weeping. The sight spoke volumes about the weight of their struggles and the years of suppressed frustration they had carried. However, the moment was abruptly interrupted by Okasuke, who barked, enough. A samurai should not display such weakness. He turned to the rest of the group, his voice firm. Even if we have Uzumaki Chito's promise, it is ultimately we who must stand tall. No matter how noble his intentions, Lord Uzumaki Chito cannot protect the land of iron forever. The true strength to rise must come from within. Akatsuki's words hit home, and the room fell silent once more. He was right. While Uzumaki Chito's promise could shield them temporarily, such protection would not last indefinitely. A year, 5 years, perhaps even a decade beyond that, they would once again face the cold reality of their place in the ninja-dominated world. What are we to do, then? One samurai asked, despair creeping into his voice. Is it our fate as samurai to forever live under the shadow of ninjas? At that moment, Miffune's voice cut through the growing despair like a blade. No, he declared, his eyes flashing with steely determination. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 55. Miffune's voice rang out, resolute and commanding. The long beard on his chin trembled with the intensity of his conviction as he addressed the samurai before him. As long as we defeat every ninja who seeks to oppress us, we samurai will not fall to where we are now, he declared, his eyes burning with determination. So, we shall ally with Konaha and stand against the 5 great ninja villages. The declaration sent shockwaves through the gathered samurai. To oppose the 5 great ninja villages directly? The very idea was daunting, almost unthinkable. These were the same villages that had dominated the world for decades, their power solidified through 3 successive ninja wars. Every samurai in the room, including Miffune himself, had grown up under the shadow of this system, their experiences shaped by the strength and ruthlessness of the ninja. This is too dangerous, Miffune, one of the samurai protested, his voice trembling. We're talking about the 5 great ninja villages. If something goes wrong, we'll be completely annihilated. Others, though silent, wore expressions of agreement. Miffune opened his mouth to respond, prepared to rally his men, but his instincts suddenly flared. He sensed an unnatural disturbance nearby. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed in a single fluid motion. A radiant arc of light sliced through the air, gleaming like a silver crescent moon, leaving no room for the enemy to react. Startled, a ninja from the land of Earth, who had been hiding underground with a camouflage jutsu, was forced to abandon his cover. Rolling clumsily onto the surface, he narrowly avoided the deadly strike. The ninja was a burly figure with dark yellow skin, a square face, and 2 sharp, sickle-like blue markings on his cheeks that gave him a menacing appearance. Half squatting, his hands forming a defensive seal, the IWA ninja stared at Miffune with wary eyes. As expected of the last shining glory of the samurai, he said with a grudging respect. The land of iron's general, Miffune. It's said your sword strikes before the enemy can even act, leaving no time for seals or counterattacks. Now I see that your reputation is well earned. I nearly lost my life to your blade. Miffune's expression remained impassive, his gaze cold and unrelenting. While the praise was true, he wasn't in the mood to entertain flattery. His mind churned with frustration. Although he had already resolved to align with Konaha and sever ties with the 5 great ninja villages, his plan had been to gather intelligence during the 5-Cage summit. Afterward, he intended to discreetly act, ensuring the safety of the samurai and minimizing unnecessary losses. But now, with this IWA ninja's appearance, his carefully laid plans had been thrown into disarray. The very thought sent a surge of boiling rage through him, his hands trembling as his grip tightened around his blade. Images of bloodshed filled his mind, his own, Akatsuki's, and those of the samurai both present and absent. You bastard from IWA village, he hissed, his voice filled with venom. You dare spy on us? You're as good as dead. In the next instant, his blade moved again, its silver arc more dazzling than before. I slash. The strike was as beautiful as it was deadly, faster than the eye could follow, leaving no opportunity for counterattacks. However, the IWA ninja was no ordinary opponent. Prepared this time, he executed a swift defensive jutsu. Earth-style, water-cutting stone technique. As Miffune's blade descended, the ninja vanished into the ground, his body sinking as though it were water. Only his head remained visible, a smug expression on his face as he spoke. Defying the 5 great ninja villages, should I call it ambition or sheer stupidity, he mocked. Still, I can respect your resolve. To show my appreciation, I'll ensure you face my full power in the coming hunt. It's the least I can do for a samurai as strong-willed as you. With that, the ninja sank completely into the earth, his voice lingering. Goodbye. The room fell silent, tension hanging thick in the air. A samurai quickly knelt, pressing his ear to the ground to detect the ninja's movements. After a few moments, he rose, shaking his head in frustration. He's already a mile away, the samurai reported grimly. We can't catch him. Miffune's face grew pale. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Everyone, listen, he commanded, his voice firm despite the despair clawing at his heart. Divide into 4 squads and scatter. No matter what happens, at least one team must escape the pursuit of the 5 great ninja villages and make it to Konaha. Only then can the samurai way survive. Only then can our legacy live on. His words struck deep, and a heavy silence enveloped the room. One by one, the samurai stepped forward, drawing their swords in a solemn gesture of farewell. They raised their blades high in salute to Miffune and their comrades, the weight of their shared resolve evident in their expressions. Then, without a word, they turned and began their journey, heading southeast with unwavering determination. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 56. Escape. Run. Flee with everything he had. Miffune had lost track of how long he had been on the run. Once, he could count his heartbeats with precision, but now even his breathing was erratic. He knew he was nearing the border of the Iron Country. The behavior of his pursuers betrayed their impatience. Initially, they had remained hidden, attacking from the shadows. Now, their presence was brazen, their footsteps just 300 meters behind him. That distance was the exact range of his slash, a fact the pursuing ninjas had learned at the cost of nearly 10 lives. So, you won't even give me the chance to fight back. Miffune glanced over his shoulder at the growing number of ninjas chasing him. Despair began to creep into his heart. He knew escape was unlikely. The force behind him was more than enough to corner and kill him. Their hesitation to act was merely a ploy to exhaust him further, reducing unnecessary casualties. They were also waiting for reinforcements, more formidable ninjas who could capture him with certainty. If that was the case, Miffune's resolve solidified. His eyes flashed with determination as he stopped abruptly, planting his feet firmly into the ground. Clad in pale green armor, he stomped the earth with a force that shook the ground, sending up clouds of dust and debris. A samurai never dies with a wound of shame on his back, he declared, his voice thunderous. Ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages, come at me. Miffune crouched slightly, one hand resting on the hilt of his katana. His cold gaze swept over the gathered ninjas, noting the insignias on their forehead protectors, Konoha, Kumo, Iwa, and more. Representatives from nearly every great village were present. Such an alliance among the 5 great ninja villages was unprecedented, and it spoke volumes about the fear and anger the samurai rebellion had stirred. A bitter smile crept onto Miffune's face. Ha! So even you so-called emotionless ninjas fear us defeated samurai. How amusing, and oddly satisfying. His voice echoed across the battlefield, but none of the ninjas responded. They stood frozen, their eyes cold and emotionless, like statues. Only the faint traces of wariness in their expressions proved they were not lifeless. None of you dare move. Then I shall make the first move. Miffune didn't wait. With a deep breath, he cleared his mind of distractions. The blade in his hand glimmered as his battle intent surged, sharp and focused. In a single motion, his figure merged with the silver arc of his blade, streaking toward a sand ninja standing in the group. The ninja of Tsunagaku panicked. Known for their expertise in puppetry and unique bloodline techniques, the ninja of the sand were notoriously weak in close combat. This vulnerability had cost them dearly in the Third Ninja War when they faced the swordsmanship of Konoha's legendary Sakumo Hitaki. Now, against Miffune, another master swordsman, they found themselves equally outmatched. Damn it! Don't underestimate the Sand Village, the ninja shouted, thrusting his palm forward. A cyan wind blade materialized, sharp and deadly. But the wind blade, condensed from chakra, was no match for the katana of the Iron Country's general. Shing! The moment the katana met the wind blade, it shattered into nothingness. The silver light of the sword continued forward, slicing cleanly through the Sand Ninja. Bright red blood spilled onto the ground, and the Sand Ninja's cries of agony echoed through the battlefield. The remaining ninjas from the other great villages recoiled, their pupils shrinking in fear. Without a second thought, they began to retreat. There was no attempt to avenge or rescue their fallen comrade. Miffune laughed bitterly, his voice ringing out. Come on, you cowards. Didn't you come to kill me? But before he could say more, a sigh broke through the tense silence. The sound sent a chill down Miffune's spine. His face paled as he turned toward the source. A burly, middle-aged man with long, wild white hair and a Ronin's outfit stood less than 10 meters away. The kanji for oil was etched onto the man's forehead protector, and Miffune's heart sank. A bitter smile crossed his face. One of the 3 legendary Sunin. I suppose there's no escape for me now. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 57. Jeriah looked at Miffune, whose face was edged with despair, and let out a bitter smile. Deep down, Jeriah couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the samurai leader. He understood that Miffune's rebellion wasn't born entirely out of ambition but was, in large part, provoked by the 5 great ninja villages themselves. If they hadn't barged into the Land of Iron to hold the 5-cage summit without so much as a warning, Miffune and his samurai might have harbored resentment but never would have dared to rise in open defiance. But Jeriah was now Hokage. As the leader of Konoha, his duty was to protect the interests of his village, even if it meant silencing those who resisted the established order. With a heavy sigh, Jeriah muttered under his breath, I'm sorry, Miffune. His heart weighed down by his role, Jeriah placed his hands on the ground and activated a technique. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. The ground within a 100-meter radius around Miffune softened and turned into a sticky swamp, dragging the samurai leader's feet into the muck and immobilizing him. Miffune, poised for a desperate last stand, felt his legs sink into the mire. His katana faltered mid-draw as he realized he was trapped. This is the difference between ninjas and samurai, Miffune said bitterly, gripping his katana tightly before lowering it in resignation. He clenched his teeth and glared at Jeriah, his voice filled with anguish. If it were a head-on confrontation, I might not have won, but I could have held my ground for a time. But under the oppressive power of your ninjutsu, I can barely muster a fraction of my strength. Jeriah said nothing. His expression was unreadable as he drew out the fire seal to prepare his next attack. He had already resolved to end this swiftly, knowing that hesitation could lead to greater suffering on both sides. Goodbye, Miffune, Jeriah said quietly. Fire style, flame dragon bomb. A roaring flame erupted from Jeriah's mouth, cutting through the air with devastating intensity. The searing heat reached Miffune before the flames did, scorching his hair and eyebrows. There was no doubt Miffune was doomed to perish under the inferno. But just as the flames were about to engulf him, a soft, glowing light flickered to life around Miffune. Then, a voice, calm and serene, spoke into his ear, "Hold on, Miffune." At that moment, everything around him seemed to freeze. The roaring flames slowed to a crawl, their destructive beauty resembling strokes of orange paint on a canvas. The world itself seemed to pause, trapped in an eerie stillness. Who are you?" Miffune whispered, his voice trembling. Even as he faced certain death, this inexplicable phenomenon left him unnerved. Then, as though struck by a sudden revelation, a single name burst into his mind. Uzumaki Chitō. Miffune's despair melted away, replaced by a surge of hope and exhilaration. In this world, who but Uzumaki Chitō, the one revered as a god, could save him from the jaws of death with nothing more than a single word? Miffune began to laugh, his calm and stoic demeanor crumbling under the weight of his elation. For the first time in years, a glimmer of boundless confidence shone in his eyes. On the other side, Jeriah watched Miffune's laughter with growing confusion. Shouldn't he be terrified? Jeriah thought, his brow furrowing. No matter how proud he is, he's facing certain death. What's so funny? But the thought barely settled in Jeriah's mind before unease crept over him. The fire dragon he had unleashed, the unstoppable wave of destruction, was gone. Vanished without a trace. Jeriah's eyes narrowed, his instincts screaming danger. For a seasoned ninja like him, anything abnormal was a sign of imminent threat. And then he heard it. Amid Miffune's laughter, a name rang out, loud and clear. Uzumaki Chitō. Jeriah's blood ran cold. A shiver coursed through his body as if he had been plunged into icy water. His entire demeanor shifted, gone was the confident warrior, replaced by a man deeply unnerved. He whipped his head around, his eyes darting frantically as though searching for a predator lurking in the shadows. Though he saw nothing, his unease only deepened. Finally, he spoke, his voice trembling with both respect and fear. "Lord Chitō, are you interfering in this matter? If you are, please make your intentions clear. I'll withdraw my forces immediately." The air grew heavy as the sky above flickered with a soft, lavender light. The faint glow coalesced, forming what appeared to be a human figure. Though hazy and indistinct, the form was unmistakably Uzumaki Chitō. Comment. Zero comment. Vote. Chapter 58. Jeriah was panicking. The confidence he had in convening the 5-Kage summit and orchestrating a siege against Konaha stemmed from one critical assurance: Uzumaki Chitō himself had declared that he would not intervene directly. But now, here stood the clone of Uzumaki Chitō, faint yet unmistakable, right in front of him. Jeriah's heart pounded. He had witnessed the godlike power of Uzumaki Chitō firsthand. Even a mere clone of this man was more than capable of killing him and everyone else present with ease. Jeriah wasn't afraid of death. In the original canon, he had proven this before, willingly venturing into the land of rain to uncover information about the Akatsuki, even at the cost of his own life. That sacrifice had been instrumental in paving the way for Naruto's eventual victory over pain. But this situation was different. With Naruto, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Guy all taken to Konaha by Uzumaki Chitō, the original Konoha had been left with no one of sufficient strength to lead except for him. If Jeriah died here, the remaining 4 great ninja villages would likely turn on Konoha, carving it up among themselves. To the other villages, Konaha shielded by Uzumaki Chitō was an unreachable goal, like a distant, untouchable star. But Konoha, stripped of its strongest warriors, was nothing more than a vulnerable prize, ripe for division. Jeriah was panicking, yes, but he was also Jeriah. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He shook his long, white hair back and stepped forward, his voice calm despite the tension in the air. "Lord Chitō," Jeriah began, his tone steady but laced with urgency, "are you going back on your word?" He continued, his gaze fixed on the shadowy figure. "If I'm not mistaken, you declared that you wouldn't personally interfere in the war between Konoha and Konaha. So why are you here now?" The purple clone, formed by the condensation of natural chakra and projected from thousands of miles away, tilted its head. The indistinct features of Uzumaki Chitō's face twisted into an amused, almost mocking smile. "Are you questioning me?" the clone asked, its voice faint yet sharp as a blade. "What a bold man! Aren't you afraid? Or perhaps you think this mere clone of mine isn't strong enough to kill you and everyone here?" Jeriah flinched inwardly at the words but maintained his composure. He met the clone's gaze with a serious expression. "No, Lord Chitō. I don't doubt your power, nor do I question your resolve. I simply believe in your promises," he replied firmly. "You stated that you wouldn't interfere in this war, and I trust you to keep your word." Despite his calm demeanor, Jeriah felt a twinge of unease. Since becoming the 5th Hokage, his role had been more symbolic than functional. The resurrected 3rd Hokage, wielding the authority of a mentor, had retained much of the actual power. Jeriah spent his days wandering the village aimlessly, unable to engage in even his favorite pastime, peeping without being reprimanded by Anbu agents for tarnishing the image of the Hokage. Left with little else to do, Jeriah had turned to intelligence gathering. Through his efforts, he had uncovered a wealth of information about Uzumaki Chitō's history, from his role in founding Konoha alongside the first Hokage to his interactions with Kushina Uzumaki. Among the fragments of information, one statement had stood out to Jeriah. Lord Chitō is a man of his word. This belief was the foundation of Jeriah's current resolve. He was wagering everything on Uzumaki Chitō's integrity. The clone of Uzumaki Chitō regarded Jeriah silently for a moment, then spoke with a tinge of melancholy. What a shame, the clone said softly. If Konoha's Hokage had always been like you, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Jeriah's lips tightened into a bitter smile. He knew exactly what Uzumaki Chitō was referring to, the actions of the second and third Hokage. The second Hokage, in his pragmatism, had turned a blind eye to the destruction of Uzumaki Chitō's homeland, the land of whirlpools, in favor of Konoha's security. This betrayal had driven Uzumaki Chitō into isolation, leaving Konoha vulnerable during the Third Ninja War. The third Hokage had committed his own sins. To maintain control over Naruto, he had allowed the village to ostracize the boy, branding him as the demon fox. Naruto's miserable childhood had been the result. Even after Uzumaki Chitō's return, the third Hokage had attempted to deceive him with lies, hiding the truth about Naruto's lineage. If not for the selfishness and short-sightedness of those two Hokage, Jeriah thought, Konoha could have stood as a beacon of power under Uzumaki Chitō's leadership. The entire ninja world could have enjoyed lasting peace under the protection of a god. Instead, here they were fractured, vulnerable, and on the brink of ruin. Even as a loyal student, Jeriah couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment toward his former teacher. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 59. The fleeting resentment in Jeriah's heart slowly subsided as he looked up at the clone of Uzumaki Chitō, his expression complicated. Yes, Jeriah admitted quietly, some things truly are a shame. But, Lord Chitō, he continued, his tone firm, you still haven't answered my question. Do you intend to interfere in the war between Konoha and Shin Konoha? The faintly glowing figure of Uzumaki Chitō smiled, a hint of amusement playing across his blurred features. Don't worry, Jeriah, he said in a calm voice. I have no intention of ending this game so soon. You don't need to fear my involvement in your war with Shin Konoha. This situation is merely an accident. You see, when I helped found Konoha, I made a promise to the samurai of the Land of Iron, that I would grant them one request, no matter what it was. Just now, one of their samurai invoked that promise to ensure Miffune's safety. Uzumaki Chitō's gaze sharpened as he concluded, so, as long as you release Miffune, there will be no further issues. Jeriah couldn't help but sigh internally. He had no choice in this matter. Defeating Miffune had been no small task, relying entirely on the advantage of ninjutsu. If it weren't for his techniques, Miffune's extraordinary swordsmanship elevated to the pinnacle of the cage level would have made him nearly unbeatable. Releasing Miffune now meant potentially facing untold casualties in the future. The samurai leader could easily become a thorn in the side of the 5 great ninja villages for years to come. But Jeriah's gaze drifted back to the imposing figure of Uzumaki Chitō. If he dared to refuse, the consequences would be immediate and catastrophic. Taking a deep breath, Jeriah raised his hand in a gesture of retreat and spoke respectfully, since this is your promise, Lord Chitō, I have no choice but to comply. Miffune is free to go. With that, Jeriah released the swamp of the underworld. Technique. The ground beneath Miffune hardened once more, and in a single fluid motion, the samurai broke free. Miffune turned to the clone, his face alight with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Chitō, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. Uzumaki Chitō waved dismissively, his expression indifferent. But just as the atmosphere seemed to calm, a sudden streak of white light sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Miffune. Presumptuous. Uzumaki Chitō's eyes narrowed, and his voice thundered with anger. With a casual wave of his hand, a purple chakra barrier materialized in front of Miffune. The shimmering curtain seemed impenetrable, exuding an aura of absolute defense. Yet. Shhhht. The white streak pierced the barrier, tearing through it with ease. Though briefly delayed, the attack continued its relentless path toward Miffune. Miffune, reacting in the nick of time, leapt forward and narrowly avoided the strike. Behind him, the ground erupted, leaving a rectangular pit of unfathomable depth. The earth within the pit was gone, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. What a terrifying attack, Uzumaki Chitō murmured, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. It's almost as powerful as one of my own strikes. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the perpetrator, a diminutive man with a large head and a stern expression, floating in the air alongside a crimson-nosed figure. Recognition dawned instantly. Noki, the Tsukage, Uzumaki Chitō said with a faint smile. So, that earlier attack was your famed dust release. Impressive. Noki's face twisted with rage. You, he bellowed. Your smug expression reminds me of him. That accursed man. Without waiting for a reply, Noki clasped his hands together, forming another white cube in his palms. Die, he roared, hurling the glowing construct toward Uzumaki Chitō. The white cuboid streaked through the air, its destructive energy aimed squarely at the clone. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Noki's voice reverberated with fury. Don't. Jeriah shouted in alarm, his voice laced with desperation. But his plea was drowned out by the sheer force of Noki's attack. In the blink of an eye, the dust release technique reached Uzumaki Chitō's projection. Trivial tricks, Uzumaki Chitō muttered disdainfully. He extended a single finger. At its tip, a speck of white light flickered to life, glowing faintly yet exuding an unshakable sense of power. Comment. 2 comment. Vote. Chapter 60. The white light at Uzumaki Chitō's fingertips swelled rapidly, transforming into a white cube identical to Noki's. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. In the next instant, the cube expanded suddenly, colliding head-on with Nokia's attack. Zeeth. The two beams of white light met in midair with no grand explosion, no dramatic sound. They simply cancelled each other out in eerie silence. Yet, the ninjas observing the battle could feel the destructive power hidden within that calm. At the intersection of the two dust release beams, all matter was annihilated, disassembled down to its atomic components. Nothing could survive within that space, not earth, not air, not even life itself. Terrifying, Jeriah muttered, taking a deep breath. His gaze was locked on the clashing beams in the sky, his heart racing with unease. Even his greatest defensive techniques such as summoning Uedo, the massive rock toad from Mount Myaboku, would be utterly useless against this level of power. In his battles, Jeriah had relied on the toad's immense durability to block attacks that could obliterate entire landscapes. The swamp of the underworld. And Rashomon. Pale in comparison to this raw, unrelenting destruction. Against these two beams of dust release, even his legendary defenses would crumble instantly. If this was the reaction of one of the Sunin, it was no wonder the other tracking ninjas were utterly paralyzed. They didn't even have the courage to approach. All they could do was observe from a distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Such power, one of the ninjas from Konoha murmured, hiding far behind Jeriah. His thoughts raced as he stared at the spectacle. If even a small trace of that energy hits us, we'll be annihilated without a trace. But Uzumaki Chito's clone is incredible. This isn't even his real body, and yet he's holding his own against the Tsukage. No, more than that. He has the upper hand. The ninja, a member of the Nara clan, crouched low, his shadow coiled like a spring ready to release. His expression remained calm, though his heart raced with adrenaline. Not all reacted as calmly. The IWA ninjas cheered loudly for their Tsukage, shouting, "Keep going, Lord Noki." Meanwhile, the Kumo ninjas glared at Uzumaki Chito's clone with fiery determination, their silence radiating hostility like a pack of wild dogs waiting to strike. The ninja from Kirigakure, versed in the silent killing technique, kept a low profile, their presence nearly imperceptible. As for the Tsunagakure ninjas, they were far less fortunate. The memory of their comrade's death at Miffune's hands lingered, leaving them unnerved and hesitant. Up in the sky, Noki gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his wrinkled face. He pushed his dust release to its limits, pouring everything he had into the technique. But even as he maintained the attack, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Noki growled, his voice low but trembling with fury. Uzumaki Chito, he roared. How did you steal the secret technique of dust release? The pinnacle of our IWA ninja village. Uzumaki Chito chuckled, his faint shadow exuding an air of unshakable confidence. Steal, he repeated, his voice dripping with disdain. What a ridiculous accusation. This technique of yours is so basic, it doesn't even require effort to understand. Why would I need to steal something so primitive? Nokia's face turned bright red, his fury boiling over. His round cheeks flushed until they resembled a monkey's. How dare you, he shouted. Dust release. Isn't some basic ninjutsu, it's the pinnacle of our Kekkei Toda, a supreme technique that combines 3 chakra natures. You must have stolen it. There's no other explanation. Nokia's voice rose as he floated higher into the air, his frustration spilling over. You conniving thief. Admit it already. The Tsukage's outburst drew murmurs from the watching ninjas. Suspicious glances turned toward Uzumaki Chito's clone, even from Mifune, whose life had just been saved by the man. After all, dust release was no ordinary technique, it was a signature ability of the Tsukage, one that had gained fame through 3 ninja wars. For Uzumaki Chito to dismiss it as primitive and claim he had mastered it without effort seemed almost too arrogant to believe. Even Jeriah, who regarded Uzumaki Chito with the utmost respect, found himself uneasy at the accusation. But Uzumaki Chito's clone simply smirked. His response was sharp and dismissive. Ignorance. The single word cut through the air like a blade. Noki, already incensed, flared with a mixture of pride and fury. Meanwhile, the observing ninjas bristled at Uzumaki Chito's dismissive tone, their skepticism deepening. Only Noki, feeling a rare moment of triumph, quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead while the attention remained fixed on the shadow of Uzumaki Chito. Comment. For comment. Vote.